Good morning, Mr. Soni. Good morning, everybody. Your mic is not on, Mr. Soni, so I won't hear you.
Sorry. Chairperson, in the
I
first
didn't
few...
hear you say good morning to me.
Oh, sorry,
You don't wish me a
Chairperson.
good morning this morning.
I always wish you good morning.
Yes, are we ready?
Yes, we are. Chairperson, for the first few days of this week, it'll probably be
Yes,
until
remember
Thursday.
to speak up a bit. I know your voice is soft, so
It
yes,
needs to carry, yes. Sorry.
yes.
Chairperson, for the first few days of this week, we will be leading PROSA-related evidence. And just to give you a roadmap for the week, and then I'll tell you what is to happen today, we are first going to lead evidence relating to the response of former Minister Dipuo Peters to matters raised by Mr. Molefe when he gave evidence and in his affidavit. Ms. Peters will be our first witness. The second big issue that will be dealt with this week, Chairperson, would be concerns raised about the contract as implemented by Werksmans. Now, we've got many affidavits, we've got memoranda and so on, and it is a concern that has been expressed, and the Commission is of the view, well, the investigating team is of the view, that those should be aired, whatever the evidence is in regard to that, so that a decision can be made.
Yes, I remember because there have been all kinds of issues raised about whether Werkman's appointment to conduct the investigation that they conducted in PRASA was legal. And after Mr. Montana had given us his affidavit that, as far as I understand, still doesn't have correctly completed or marked annexures, he had raised that issue again, and I said that that issue should be investigated, so that once and for all it is known whether that appointment was legal or not. And that's what the investigators have done.
Yes.
Yeah.
And Chairperson, in fairness, I need to record that Werksmans itself has filed a comprehensive affidavit dealing with these, and I will make that affidavit and its contents available to you.
Yes, yes. No, that's fine. From what I've read, it looks like on the question of the legality of the appointment, there might not be much in dispute in terms of facts.
That is.
Yes. Yes.
And Werksmans in its affidavit looks at the law and says that looking at PROSA's SCM policy, they believe that it was within the policy and accordingly lawful in terms of Section 216.
Yes, yes. The latest affidavit or the affidavit that I read, as far as Werkmans is concerned, seems to suggest that the appointment was lawful. I have question marks about that. But we will look at it. But it looks like in terms of facts, there isn't much in dispute. It's a question of whether, if an appointment such as the one that was given to Werkmans was done in the manner in which it seems everybody agrees it was done, whether that is lawful or not. Yeah. Okay, all right.
That's the second area that we will be exploring. The third area we will be exploring, Chairperson, is you might remember, and you will see from the evidence that we lead today, that the Swifambo contract, which was for locomotives for a contract price of 3.5 billion rand, there are two reports. One is a preliminary report done in 2017 and handed to the police at the request of the police, but paid for by PRASA, and saying that these persons who are named in this report probably need to be investigated, and here's all the information. They were then told, the forensic investigator was told, that his next brief would be in respect of Siangena, and that's a 2.8 billion rand contract. After he filed his report on Swifambo, he never heard from the police again. So in other words, there isn't an equivalent report to Siangena, but the report that he presents will be presented to you through the investigator who will be one of the witnesses. We also have the end product of that being the report of the liquidator, the final report of the liquidator, and he will, to a large extent, confirm that what he years later
A very good morning, Chair,
Good morning.
and I hope the Chair is strong and well.
Well, I'm strong and very well.
Thank you, Chair.
I don't have to ask you, I can see. You're, you're very strong and well. Yes.
I went to church yesterday, that's why I look strong.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, for the record, Zola Majavu, I appear on behalf of Ms. Peters, and I have been instructed to place some comments on record, or rather make some submissions on the instructions of Ms. Peters purely as her own observations.
Yes, okay.
And the starting point is that her preparedness and determination to be of assistance to the Commission remains unshaken. And she wanted that out of the way for the reasons that will follow. Just in terms of chronology, Chair, she was the Minister of Transport at the time, and within her span of control reposed 12 entities, of which PRASA is one. And the relevance of this very brief submission is as follows. Chair would remember that in the early stages of the Commission, some evidence was led by other people in relation to SA Express and the Mafikeng International Airport. And in respect of which she received a formal Rule 33 and she in turn reciprocated formally. And then later there was a further 33 in relation to the current Premier of the Northwest Province, to which she reciprocated. And then there was a further testimony arising from the evidence of Mr. Molefe, and she reciprocated fully, I think, on or about October last year. And later there was another affidavit by Mr. Montana, to which she also formally responded. There may be some disputes regarding the status of the Montana affidavit, but as matters stand, she has played open cards with the Commission and indicated her preparedness, one, to testify, and two, her desire on application, and if so granted, to cross-examine both these affected persons who have implicated her. And none of these, other than being acknowledged, have ever come to a point where, Chair, we have been enrolled and we've made a submission, and whether or not we are successful, a ruling has been made. But what had happened a week and a half ago, we received a notice of enrollment in respect of today's proceedings. And we took the stance, or rather I gave advice, which advice was accepted, that let us go to the Commission and deal with that which we are called upon to meet, and then express your concerns so that the Commission can take that into account when we prepare for your subsequent returns in the fullness of time, so that at least we don't squander the opportunity as it currently stands. However, I would be failing in my duty if I do not state that she feels aggrieved by the fact that we are standing here today on allegations here believe must balancing act to avoid what we coined a piecemeal approach. With that understanding, she is happy to proceed. She came here literally on her own because we've been pushing. So to the extent that she might not be able to deal definitively with specific detail, it must be seen in that context. Because what we then did, and I'm indebted to my elder and my learned brother here to say, of our own, we did have extracurricular discussions to find means and ways of making sure that we structure her testimony, notwithstanding these challenges, in a manner that will be beneficial to the Commission, but at least give us some form of ground to say what she has to say, because she has a fear that the Commission is fast running out of time, and therefore, if she does not get a chance to cross-examine those who implicated her previously, she may have this thing hanging over her head like a Damocles sword. So that is really the nub of the concern. We are not taking a swipe at it. We accept that it is what it is. And for my sins, Chair, I did indicate to her that when I appeared here on a previous occasion, we debated with the Chair and we agreed
the best way would be where somebody would come and deal with everything, but it just hasn't been possible because of the way the commission started working. You know, if you start by investigating and finalizing your investigations and then start hearings, it's easy to do it that way. But the commission in 2018 was quite under pressure to start hearing evidence. And so as investigators continued with their investigations, the commission was hearing witnesses who were ready. And that's why we have this situation. I am aware that there is an application, or there may be more than one application that she has filed. I think one that came to to my desk recently is where she was reserving the right to apply for leave to cross-examine, but she wanted to place her version before the commission. There are a number of applications for leave to cross-examine and applications for leave to just adduce evidence or place one's version before the commission without asking to cross-examine anybody that are being dealt with right now. So soon, all concerned, including her, she will know what the outcome thereof is. So they have not been forgotten, but it might be helpful if you were to send a note maybe to Mr. Vasoni, just to say, in terms of your instructions, these are the ones on which you haven't heard from the commission in terms of outcomes, so that we make sure that we've got all of them. If something has fallen through the cracks, we can pick it up. So if you could do that, that would be helpful. But we appreciate the spirit of cooperation.
Chair, thanks. For my sins again, we have already anticipated that. I've done exactly that. And between the two of us, we'll be able to find each other.
Yes, okay.
And yes, so it
Yes.
is not something that I'm raising for the first time.
Yes.
My learned brother is fully aware of it.
No,
and I'm
that's-
quite confident that we don't need to detain
Yes.
this hearing any longer about that logistic arrangement.
No, that's fine, because then Mr. Soni can be in touch with evidence leaders in other work streams, such as the
Yes.
matter relating to Northwest would have fallen under Advocate Kate Hofmeyer, for example.
Yeah.
So he can be in touch with them so that we make sure that nothing has fallen through the cracks.
Yes. Then as a parting shot, Chair, that is firmly under control. I think there was also, we did indicate to the commission that insofar as Professor Mohoro is concerned, having perused his supplementary affidavit, he simply says what I recorded is basically what was passed on to me, and on that it would be silly of us to persist with an application to cross-examine him. In any event, he's simply reporting as an official. The two applications that I can tell the commission right now that she feels very strongly about, that she will wish to persist with her application to cross-examine, is with reference to Measures Montana and Molefe. Others, before the next enrollment, we would have resolved before ourselves, but we thought she is here. It may well be after she has testified today.
Yes.
She might recalibrate her instructions differently, and I will convey that similarly to my brother.
Okay.
So that we can proceed on that basis.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Thank you. Those are my submissions, Chair. If I may now.
Thank you
take my
very much.
seat.
You may sit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Soni. Would this be the right time
would be
for
the
the
right time
registrar
for the
to
witness to be
administer the
sworn.
oath? Good morning, Ms. Peters. The registrar will administer the oath of affirmation to you now. You can switch on your mic.
Please state your full names for the record.
Elizabeth Dipuo Peters.
Do you have any objections to taking the prescribed oath?
No.
Do you consider the oath binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Do you swear that the evidence you will give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you very much. You may be seated. If we can hear you well with the mask on, it will be fine. If we can't hear you, we'll ask you if you mind taking it off because there is sufficient social distance. Okay, all right.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for
Chairperson.
coming to give evidence, Ms. Peters.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Mr. Soni?
As you please, Chairperson. Ms. Peters, it's correct that you've made 2 affidavits in relation to PROSA-related matters. Is that correct?
It is,
I'm sorry, Mr. Soni, just to make sure you are not too far from the mic because your voice is naturally very soft. So if you are far, we won't hear. Okay, all right.
The first affidavit, Ms. Peters, is the one you made on the 16th of October. And if you look at bundle L, it is exhibit SS 22.
SS 22, yes.
I'd like you to look at that affidavit, Ms. Peters. Is that your affidavit?
Yes, Chairperson, this is my affidavit.
And if you look at page 13 of the affidavit, page 16 of that bundle, you'll see a signature. Is that your signature there as the deponent?
Page 18.
If you look at the right-hand side, it's page 13, but the bundle number is on the left-hand side, it's page 16. Is that your signature?
Hang on, Mr. Soni. We normally use the black numbers. Are we going to follow that, or are we going to?
No, we'll follow the black
Okay,
numbers. That's what I
then,
want.
Ms. Peters, whenever he refers to any page, you only look at the black numbers on the left-hand corner at the top of each page. Forget about the red numbers on the right-hand side.
Are you happy with that?
So
I can see page.
So the page he has referred you to is, we just refer to it as page 16. We won't say PRASA bundle L-016. We'll
Yes,
just say
Chairperson.
16.
Yes, Chairperson.
Okay, all right. You have confirmed that the signature that appears before the word deponent is your signature.
Yes, 100% Chairperson, that's my signature.
Thank
And
you.
do you confirm that what is contained in this affidavit is true and correct?
I can confirm, Chairperson, that it is true and correct.
Yes.
Now, you've made a second affidavit, and that's in relation to allegations made by Mr. Montana. We don't need to look at that for the time being. I'm just trying to orientate you. We are not going to deal with that matter today.
Yeah.
So we are now going to deal with your affidavit of the 16th of October, 2020. Now, I just want to allow you to say what you want in relation to this affidavit. But before I do that, would I be correct in saying that there are 4 main issues you address in this affidavit, responding to what Mr. Molefe said in his affidavit to which you respond? And I just named the 4 for you.
Or
One-
maybe before you do that, Mr. Soni, do you ask me to admit this affidavit as an exhibit?
Sorry, I asked Chairperson that it be admitted as Exhibit SS 22.
Did you say FS?
SS. S for Sony.
The supplementary affidavit of Ms. Elizabeth Tipuo Peters, which starts at page 4 of PRASA bundle L, is admitted. Does it have annexures? It does, together with its annexures as exhibit SS 22.
As you please, Chairperson. Now, Ms. Peters, is it correct it addresses 4 matters? The one is the meeting on the 20th of August 2015 that Mr. Molefe refers to at the Presidential Guest House. That's the first main issue that you address. Is that correct?
It is correct, Chairperson.
Then there are 3 related issues, and related because Mr. Molefe says that they are probably related. And that is the appointment of Mr. Letzelo as the acting group CEO. Then there were concerns you raised about the Werksman's investigation, and then the fact that you then dismissed the board. Those are the 4 main issues that you deal with.
Yes. Yes,
Now,
Chairperson.
I just want to move as expeditiously as possible. In paragraph 6 of your affidavit, you give the background to the affidavit. Could you briefly summarize for the chairperson what you want to say? I don't want to deprive you of the opportunity of setting out the context that you regard as important.
Chairperson, I think if I have to start off from the statement that was issued by my legal representative with regard to my preparedness and readiness to cooperate and work with the Commission to be able to unravel some of the challenges that have been raised with regard to PRASA, I should, through you, Chairperson, probably start by indicating that I was deployed to PRASA by former President Zuma on the 9th of July 2013. It was exactly on a Monday like this. And I had the opportunity to appraise myself with the workings of all the entities, 12 of them, and 2 councils. The one is called the Licensing Council and the Regulating Councils that deals with aviation. And Chairperson, I would want to put before the Commission that PRASA, being as big as it is, was one of the biggest actually because of the importance of the service that it was providing to the people of South Africa. It is not easy to be a mass carrier. And PRASA had to transport commuters who were going to work, going to look for work, and at the same time transport students who were going to school, some people who were new qualified people who went to look for jobs. So it was a very important institution that I found under the stable, under transport. When I arrived in transport, Chairperson, transport was regarded as a family. And taking into consideration the challenges that you would find in a family, I then said to the team of men and women that we were working with, being those in the Department of Transport and equally those who were in the 12 entities, plus those who were in the councils and together with those who were external stakeholders like the taxi industry and others, like the road freight associations and all those. I said to them, let's work like a team. Because in a team, everybody has got a functional role to play. Everybody has got a particular responsibility that contributes to the whole. And that is what informed our work and in PRASA. I mean, in the transport stable. In engaging with PRASA, one realized that we were busy with an organization that was faced with a massive responsibility of modernization. They were looking at the new rolling stock. They were looking at building stations and making sure that signaling is being addressed. And Chairperson, you would know the importance of signaling because of the challenges that we have also seen in the past with the trains derailing, the trains crashes and all those. And many others. One of the other things that we were busy with under the transport stable was to say, how do we make it possible, based on the President's SOE Review Commission report, how do we look at trying to be able to make sure that we bring these entities together? I'll make an example, Chairperson. In the road branch, you had entities that were dealing with road traffic management, entities dealing with road accident, entities dealing with traffic infringements, and all those. And all of them were reporting to one branch, one DDG. And it didn't make sense to have this fragmentation, and that's why there was a need to put all this together. Equally so, Chairperson, in my engagements with PRASA, we looked at the issues that were happening, and I'm happy to indicate to you that because of the contribution of PRASA to an important draft policy that was before government since 2005, the rail policy, we could be able to finalize that rail policy. And today we have in the Department of Transport a rail policy that speaks to the challenges of 100 years back and also futuristically looking into where do we take rail in this instance. So, Chairperson, in dealing with the issues under PRASA, you need to really have a more bigger picture of a company, PRASA itself, which had subsidiaries, Autopex, Intersight, PRASA Crest, which was dealing with properties and all those, quite a number of others. The others was dealing with buses because they were transporting passengers on the road as well as on the rail. So we were very excited at that particular stage that we are entering an important phase in the passenger rail space. And PRASA was that catalyst, that instrument in the hands of the African National Congress government to make it possible that we can then be able to achieve that. So I wanted to put that into that particular context, Chairperson, that we were already at another plane, ready for probably taking off, I would want to say. Equally, the rail policy was going to address the challenges of a situation that exists in our country where part of the network that PRASA trains are running on belongs to Transnet, and part of the other network belongs to, which is about 20% of the network belongs to PRASA, and about 80% of the network belongs to Transnet. Chairperson, I would advise you that as part of the process of evaluating the challenges PRASA faced, look at what happens in Braamfontein in the morning when goods trains get preference to passenger trains. And the rationale for the rail policy was to bring these two together. And I'm happy to say there was convergence, there was working together, PRASA and Transnet was working together. But equally so, President Zuma had a responsibility to be the national, the AU champion for the North-South corridor, looking at the network from Mombasa to Durban. And Chairperson, if you look at the challenges that happened recently that Minister Motsoaledi was talking about, the kilometers and kilometers of trucks that were waiting at Beitbridge, you'd also understand that it was one of those things that led to us to review these institutions that, or these parastatals or SOEs that were operating under transport, where we took a decision that CBRTA must join the BMA. CBRTA, Chairperson, is the cross-border road transport agency, to join this thing, so that we can look at a way in which we reduce the trucks from the road and put the trucks and put the goods on the rail. So I'm bringing this background so that I can help even myself to take you to the point of the issues that we are raising here. Because if we just look at these issues in isolation, we don't get the full picture of what it was that we're dealing with. I acknowledge, Chairperson, that the issues that are being raised here under paragraph 6, as indicated by Advocate Sonny, is exactly what I said in response to the matters that were deposed by Ndate Molefe. And I thank you.
Now, you emphasize, and I could just look at paragraph 6.4 on page 6. This is the black page 6. I wish to emphatically deny that I was used by anybody to aid state capture in general and with specific reference to PRASA. You say I was never involved myself in the award of tenders. And at paragraph 6.6, you say I never protected or sought to protect anyone accused of wrongdoing from the rule of law or any other applicable process. That is your position.
That is my-
and that's what you've come to say to the chairperson.
Yes, Chairperson, that is my position.
Now, Ms. Peters, I just want to ask you, you are saying all of that because you read into what Mr. Molefe said in his affidavit, that these are the accusations he made against you. Is that, I'm just trying to understand why you would say that.
I'm saying this because in his affidavit, he does mention individuals, institutions of government that he believes were responsible or were intending to be instruments for state for state capture. So I want to indicate, and even today here, indicate that I have never been influenced by anybody to either determine tenders. Both Mr. Molefe and later on probably Mr. Montana would indicate that I have never ever participated in processes, in tenders, in any of their establishments or even in PRASA itself. And Chairperson, I would also want to vouch that the 12 entities that I spoke to can also vouch for that, that it was not my culture, it was not my style of work. And fortunately for me, as a deployee of the African National Congress, I had an opportunity to be deployed in various areas of responsibility, Chairperson. And anyway, in those areas of responsibility, I've never been a person that determines, because it was the ANC government that consciously resolved that politicians should not participate in tender processes. So why would I, being a politician, want to be in that particular space? But also, Chairperson, if I, as a politician, participate in tendering processes, if there are any comebacks, what recourse would those who are aggrieved have if I have already been implicated or I don't know
Well,
what to say.
implicated is the right word.
If I have already ingemeng in die hele storie in. I'm sorry for the Afrikaans.
Okay.
Ms. Peters, I want to be fair to you, but I also need to be fair to Mr. Molefe. Let's forget Mr. Montana for the time. I've read his affidavit very carefully. He's never made those allegations. These allegations are of a different nuance. His allegations, and I'm going to take you through them, are that by some of your actions, this is what he alleges, you allowed people to stop matters that a person concerned about corruption at PRASA would not do. So I just want to place that in context so that we don't deal with matters that are not before this commission.
Chairperson, that is the views of Mr. Molefe, and unfortunately has not cross-checked with me on those particular issues. So In my response, I was responding to what was in the document before me, not something that I was sitting and discussing with Mr. Malik.
So just against that background, I want to deal with the first issue. This is the meeting with President Zuma on the 20th of August 2015. You have set out in paragraph 8, that's paragraph 8.1 to 8.6, your response to what Mr. Molefe said. Is that correct?
Yes, Chairperson, that's correct. I confirm I was invited to the meeting of the 20th of August.
No, I'm asking a different question. I'm asking that in paragraph 8, the whole of paragraph 8, you respond to what Mr. Molefe said happened at that meeting. Is that correct?
Yes, Chairperson.
Now, I'll tell you why I have
Sorry,
to
before
ask-
you proceed,
Yes.
Mr. Soni, have I got Mr. Molefe's affidavit here in this bundle that Ms. Peters is responding to here? Because I would like to
Yes,
compare.
yes. We
Do I
did-
have it in this bundle or is it somewhere else?
It is bundle D, exhibit SS6.
Yeah,
We did give you a registrar.
I would like to, so one can compare.
Now, Ms. Peters, can I just say to you that when you look at the affidavit of Mr. Molefe, starting at paragraph 74 and ending at paragraph 92 on page 24 of his affidavit, he deals very fully with what happened at the meeting.
You said it starts at paragraph,
Paragraph 74, Chairperson, at page 20 on the right-hand side of bundle D, SS6. You'll see the heading at the bottom of that page, Chairperson.
Yes.
It says former President Zuma's attempt to intervene.
yes, that's where it starts.
That's where it starts.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Now, Ms. Peters, I want to again ask so that we are not at odds with each other. Mr. Molefe goes into some detail in what happens at this meeting. Your response is a general response. Now, let me just say so that you are not taken by surprise and we have a roadmap for where we're going to. This is what Mr. Molefe's concern was about the meeting as expressed in the affidavit and as expressed when he gave evidence. I'm going to give you that context and then ask you to respond to each of the allegations. This is what he says. The background to this, to the attempt by former President Zuma to intervene is this. Mr. Lucky Montana had resigned, the board had accepted his resignation, and there appeared to be unhappiness about the fact that the resignation had been accepted, and Mr. Molefe saw this as a meeting by Mr. Zuma to cause the board to revisit its decision. I'm telling you what Mr. Molefe's stance is. And the importance of that in respect of these proceedings, Ms. Peters, is this, and I'm going to ask you about it. Why does a president intervene in a decision of a board to accept a resignation of that board's or that SOE's CEO? That was his question. And he raises it, he says he raised it at the meeting So that's the context in which I'm going to ask you to respond to this. And at the end, Ms. Peters, if it doesn't emerge from them, I'm going to ask you whether you shared the same concerns or not.
Chairperson, I had an opportunity during the period after the resignation of Mr. Montana and the acceptance of the board of the resignation of Mr. Montana, as a member of the executive responsible for transport. Out of courtesy, I informed the president. But I also said to the president, I have made a request to both Mr. Montana and Mr. Molefe to stop their public space because they were going back and forth in the public space. Mr. President Zuma said to me, he cannot speak directly to Montana, but he knows somebody who is very close to Montana. And he then said, if you can speak to Minister Jeff Hadebe, he can then talk to Lucky to stop it. That is the context, Chairperson. With regard to the meeting, yes, there was a meeting on the 20th. And at that meeting, I never got the impression that there is a conscious decision by President Zuma that Lucky Montana or Mr. Lucky Montana must return to his position, which he had resigned from. In Lucky Montana's input in that meeting, he made a statement which might have given Mr. Molefe an impression that probably somewhere where I was not part of, there might have been a discussion to the fact that Lucky will come back, because in his reply to what Mr. Molefe had said, he then said, if I go back, which was something that I dispelled in that particular meeting. Unfortunately, Honorable Chairperson, even in Mr. Molefe's affidavit, he does indicate that that meeting was inconclusive because the president was exhausted and we left without any conclusion. So if you are in a particular space, everybody has got the right to draw his or her own impression of what the objective was. Probably because of President calling in Mr. Montana into the meeting, who was now an ex-CEO. He might have then, Yena Montana and Mr. Molefe probably, had the impression that that meeting would result in Lucky returning. And if I'm given an opportunity, I think, Chairperson, before the resignation, I just need to give context to this one. Before the resignation of Lucky Montana, I think it was right the year before, towards the end of 2014, Mr. Molefe informally did tell me that the group CEO indicated to them as a board that he will be leaving. And they made a request to him that they have just arrived. I don't think it will be good for him to leave them at that particular time, if he can give them extra time and all those type of things. And that is why when the resignation happened, I was a bit taken aback because I knew that discussion, which was an informal discussion. I didn't take it as a formal, official decision on my part because Mr. Molefe was just briefing me that they had this discussion. And incidentally, Chairperson, he said a very good thing, which I subscribe to. Mr. Molefe said, it will be an injustice to the development of this country to lose some of these young black executives, which is something that I subscribe to. And me and him were at one with regard to that issue. And the meeting of the 20th, incidentally, the anniversary of the UDF, it was not intended on my part. Then I want to correct something, Chairperson. I was appointed by President Zuma, invited by him to serve in his cabinet. And when I'm called by the president to a meeting, I don't say, why are you calling me? Because the day he called me to appoint me, I didn't say, why are you calling me? And why are you appointing me? So I didn't see anything wrong because it was not the first time I was called by the president to a meeting. And in any case, Chairperson, there were various instances where I personally had made overtures to the president to request for his ear on matters of the areas of deployment I was at. So when the president gives you an opportunity, sometimes you grab it because he was a busy man. And when I got there, okay, according to the affidavit of Mr. Limilife, it says when he went to the gents, he saw Lucky Montana. I didn't see him. He said he saw him. And so when he was invited to the meeting, I think Mr. Molefe was aware that Lucky is in the premises. So for me, Chairperson, I think in that meeting, I didn't get the clear sense from the president that Lucky Montana should go back. What I got was Lucky Montana indicating that if I go back, so it means it was his wish. He wished that the board should, maybe he should have been upfront to say, my resignation was a bluff. He tried to rescind his resignation, but the board then said, no, you have resigned and that's it.
Okay, all right. Mr. Son, you may proceed, but I think that, these are important matters and they affect people in different ways. And an opportunity such as this, maybe Ms. Peters has been looking forward to for quite some time. Yes. She might tend to say quite a lot in relation to a brief question. So, Ms. Peters, Mr. Soni will try and limit you to answering the specific question. At the end, if there are matters that you might feel are important that were not covered properly, he might give you a chance, I might give you a chance, but your counsel is here too. He will be noting, and he knows your version, he knows your story. He will know if there are aspects that haven't been covered properly. So I don't want you to say you are being stopped from having your say, but we just have to strike a balance in order to use the time properly, but at the same time be fair to you. Okay, all right.
My apologies, Chairperson.
Okay, all right.
And
Mr. Soni, before you proceed, I wondered whether there would be any good that would be served by establishing exactly where the divergence is between Ms. Peters' version of what occurred or what was said in that meeting and what Mr. Popo Molefe says. It may be that you are planning to deal with it in a certain way. I see, as you said, that Mr. Molefe goes into quite a lot of details as to what happened. Yes. And he did say that it was a meeting that took, I think, over 6 hours or something like that. Yes. And Ms. Peters' version is much more shorter, but it's important to know which aspects of Mr. Molefe she might be taking issue with that are important.
That's what I intended to.
Okay.
Because, Chairperson, and it will affect if what he has said is not disputed by Ms. Peters, then it will accept the influence, it will influence the inferences that can be drawn as he drew them.
Yeah. No, that's fine.
Okay. Ms. Peters, and mindful of what the chairperson has rightly pointed out, we must stick to the main issues. You've dealt with paragraph 76 where Mr. Molefe says he was told that Mr. Montana and Mr. Roy Moodley were there, and what Minister Hadebe said. Is there anything in relation to paragraph 77, 78, and 79 and 80 that you disagree with?
79 of which of the,
Of Mr. Molefe's affidavit?
can I be given a chance, Chairperson, to go
Yes,
through
you can
that?
have a look.
78?
Well, 78, what did you say, 78? Mr.
70, yes, 78, 79, 80, and 80.
Well, it might be helpful, Mr. Soni, if you just tell
Just-
her what,
just tell her
what
what-
Mr.
yes.
Molefe says. Also, it will benefit the public, then they know, because they, they
sure.
don't have an affidavit
Yes.
to look at.
Yes. So, Mr. Molefe says that an impression was being created by Mr. Kadebe that he was playing golf and he regarded golf as more important than meeting the president. Is that what happened, that Mr. Molefe, Mr. Kadebe said, I tried to call you, but I was told you were playing golf? Can you recall whether that happened or not? That's at paragraph
77.
77, yes.
I don't understand this because it does seem, Chairperson, like Mr. Molefe recalling exchanges between his office and that of the office of Mr. Hadebe, and that Mr. Hadebe got the impression that playing golf was more important to him. I can't offer an answer for what happened between the two of them, Chairperson.
Yes. Okay, can we then go to paragraph 83?
Maybe before you do that, Mr. Soni, I think what Mr. Soni is asking you to do, I think what he's asking is that, according to Mr. Molefe, at the meeting, Minister Hadebe said certain things about that had happened before, the interactions that had happened before between Minister Hadebe's office and Mr. Molefe's office, or Mr. Molefe, relating to arrangements for the meeting. So as I understand it, Mr. Soni is saying, Mr. Molefe says Mr. Hadebe said the things that are mentioned here and created the impression that Mr. Molefe regarded playing golf as more important than coming to a meeting with the president. So the question would be whether you have any recollection of Minister Hadebe giving the background about the interactions that may have happened between his office and Mr. Molefe's office in the context of the invitation for Mr. Molefe to come to this meeting, and whether it's, as far as you are concerned, it's justified to say an impression was created by Mr. Hadebe that Molefe thought playing golf was more important than going to a meeting with the president.
Chairperson, before that meeting started, there were a lot of pleasantries that happened between the gentlemen that were there. I'm saying the gentlemen because I was the only lady. The gentlemen that were there. And some of those are things that I would not recall now. And it was, they usually make their own jokes there. In fact, to one statement, Mr. Hadebe said to Mr. Molefe that there are people who think that I'm closer to Lucky than you, and yet I'm closer to you than Lucky because ube umkhonki wami.
Okay,
I had to go and ask what is mkonki, and then I was told what is mkonki.
yes,
So I mean, for me, those were not the things that were said in the meeting
yes.
when the meeting had started. So
Yes.
I don't recall some of those,
Yes,
because if people stand there and chit chat and then they go there and they laugh and they do all those, and by nature, President Zuma likes making jokes before he starts a formal engagement. So it was all those type of things. So me, I really, sometimes, I could say anything about whole.
yes. Were you told that Umkongi is somebody that the Rooms family sends to the Bride's family for purposes of negotiations of Ilobolo?
Thank you, Chairperson.
Is that what you were told?
Yes.
Yeah. Umkongi for the transcribers will be UMKHONGI. Okay, all right. Proceed.
I'm just giving you a gist that the nature of the meeting before it started. So I would not recall this one of the correspondence between the secretaries, because I did not have sight of that. And I don't remember hearing Mr. Khadebe making reference to that exchange.
Okay, all right. Mr. Exon.
Right. Can I ask you to look at paragraph 83? Where Mr. Molefe says that you had told the meeting that Mr. Montana was fighting the war. Is that what you told the meeting?
Yeah.
Okay.
I agree, Chairperson.
And then paragraph 84, that he then asked Mr. Zuma to explain the protocol that was being applied, where he said that the protocol would have been for him to invite the minister and the minister to invite him as the chairperson of the board. Did that happen?
I don't recall, but I think there was reference to the procedure of being called to the meeting.
And then Mr. Zuma then said that he had invited Mr. Montana to the meeting. Is that correct? In other words, did Mr. Zuma tell the meeting that he had invited Mr. Montana?
Yes, he did say that because we're in his premises and he convened the meeting.
Yes. Then he says that at paragraph 88, Mr. Zuma said that Mr. Montana was very knowledgeable about rail transportation and he should not be lost to the country. That we, meaning I take it, Mr. Montana, yourself, and Mr. Molefe should sort out our differences and bring Mr. Montana back as Group CEO.
Chairperson, I don't recall it. You'd remember this meeting happened on the 20th of August and we never had minutes of the meeting. So I don't recollect the statement.
You see, that is the real issue, but can you say it didn't happen?
I say I did not, Chairperson, I cannot recollect
Yeah.
the exact statement of bring back Montana back as the group's chief executive officer. At a later stage, I will give a context of a discussion with regard to Montana.
Okay.
Yes, okay.
But-
I think that it's important to just explain to you that as you answer the questions, remember that there is a difference between I don't remember, because that means I don't remember whether it happened or it didn't happen, or I don't remember whether so-and-so said that or not, and saying, no, that did not happen. I deny that so-and-so did not say that. So it will be important that we know when it's a situation where you can't remember whether it was said or whether it happened, or where you say, no, I'm clear it did not happen or it was not said. Okay, all right. You say that in the context of this,
I
you
can't
don't
remember when that was said.
Okay, all right. I think Mr. Machava wants to say something. Let them sanitize first.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
I do not wish to interrupt my learned friend and Julie, but there's an observation that I have made, and I think I'll be failing in my duty if I don't place it on record and seek a way in which we can
Yes.
assist the Commission.
Yes.
You see, in some instances, my learned friend puts a proposition, which by its nature is open-ended. And dealing with a political animal like my client, it invites her also to go south
Yes.
when it's not necessary. And I say this with the greatest of respect.
Yes.
In other instances, she is invited to comment on paragraph 40, this and that, which forces her then to read the paragraph in order to understand what it is that her attention has been drawn to. And it's not assisting the proceedings. And my request would be, without being prescriptive on how my learned friend wishes to conduct or rather lead the evidence, if a comparison is drawn between what Mr. Molefe said and her response, then she must be pointed to that, as opposed to reading the one version. Because what happens is that she then takes time to read what she would have said, which is natural because she doesn't want to be seen as contradicting her own version. And I'm simply asking that perhaps it could be, this is what Montana, or this is what Molefe said in relation to you. And this is what you said in your affidavit. You stand by that response, so that if we're reading through affidavit by affidavit, let's compare apples with apples. Because otherwise, at the rate at which we're going, I'm afraid you're not going to make progress. And I think the chair was quite right in one instance to say, summarize what he said in there, even for the benefit of the public. This is a public official whose delay might send a different message from a body language point of view. So I'm simply making that plea to say, how do you ask this witness to explain why would a president do something? Perhaps it could have been, this is what he said the president did. Do you subscribe to that view or not? Then you get to hear what she has to say on that particular point. I just wanted to place that on record, Chair.
Okay, all
And
right.
my apologies for interrupting my clever friend.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Mr. Chairperson, let me explain a particular difficulty with what my learned friend has raised. Ms. Peters was given the affidavit. She knew what Mr. Molefe's version is. She has given a general response, and that is why I asked her right at the outset, this is your general response. I want to ask you specific things. The matters that I am asking her are about matters she didn't address in her affidavit. And I'm going to submit, Mr. Chairperson, that those are all vital matters, having regard to the context I've described, namely that for example, where at page 86, he said that he specifically, Mr. Molefe says the president specifically said he wants them to sort it out so that Mr. Montana is brought back. Now, the context is important because the witness says she didn't get that impression. Now, if this is what was said, then clearly Mr. Molefe was quite correct in drawing that inference. And that is why one needs her version about each of the matters that I'm trying to raise, and I'm trying to limit them to get to the crux of the matter. But the one observation I accept, Chairperson, is instead of referring to a particular paragraph, I should set out the gist of what that paragraph says.
But your response to Mr. Machava's concern is simply that you can't put her, you can't tell her what her version is or from her affidavit in regard to the matters you are focusing on because she has not responded to
She
them.
has not.
Yeah.
That's the point, Chairperson.
Oh, okay, all right. Okay, all right. I think Mr. Machava will understand. Yeah, yeah. Thank you. Let's take
Yes.
the chair adjournment
As
and
you
then we'll continue. It's 20 past. We are going to resume at 25 to 12.
As you
We adjourn. I wonder whether, Mr. Soni, it might not be a better way of dealing with this matter to proceed from the premise that she read, Ms. Peters read Mr. Molefe's affidavit. And when she responded in her affidavit, she was fully aware of the full version that Mr. Molefe put up.
Yes.
And if there are certain matters that you believe she did not respond to, you can ask her whatever you might wish to ask arising out of that.
Yes.
Because she has provided a certain response, and she obviously had Mr. Molefe's affidavit in responding. But obviously, there may be specific matters that you want to raise,
Yes.
but the position is that she has given a certain answer to it. Okay, all right.
Ms. Peters, now, you've heard what the chairperson has said, Ms. Peters, that effectively this is your response to what Mr. Molefe said. You had his affidavit, you've studied it, and you responded to it. So this is your response.
Yes, Chairperson.
We can accept that as the position.
Yes, Chairperson.
Right. I just want to then ask you, in relation to the following issue, which is not addressed in your affidavit, whether you recall that it happened. And that is at paragraphs 91 and 92 of his affidavit, where Mr. Molefe says that after Mr. Montana made a presentation, it was clear to him that Mr. Zuma wanted Mr. Montana to be reinstated as PRASO's CEO. Of course, that's not what Mr. Zuma said, but that's the impression. Is that that's not an impression you formed?
Yes, Chairperson, I didn't form that impression.
Okay. Then I want to ask you this then. Just look at paragraph 92, where he says that he invited Mr. Zuma to address the board. Did he do that? Did Mr. Molefe invite Mr. Zuma to address the board?
Well,
And it's
it might
paragraph?
help. I'm sorry, I'm interrupting. It might help if you put the full that the thrust of that
whole-
paragraph
yes,
to
yes,
her, because
as you please,
it might help her remember.
Yes.
If you give more details of what Mr. Molefe says in that paragraph.
No, sure. I
Yeah.
accept that.
Yeah.
Mr. Molefe says in paragraph 92, he invited Mr. Zuma to address the board and explain why he, that's Mr. Zuma, had a problem with the decision to release Mr. Montana as the CEO after the board had accepted his resignation. Mr. Zuma didn't take kindly to the invitation, and the fact that the board was not simply prepared to accept Mr. Montana as the CEO. And at about 2 o'clock the following morning, the meeting had lasted about 6 hours, Mr. Zuma fell asleep, and that's when the meeting ended.
Yes, Chairperson. If I recall, Mr. Molefe did make an indication that he would appreciate it if the minister and Mr. Zuma could visit PRASA and address the board, primarily because of all those other issues that were happening around that time.
Sorry, Ms. Peters, would you take off your mask? I understand the recording is not clear when you
Thank
put
you.
your
I
mask.
forgot about it.
No, that's,
Thank you. I was saying, Chairperson, that at that point, I remember there was an indication from Mr. Molefe that he would want Mr. Zuma, the president, to visit PRASA. But he went further to indicate that they are to look at the different developments that were happening. In fact, at that particular time, there was also a process that I had initiated to invite the president on a site visit to some of the projects, in particular the modernization program. So I took it in that context, that obviously when the president visited, because the president was busy at that time visiting different SOEs, and PRASA was not visited yet. So I took it in that context.
but let me ask you this. Mr. Molefe says, I invited Mr. Zuma to address the board. That did happen.
To visit the board and address the board and see some of the projects.
And explain why he had a problem with the decision to release Mr. Montana.
Chairperson, I don't have a recollection whether it was instructive in that manner, but the invitation was sent out.
To address the board. And it's...
Okay, I'm sorry, Mr.
No,
Soni.
no.
Your recollection is that indeed Mr. Molefe did invite Mr. Zuma, and I think you go one step further and say, and the minister, was it referring to yourself? Or, okay, he did invite the president and yourself to visit PRASA and address the board, but your recollection is that in addition to that, he also spoke about the minister or the president seeing for himself certain developments. Is that correct?
Yes, Chairperson.
Yes. As to the part of the paragraph where Mr. Molefe says he asked Mr. Zuma to address the board so that he could explain why he had a problem with the board's decision of releasing Mr. Montana or accepting his resignation. Do you remember that part having been said, or what is the position?
Chairperson, remember, Mr. Montana his contract was going to end in November, if I'm right. And the board then released him earlier. And it was at that point where Mr. Molefe said that because Mr. Montana had resigned and he had requested Yena himself, Mr. Montana, that instead of leaving in November, he would then leave the end of the next year, which was going to be around March. So the president then said, but why did you release him earlier than that March? So Mr. Molefe then said, you will invite the president to go and address, to be informed by the board on what their rationale was. Because I think Mr. Molefe, to his credit, during that period, there was a view that he's running this show himself alone. It is a Molefe show. So he wanted to spell that it is not a Molefe show, but a board show.
Okay, all right. Mr. Soni, continue.
So, Ms. Peters, what we know is that Mr. Molefe and Mr. Zuma discussed the board's acceptance of Mr. Montana's resignation. That was discussed at the meeting.
Mr. Molefe informed the president of the process that led to the end.
At the meeting.
at that meeting. He gave, remember, Chairperson, can I give a context?
Maybe before you give that context, please don't forget what you wanted to say. I wanted to say earlier on, as I recall the evidence, Mr. Montana wished to leave PRASA, I don't know whether it's March or thereabout, but the board asked him to stay on
Yeah.
for a period of 6 months, I think
Yes.
it was going to be. But ultimately, the board released him around July 15 or June 15.
15th.
Yeah, 15. And my understanding of Mr. Molefe's evidence is that it was this release of Mr. Montana by the board that that's part of what was being discussed at the meeting. Is that your recollection as well?
Can I just give an indication, Chairperson, that we were all given an opportunity to say our say.
Yes.
And the president had not arrived at his response when exhaustion took over.
Yes. Yes. But my question is whether it accords with your recollection to say part of what was discussed at the meeting was the board's decision to release Mr. Montana around July 15. The rationale for releasing him.
The rationale for releasing him earlier than the intended date of.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
And then, Chairperson, also the public space.
Yes. Okay, all right. Mr. Soni?
Yes. So I just want to leave this with, put this proposition to you. It's the last sentence of paragraph 92, where Mr. Molefe says, I left the meeting deeply concerned that the president of the country was personally interfering in the operations of PRASA when the issue at hand clearly fell within the purview of the board.
Number?
Paragraph 92, it's the last sentence of that paragraph. Did you entertain such concerns?
Chairperson, like I indicated, that everybody raised their issues. And then, if this is the impression that Mr. Molefe left the meeting with, it is his impression. But like I indicated earlier on, there was that indication in his input when he closed after, I think Lucky had spoken, and when he was dispelling some of the things that Lucky had said, and then he then said at the end that him as the chairperson would want to invite the president and the minister to visit PRASA house and meet with the board and meet with executives, and after that, go on a field visit or a site visit. And that's the end, if I have to recollect everything that happened in the meeting. And if Mr. Molefe left the meeting deeply concerned, I think he should be correct if that is the impression that he got.
So, are you in a position to say, or are you not in a position to say, nothing happened in that meeting that should have given him that impression? In other words, are you able to say, well, he says he got that impression, but I think nothing happened or was said that justified that impression? Or are you going to say, look, I don't know, is the impression he got, I'm not able to say whether it was justified or not, or, well, I can understand his impression, if that the impression he got. I just want to know what your own understanding.
Yes, Chairperson, I can understand his impression.
Yes.
Because when Lucky was speaking, he gave a litany of all the things that he did since deployment in the transport sector. And even up to where he left. And even in my own view, there was a statement that he made at the end, which created an impression that he is wishing to return to PRASA. And I'm saying that based on other activities outside this particular meeting. There was, even in my own view, an impression of a wish on the part of Mr. Montana to return to PRASA. Because there was a statement that he made that he says, if I can be allowed back, this is what I can do to take this organization further. And it was at that point that I spoke and indicated that the board he applied for his end of contract. The board accepted it, and unfortunately, because of the relationship between him and the board, it was then fast-tracked, and that's it. But also because there was lobbies outside, not necessarily in this meeting, outside, because the outside, the external factors also has bearing in whatever we can think of.
The lobbying that you refer to, that you say was happening outside, and therefore not necessarily in the meeting, but outside, was it a lobbying for his return to PRASA, or what lobbying was it?
There was lobbying for him to return to PRASA, and he was actively lobbying.
Yes.
Yena himself, he was actively lobbying
Okay.
to return to PRASA. There were those that gave him a hearing. There were those that did not encourage him.
Yes.
And I think he was aggrieved by the many also who did not encourage him to return, who were not
Yes.
necessarily in favor.
Yes.
But he, in essence, my own impression was that he submitted his resignation, probably expecting a different outcome, maybe expecting the board to say, oh, please don't go. But unfortunately, the board then accepted and then said, let's give us an additional 6 months. And before the end of the 6 months, the board then, you see, my own view outside the PRASA establishment, but as a minister, and seeing what was happening, I thought that because there were marches by people and calls for him to return, others obviously saying his return is in their best interest and all those. But in this particular meeting, that's why I'm saying the external factors might have had a bearing on the impression that even at the meeting, because Lucky in his statement made reference to the fact that if I am allowed to go back. And it is at that point that I then said the board's decision must be respected.
Mr. Sonny?
As you please, Chairperson. Now, Ms. Peters, before I deal with the next set of issues, that's the appointment of Mr. Collins Letselo as the acting CEO.
Just a correction, sir. Chairperson, Letswalo.
Oh, Letslalo.
Yes, well,
Letslalo.
I always say we must all try our best. I know
Yes.
I'm not the best at.
Maybe for purposes of this process, we can allow Advocate Sonny to say Collins.
No, I'm going
No,
to try
but
my
it's
best.
not complicated. It's easy. So
Yes.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
okay, thank you.
Okay, all right.
Now, that's the one issue. The second issue is the concerns you raised about Werksmans, and the third issue is the dismissal of the board. Now, before I go into what Mr. Molefe alleges,
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Sonny. Are you moving away from the meeting?
yes,
Okay, all right. Now let me ask some questions on the meeting. Mr. Molefe says this was a meeting that took very long. I think he says about 6 hours. I think he says it was meant to start at 5, but it ended up, or at 4 or 3, I can't remember, but it
3.
ended up starting at 6 p.m. and dispersed around 2 a.m. Because the president fell asleep, or as you put it, he was exhausted. Is that number of hours, does it accord with your recollection of how long the meeting took? More or less?
I don't know what time we were called for the meeting, but I remember that there was a stage where Mr. Molefe said, this meeting is taking too long to start, I'm leaving.
Yes, he
And
said
I
that.
said to him, Ntate Molefe, batswana ba re, pile dio ya loelwa. We've been called and let's come and hear what we have been called for. And then when the meeting started, unfortunately, I didn't take time
Yes.
to record what the time was. But the meeting did start later than it was intended. And it did finish around that time.
2 a.m.
And unfortunately, like we say, exhaustion took over.
Yes. So you would not quarrel, or would you, with his estimate of from 6 to 2 a.m., 6 p.m. to 2 a.m.?
I would not quarrel with that because
Yes.
for some of us who've been working in the government environment for some time, there used to even be a joke made around that you know what time you start, but you never know what time you
What time
finish.
do it? Yes.
So, yes, Chairperson, the meeting ended very late, around
Yes.
2 a.m. Because
Oh.
I remember I arrived at my place of residence around past 3.
Okay, all right. And he also said, which you probably, well, you might not have been in the affidavit, but he also said in his evidence that Mr. Montana was allowed quite a long time to address. He had a prepared speech or notes, and I asked him how long he thought Mr. Montana spoke. If I recall correctly, he said his estimate is that Mr. Montana took about 2 hours. I hope, Mr. Soni, I'm right.
He did, yes.
Yeah, he said he thought Mr. Montana took about 2 hours addressing the meeting, which I thought was quite a long time. Is that, does that accord with your recollection, or would you take issue with that?
Yes, Chairperson, he spoke for a very long time. He literally gave us the history and state of PRASA
Yes,
address.
yes. Did anybody, either prior to the meeting or at the meeting, state what the purpose of the meeting was? Thinking now the president maybe, or maybe Minister Jeff Radebe, did anybody say why you were all assembled there? What purpose was sought to be achieved by this meeting?
I want to say it was a very clear indication because I had made this overtures to Minister Jeff Radebe about him intervening with talking and cautioning Lucky about the public space. I didn't know that we are going to be meeting with the former group CEO. I knew that there is going to be Mr. Molefe, myself, the president, and Minister Jeff Radebe as in his capacity as the minister in the presidency responsible for performance monitoring and evaluation.
Yes.
And I also believed that because I had then said to him, I would want him to caution Lucky to stop these public spares, because I'm speaking to Mr. Molefe on the other side. Then he would have succeeded in that and probably give us an indication on that. But other than that, there was a lot of activities also in the presidency that Minister Jeff Radebe was busy with that involved work from PRASA and Transnet, which was related to he was an envoy of the president on the AU North-South Corridor project. So I did not read a lot into, because the meeting did not have a written agenda. It was a meeting with the president convened by the minister and the president, and that was.
And the question of the public spats between Mr. Molefe and Mr. Montana, was that discussed at the meeting as an issue, as opposed to being mentioned in passing?
It was raised as an issue that they were weakening, they had weakened the organization because these were two leaders from the institution. But now that the former Group CEO was no longer there, it meant it was another matter that probably Minister Jeff Radebe and the president was dealing with him with regard to that. At that time, he was already out and in that, because it was remember he left around mid-July, and it was already the 20th of August. So.
But, the meeting took quite long, and one is trying to understand what was really covered in such a long meeting. The impression I get from Mr. Molefe's evidence, and maybe it's more than an impression, is that an important part of the purpose of the meeting appears to have been that the president wanted the board to revisit its decision to release Mr. Montana, or wanted the board to rescind that decision. And Mr. Molefe's evidence is to the effect that that is why he made that invitation to the president to say, Mr. President, you must come to the board yourself and address this issue, because he was not prepared himself to say in that meeting that the board would rescind the decision. He says that's the context, that's how it came about, that he invited the president to come and address the board. And that seems to me to tie up with your evidence that says at that meeting there was an issue of, there was a discussion of what the rationale was for the board's decision to release Mr. Molefe. What do you say to that?
Come again, Chairperson?
I'm saying that Mr. Molefe seems to suggest in his evidence that an important purpose for that meeting seems to him to have been that the president wanted the board to rescind or revisit its decision to release Mr. Montana. And Mr. Molefe says it was because he was not prepared himself there, sitting there as chairperson, to say, okay, we'll do that. It was because he was not prepared to say that, that he then invited the president to say the president should come and address the board on this issue. And I'm suggesting to you that that evidence by Mr. Molefe, that suggestion, seems to tie up with your evidence that one of the issues that was being discussed was the rationale for the board's decision to release Mr. Molefe early. What do you say to that?
Mr. Montana, Chair.
Mr. Montana, yes, yeah. What do you say to that? I'm saying it gives me that impression that Mr. Molefe's evidence may well be correct, because otherwise, why would he invite the president to come and address the board on the rationale of the board unless somebody wanted the board to revisit or rescind its decision.
Chairperson, I'm trying to page through the notes that I had made
That you made.
for that particular meeting, and because of time, I'm struggling to get, because as you can see, I've got lots of notebooks that I used to use at the
Yes,
time. So in one of the notebooks, I do have the actual notes that give an indication of that particular meeting, and how, if you can give me just one.
No, we can
30
give you a chance
seconds.
to get the notes that you wish to have.
30 seconds would do, Chairperson. Like I indicated, Chairperson, Mr. Mr. Montana gave us the history. That's why he spoke so long. The history of his work in PRASA. And before then, in the predecessor of PRASA and how he transformed it to be PRASA. And before then, his work in the department as the advisor of Minister Khadebe and all that, a long history. And also he went into the history of the modernization program, how he got involved and what it is that he was doing there. And that in itself, Chairperson, if you are sitting there listening, you would have realized that you are sitting with somebody who is building a case on why that organization needs him. And if there is an impression on the part of Ndate Molefe that probably before our meeting, there might have been a discussion, but in our meeting, it was not there. But if the impression was created, I then came in after Montana spoke to dispel that, to say, you had resigned and the board accepted your resignation, and I support the stance of the board on this matter. It was a very short statement, and I concluded on that. And unfortunately for President Zuma, as the person in whose premises we were, he had not had a chance to even reply and say anything with regard to these particular issues, except for at the point where he was opening the meeting. So that meeting was inconclusive. It didn't have an agenda. There's no minutes. And there was no follow-up meeting of that nature, except the invitations that we did to the president to visit PRASA, which he did do at a later stage.
But the discussion that Mr. Molefe talks about in his affidavit, which he says, or let me put it this way, the discussion about the rationale for the board's decision to release Mr. Montana, did it happen after Mr. Montana had made his presentation or before? The discussion about the rationale for the board's decision to release Mr. Montana, did it happen after Mr. Montana had addressed the meeting or before? If you are able to recall.
Montana addressed the meeting. I spoke and Mr. Molefe spoke. So I don't recall if the president, because the president was visibly exhausted. And truly speaking, at the end, even Mr. Molefe was saying, this is fruitless. So we quietly all left. We all left because
Without saying goodbye to the president.
without saying goodbye to the president, I didn't know, when Tate Molefe, Lebo, Tate Jeff, in terms of being in the organization, they are my seniors. They should have woken him up. So, and they didn't do that. So when this president, he didn't, so we just quietly.
Okay, all right. But just to make sure that you are able to say what you might wish to say, I'm making this proposition to you that on the face of it, it seems to me, and it's a pity because President Zuma might never respond to this before the commission. On the face of it, it seems to me that there might be credibility in Mr. Molefe's version that the meeting did discuss Mr. Montana's possible return to PRASA, and that President Zuma, Mr. Zuma, spoke in favor of the board allowing Mr. Montana coming back. I'm saying on the face of it, I haven't made a decision, and I have not made a finding. I'm saying on the face of it because you have a situation where somebody who no longer has anything to do with PRASA, who has left, or, comes back and is allowed a lot of time to address the president, two ministers, and chairperson of PRASA board, but he has nothing to do with PRASA anymore. And as you say, in his long address, he in effect, as I understand both what Mr. Molefe said and what you are saying, he seems to have been saying, look how well I've done as a PRASA Group CEO in the past. You have certain problems at PRASA. This is what I can do about those problems. And it seems he implies, if he didn't say so expressly, if I can be allowed to go back. That seems to be the thrust of the purpose of his address. And Mr. Molefe says, the president said at the meeting something to the effect that this is talent that should not be lost to the country. And then there is, and he says the president wanted the board to revisit or rescind its decision to release Mr. Montana. And then you say, yes, the meeting did discuss what the rationale was for the board's decision to release him. So if you look at all of that, it seems probable that somebody must have said, you people, the board, must revisit your decision to release this man. He shouldn't be lost to the country. And then when you link that with Mr. Molefe's evidence that I invited President Zuma to come and address the board on the rationale, on his rationale for releasing Mr. Montana, it seems quite probable that the position must have been that President Zuma wanted Mr. Montana to be taken back on these facts. Are you able to comment on that?
If you allow me, Chairperson, I could probably build on to what you're saying.
Yes.
Chairperson, when the board of PRASA, through the chairperson, Mr. Molefe, informed me in early 2015 about the imminent departure, that time they had not even discussed the dates of Lucky Montana. They were a couple of months as the board in office. And he told me that he had a discussion with Lucky, and Lucky indicated to him that he has been with PRASA for a very long time, and he thinks it's about time that he goes. I then discussed with the political stakeholders, because at that particular time, Chairperson, there were 4 CEOs who were in the same position that Lucky and the PRASA institution or PRASA company was in, whose contracts were about to end. And I then, in my discussion with the political structures, I indicated to them that we are now at this point in the country where we've got, and I'm happy to indicate to you, Chairperson, the National Transport Master Plan. We've got the rail policy. We are working on the Single Transport Economic Regulator, which was going to consolidate regulation of the entire transport sector. And now we've got people with institutional memory, experience, and expertise in these particular fields. And it is important that as the African National Congress that has invested in these individuals, we should not lose them to the private sector, where they would come back and be consultant at exorbitant amounts to government. I even said, in my history of deployment, in my experience of deployment, I have realized that if you deploy people, like for example, we have just concluded on the rail policy, we have concluded on the master plan. If we take new people who are clean slates, the implementation process will take very long. And Chairperson, you would have realized the National Transport Master Plan was under consideration since 2015. And after 10 years, it was adopted by cabinet. It became a plan.
From 2005?
2005.
Yeah.
And now it was 2015, and now we had it in place. The Single Transport Economic Regulator, equally so. We're busy with different instruments to make it possible that we can reform and transform the transport sector. If Chairperson, you would allow me, I can submit some of those documents as supplementary evidence. So I discussed with them, and I discussed equally with the President of the Republic to say to him, Mr. President, you've got this expertise in the transport sector, and you wouldn't want to lose it. In fact, I even advised the President that in your advisory team, some of these people can be considered for that. And I still maintain, Chairperson, that the challenge we have with service delivery in the country is primarily because we chop and change. Today you do this, tomorrow it's Dipuo doing this, and Dipuo doesn't know where you ended because sometimes our handover is not even amicable. So it was for that reason that I spoke to the President. I even advised him that as the chair of the North-South Corridor, some of these people would be able to help you. One of them was the former CEO of the Cross-Border Road Traffic Agency, and incidentally, my last day in office, I signed off some of the functions to RTMC as part of that reform, so that they can then concentrate on dealing with the challenges of Beitbridge. We even signed an agreement with the Minister of Zimbabwe on the 16th of June. Very important day because we believe that we're talking about the future of the continent and the future of our region, SADC. The countries in the SADC, we're complaining about the length of time that these countries that are landlocked struggle to get their goods to Durban because they have to pass through South Africa. And the challenges they have with the attacks and the hijacks of the trucks on the entry. We're busy with part of that plan, Chairperson. So I said, and I can mention the agencies that we're dealing with. It was Sanral. If you look at the infrastructure in roads in Sanral, we are communicating with provinces and municipalities that they give over some of their roads to Sanral, so that the funding model we're working on.
I'm going to stop you. I'm going to stop you, but you might get a chance to deal with those issues. But understand you to be saying to me in response to the proposition I put to you based on Mr. Molefe's evidence. I understand you to be saying you understand what Mr. Molefe is saying, and you can add by saying, given the discussions that you had had with the ANC, I think that's what you mean, and the president about the need to retain some of the expertise, you would not be surprised if indeed the president wanted Mr. Montana wanted the board to consider reviewing its decision or revisiting its decision. Is my understanding of what you are saying correct?
It could be correct, Chairperson, but it could also be speculation, because, Chairperson, like I gave an indication, if there's anybody who's at fault, it's then me who went to the president to say, we can't lose these people. And
Yes.
in my saying we can't lose, in fact, there was no mention to the president about Lucky going back
Yes.
to, in that time, he had not even left.
Yes.
We
in
were
the
looking
discussion.
at him for other areas based on his
Yes.
experience.
Okay.
On how do we utilize
Yes.
this experience, this capacity, this knowledge. Some of them had even gone internationally to do benchmarking studies, to do
Yes.
understudies on how we address some of these challenges in the country.
Yes.
And I believed that now we have a rail policy. You need this person called Lucky Montana with his knowledge and expertise in rail. Even if it would have ended up him being my advisor. Incidentally, Chairperson, in conclusion, I once even joked with him, Mr. Montana, and I said, if you look at the country futuristically, one day you will be the Minister of Transport. Does it mean that I was lobbying for him to be Minister of Transport? I was saying it because I know that he knows the sector.
Okay, all right. Would it be fair to say you don't take issue with what Mr. Molefe says in his evidence in this regard? Or can I say you do take issue?
I don't take issue because it is his impression.
Yes, but it goes more than the impression, but also the what I put to you, you know, the rationale for the board's decision being discussed, the invitation that the president should address the meeting. You understand the logic around that?
I understand, Chair.
Yes, okay, all right. Mr. Soni?
Yes, Peters, there is a matter of concern I want to raise with you based on something you said to the chairperson. While the chairperson was asking you questions, you were going through books that you said constituted your notes to that meeting. Now, sorry, is your answer yes?
Yes, Chairperson.
Now, you knew that you had those notes at the time you made this affidavit of yours in response to what Mr. Molefe said.
Chairperson, in my affidavit, I did say that there are documents that are all over that I'm trying to locate. And I even still indicate here that I'm prepared to give supplementary documents to the other information that has since come to the fore. The Secretariat of the Commission would remember that there are certain documents of Cabinet that we even had to request Cabinet to declassify before we could present them. And I think, Chairperson, Chairperson, just to clarify this, I left the office on the 30th of March 2017. And now I've got to read through these as I pick them up. And some of them then informs this particular listing. So the recollection of the meaning, I even indicate that it would be from memory. And now that's, even some of these notes, they are not official notes. They are not just my notes as I scribble when the discussion is unfolding. So if the evidence leader believes that I should have attached those notes, I would request the chair, but I don't know whether they will make sense because it was shorthand.
No, that's fine. Any material that wasn't available to you when you prepared your affidavit, which you believe is relevant or important for either your version or somebody else's version, feel free to, your counsel will talk to you, and affidavits can be made or supplementary affidavits where you can attach them. There would be the question of how important they are to be looked at.
Ms. Peters,
Thank you.
I'm afraid I'm making a different point and I must make it.
Bring the mic closer.
Yes,
No, it is
sorry.
on, but your voice was
Sorry, Chairperson.
low.
I'll just repeat the proposition. I'm making a different point, but I must make it. You see, when I asked you about your response to Mr. Molefe's affidavit as it appears in your affidavit, the one we're dealing with today, I said to you that it's not in much detail and it doesn't contain a response to everything he said. Now, the reason I'm putting this proposition to you is, before you made your affidavit, those notes were available to you, and I'm only making the proposition. I'm not going to ask you why. You obviously didn't consult those notes when you made your affidavit. Is that correct?
Chairperson, like I've indicated, some of these books, they are in boxes and whatever from my I managed to get records that were relevant to the sections the commission referred me to. And at that time, Chairperson, I had not got an opportunity. In fact, Chairperson, I must give you an indication that I had to put aside weeks to just search through everything that is a paper where I see a word PRASA and put it aside so that I can surf through it to be able to get to some of this information that I have. And that's why earlier, Chairperson, I said to you, I am prepared to file supplementary affidavit based on the information. And incidentally, some of the information I even got last night from the Department of Transport. So in essence, it shows that we get information as and when it is possible. And also I want to give thanks to Honorable Minister Mbalola and his team for this helpfulness for them to be even sitting on weekends to be able to surf through this information to help me to get to some of the information. And that's why my plea, Chairperson, is that I be allowed to give supplementary affidavit so that the information that is sought by the evidence leader can then be brought to your attention.
Yeah.
But I just want to upfront indicate some of the notes, like I indicated, if you don't sit with me, they will not make sense to you, but they will
Yes.
make sense to me because
Yeah.
I made those notes.
Yeah.
Ms. Peters, there is no request for the notes. You are more than welcome to file a supplementary affidavit based on notes, and we will accept the correctness of what you say. It's just that I didn't realize that there were those notes that might have been available. You've explained why you didn't look at them. Now, let me ask you, this meeting took place on.
I'm sorry, I think Mr. Majava wants to say something. Well, if your mic can, the ones attached to the desk, does it not work, that one? Just press it,
I'm told this one works.
okay, all right, you can use that one, yeah.
Chair, I think maybe we should not step off this point because an aspersion, intentional or otherwise, seems to be cast. And I feel quite strongly about it. Chair would remember that the only time during which Ms. Peters reached to the back for her notes was when Chair probed and said, firstly, would you quibble with Mr. Molefe's estimation of how long it took? 6 hours seems to be a lot of time. And then she explained that he gave us a full lecture about PRASA and. And she reached to try and see to what extent was the issue of the rationale discussed. It is an issue that arose here. And it was in that context that she was paging through. I don't know, Chair, if you observed, there was a time at which she asked you to repeat the proposition.
Yeah,
Because you may have thought that she's not listening, but she was paging through her notes to be able to say to Chair, on my notes, this particular aspect enjoyed some measure of attention or not.
Yeah.
I can state that the books that she was referring to were not available at the time that the affidavit was compiled. And I just needed to make that
yes.
point.
No, that's fine. I certainly don't have any difficulty with the fact that she made reference to her notes, which she says she didn't have available at the time. I don't have a difficulty. So,
I'm happy then.
So I didn't understand Mr. Soni to be casting any aspersions on her. Maybe I didn't understand, but on the face of it, I have no issues with what she has
I'm
done
happy.
and the explanation she has given.
Yes. I think, Chair, it was only insofar as Mr. Soni said, I'm asking a different question, and I repeated, and then he said, my concern is this.
Yes.
So I was simply trying to clarify that concern to the extent
Yes.
that it is a concern.
Yeah.
If we left it unattended,
Yeah.
it might have given a different impression. I didn't want to make assumptions,
Yes.
Chair.
Yeah, okay.
But
no,
I'm
that's
happy
fine.
that we can accept it
Yeah.
on that basis.
Yeah, no, that's
Thanks,
fine.
Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairperson, with respect, you are absolutely right. No aspersions. I'm entitled to say, but you may have had those documents. She's explained since.
Yes,
That I acquired them recently,
yes,
but we can leave that, Mr. Chairperson.
yeah.
May I, Ms. Peters, go to the date of the meeting now? This meeting was on the 20th of August 2015, am I right?
Correct, Chairperson.
I want to ask you to please, and this is evidence that came before the commission in the last 2 to 3 weeks, because it was given by witnesses who dealt with what had been happening around that period in Parliament. So I'd like you to, Mr. Chairperson, I'm going to refer the witness to certain statements made by Mr. De Freitas when he gave evidence. It's not many of them, but they provide a context which, in my submission, is an important context that what happened at the meeting should be considered against.
Yes, no, that's fine. Before you do that, there's just 1 or 2 more questions I want to raise with Ms. Peters. I'm sorry, Ms. Peters, I'm taking you back to the meeting. Do you recall whether at the time of that meeting of the 20th of August 2015, there were already allegations that were being made against Mr. Montana for relating to the time when he was Group CEO of PRASA, relating to allegations of corruption and so on, and whatever other allegations of wrongdoing? Do you know whether at that time, those allegations were there.
Yes, Chairperson, they were there. There were media reports. At that particular time, there was a call from myself to the Auditor General to do an investigation based on his audit outcomes and the issues that he flagged as findings, even those that he saw as repeated findings in the audit outcomes.
Now, President Zuma at the time, I'm sure would have been aware of those allegations as well, wouldn't you say? They were in the public domain and maybe they were in reports, maybe in your report back to him, you or to Cabinet, you would have raised them. Are you able to say, or you are not able to say, whether he was aware of those allegations or would have been aware?
I think he was aware because they were in the public space.
Yes, yes.
Yes. And there was a meeting before then where I had taken the president through some of the litigation and other so-called corruption cases in the department, plus also in the entity. So I gave him a report. I did give him a report to that nature.
Yes.
In fact, to his defense, he actually gave us a proclamation for the SIU on matters, some of the matters that we had raised.
Yes. I know that you have given your evidence about where you stood on the issue of Mr. Montana, or on the issue of Mr. Montana's possible return to PRASA. You have said that you made it clear at the meeting that you supported the decision of the board to release him. Now, to the extent that, according to Mr. Molefe, President Zuma wished for or pushed for or argued in favor of the board revisiting its decision to release him, or sought that the board should rescind that decision to release him, which obviously would have meant that he would come back. As Minister of Transport, I would have thought that you would have considered that not appropriate to return somebody to PRASA who had left and against whom there were various allegations of corruption or wrongdoing that had not been resolved as yet. Would it be fair to say, as Minister, that would be your attitude?
Yes, Chair.
That would be your attitude. Yes, okay, all right. Mr. Soni?
Yes, I was getting to that point, and I will raise that question again.
Okay, all right.
But, Ms. Peters, you've said to the chairperson, yes, these matters were in the public space and so on. I just want to, though, raise with you what had been raised in Parliament, and that is the evidence that was given in this commission in the last 2-3 weeks ago. None of us was present except the chairperson, so he will remember the evidence, and I just want to place it on record so when the chairperson is looking at the different strands, he is able to pull them together to the extent that they are connected. Can I ask you to look at Parliamentary Bundle 3, please?
Yes. Yes,
Have you
Chairperson.
got it?
Yes, Chairperson.
Will you look at page 368?
Did you say bundle D or 3?
Bundle 3, Chairperson.
Okay.
$368.
Have you got page 368?
Yes, Chairperson.
The one on the left-hand side,
What is the page?
page 368, Chairperson.
Okay.
Chairperson, what I intend doing, and I don't intend being long, but it is important that one knows that it was not only happening in the newspapers, it was happening at one of the arms of government. So if you look right at the top, there is a date which is the 4th of March, 2015. Do you see that, Ms. Peters?
Yes, Chairperson.
Okay, I'll just read this to you and ask you if you're aware of it. It says, in the National Assembly plenary of the 12th of March, I, and this is Mr. De Vries, called on the House to debate how PRASA did not comply with the processes and procedures in the ordering of the new locomotives rolling stock and how this took place and the impact it had on the project and budget in this regard. Now, that was a matter that was raised in the Assembly. Were you aware of that?
Yes, I'm aware of this, Chairperson.
Right. Then I'm just pleased that Parliament, that Mr. De Vries had raised that in the Assembly.
Yes, Chairperson.
Okay. Then would you go to the next one, which is the 7th of July, 2015. He says, this is Mr. De Vries says, that on the 7th of July, I wrote to Minister Peters about replies to my question submitted under the name of my colleague, Mr. Imbubu, about the dimensions of the new locomotives. He said, I had received the replies from Minister Peters on the 6th of May. And he then, at the end of that paragraph, says, Minister Peters, in her reply, stated, the new locomotives are not different in any form. The new locomotives are within the required scale. Was that your response to Mr. De Vries?
Chairperson, I will have to go back to the records because this has now been sprung on me. And I don't remember, there were a lot of questions that were raised in Parliament. And one needs to take this, because usually there is a response and then there is an explanation to the response.
No, I understand. Okay, so you...
I'll go and check on this.
Let's leave that, though, because his complaint relating to your response is based on a newspaper report which appears on the next page. If you turn over to page 369, and I don't want to read everything, I just want to read 2 sentences from there. Right at the top, it is said, the Class Afro 4000 was the first new locomotive type to be acquired by PRASA. It was officially unveiled in Cape Town on the 1st of December 2018. That was what the report said. And then if you go to the last paragraph, it says, the Euro 4000 locomotive was designed to operate throughout Europe and is 4.264 millimeters high above the railhead. Can I ask you, were you aware of this?
Of this
Of this allegation?
Of this allegation?
Yes.
Yes, Chairperson. I was aware of this allegation.
All right.
And there was a process that we embarked upon with RSR, which is the Rail Safety Regulator, to find out how we arrived at this particular point. And Chairperson, incidentally, I do even have a report because it was in the public space. That's what we usually do as a courtesy and as part of protocol of cabinet to alert the president to this particular issue. And if allowed, I can submit that documentation as
No,
supplementary.
you're more than welcome.
Please face this side as you give those answers.
Kotliwe, Chair.
Yeah, okay.
All right, on the following page, at page 370, you will see that right at the bottom, it says, on the 7th of July, under the heading Montana denies claims made in report story, on the 7th of July 2015, with 13 locomotives already delivered and following the huge press report about the excessive height of the Afro 4000 locomotive, PRASA CEO Lucky Montana denied that the locomotive's height was too tall and insisted that PRASA had followed a strict design review process. Now, that was in the public space, and that was what you knew about that as well.
We
I
knew
take it.
about this. That's part of the investigation that RSR was dealing with.
Okay.
But also equally, Chairperson, this matter formed the basis of some of the issues that we put in the terms of reference for the forensic investigation by the AG, and I can make that also available if allowed.
Yes. Then on the 8th of July, right at the bottom, it says Mtimkulu qualifications found to be fake. And it says, on the 8th of July, now this is Mr. De Freitas reporting, giving his evidence or his affidavit. He says, the media story broke that the head of PRASA Engineering Services, Daniel Mtimkulu, had lied about his qualifications. And he then alleges that the response from PRASA was to defend Mtimkulu without proving that he indeed had the prerequisite qualifications. Now, that's not a matter that concerns you. I'm just saying that in the public space, this contract, now, perhaps is a good time to place on record that this was a contract for 3.5 billion rand, is that correct?
Yes, yes, Chair.
It is what then became known as the Swifambo contract.
Yes, Chair.
And just again, to put it in context, that contract was set aside by the High Court, was set aside, or which was confirmed by the Supreme Court of Appeal, which found there was corruption in the award of the tender, and that Swifambo was a fronting company for Foslu of Spain. Is that correct?
It's part of the documents that I would say are available for the commission.
Then,
What we did as a department with regard to this matter.
Then on the 14th of July 2015, the note in respect of that says that Mr. De Freitas on the 14th wrote a letter to the chairperson of the portfolio committee. The first was to request to summon Minister Peters before the portfolio committee, and the second to request that Mtimkulu be summoned to appear before the portfolio committee. I raise all of this because these are not matters that were happening in out of the public glare, and they were not happening in unofficial circles. They were happening in the house in which our laws are made.
Chairperson, just a correction. These matters were deliberated on between the chairperson and Mr. De Freitas, as well as in the portfolio committee. And chairperson, I would not want to respond for the portfolio committee, because as members of the executive, we get invited to the portfolio committee. So if the portfolio committee did not invite us to come and address these particular matters, I cannot address it here, Chairperson. Let me leave it there.
Well, then can I ask you in response to that, did the portfolio committee not invite you to address this issue as requested by Mr. De Vries?
I don't remember ever being invited by the portfolio committee. Chairperson, the parliamentary systems also operate on the basis of that ministers have got what is called parliamentary liaison officers who sit in these committee meetings and would bring reports of what the decisions of the committee is. So, and at times they would have access to the minutes. So if the decision is not made at the committee level that the minister must be invited, then it would then mean that the minister would not be invited. But at any given stage, ministers get invited to present the quarterly reports, to support or sit and listen in on entities when they present their reports. If the minister is not there, then the DG or the deputy minister or any other official from the department who has got relevance in whatever is being discussed, he or she would then go and represent the department.
Then on the 30th, if you look at page 372, on the 30th of July, Mr. De Vries tabled a motion in the House of Assembly requiring raising questions about the answer you had given.
That's right.
And he then says he alleges that you supplied incorrect information which you did not correct, and he asked that you be called before the Powers and Privileges Committee, or that they investigate you. And he says the Powers and Privileges Committee blocked that motion. Are you aware of that?
I'm totally not aware of that.
And Ms. Peters, can I just, and I want to give you this assurance, none of this is intended as a criticism of you. It is merely saying that around the time of this meeting, these were the facts or these were the matters that were going on in the public space. It's just to give context to what happened prior to the meeting of the 20th of August. Then on the 12th of August, on page 372, Mr. De Vries says that replies from Minister Peters to my questions relating to Mr. Mthimkhulu, he may have given his peers the impression that he had the necessary qualifications. Can you remember giving that reply?
Yes, Chairperson.
Ms. Peters, now, I am obliged to ask. We have a 3.5 billion rand contract. The version everywhere is that the person who developed the scope for this locomotive was Mr. Mthimkhulu. It is now said that he had a fake qualification. And you are asked, or your department is asked, to look into this. What steps were taken as soon as the department and PRASA became aware that these were the allegations relating to Mr. Mthimkhulu?
In fact, Chairperson, at the time when these issues of Mr. Mthimkhulu were picked up, I had instructed all entities of the department to do a skills and qualifications and competencies audit. Based on that SOE reform process that was unfolding so that we can match and place people according to their qualifications and their competencies. Unfortunately, at that particular time, we had not received the responses from PRASA. But I want to indicate, if I have to go back to this question, which I see for the first time here today, that it's a matter for the commission. Chairperson, if you read the question, I indicated in that Mthimkhulu may have given his peers the impression that he had the necessary qualification and thus, without being detected, slipped through the verification process. Secondly, we go ahead and I quote, PRASA Rail indicated to me at the time, because Mthimkhulu submitted his resignation, that they will not accept his resignation because they wanted to pursue criminal and fraud charges against him. And that's how I left it, Chairperson.
Now, this is the 12th of August, your response. 8 days later is the meeting at the Presidential Guest House relating to the possible re-employment of Mr. Montana. Were these issues raised at that meeting by anybody?
They were not raised, Chairperson.
Now, you were aware of.
Yes, I was aware of them, Chair.
And Ms. Peters, I'm sorry, I must ask you this, and I know you'll say it's unfair, but I just ask you this because did you not think that until these clouds had been cleared regarding a 3.5 billion rand contract, the question of Mr. Montana's going back to PRASA should not even be on the radar screen?
I won't say it was on the radar screen of of me or the ministry, or even the board. And that's why, Chairperson, I impressed at the meeting of the 20th that the board acted, Mr. Montana resigned. The board accepted his resignation. And in the process of the time that the board had requested him to stay on, there were issues that cropped up. These were some of those issues. And the media reports, the Auditor General's report, and that led to the decision of the board, which I accepted. And Chairperson, the issue of Mthimkhulu, like I've indicated, the company did indicate to me that they are pursuing criminal and fraud charges against this particular individual at that particular time.
So the question I'm going to now, my next question in that regard is, forgetting what you said at the meeting, in your own mind, when Mr. Montana said at the meeting, but I can do so much for PRASA, PRASA will benefit from me. Forget what you said. Did it not occur to you that this might not be the right thing to do in respect of two things? One is PRASA, but in respect of having regard to proper governance, that until this cloud is removed, we should not be seen to be putting people like this in power.
Chairperson, at that particular time, and it was even in the media space, I had asked the Auditor General to do a forensic audit and lined out some of these issues related to malfeasance, corruption that was happening, and not following due process in dealing with supply chain issues at PRASA. And at the same time, there was this audit, the skills and a competency audit. And at the same time, the company had given me, the company at that time was under Mr. Molefe, had given me an indication that PRASA is busy with criminal and fraud charges against Mtimkulu. And I left it at that, Chairperson.
Yeah, I'm asking a different question. I'm saying at the meeting of the 20th of August, Mr. Mtimkulu didn't.
Your voice is,
Oh, sorry,
is
Chairperson.
down, Mr.
Sorry,
Mr. Soni.
Sorry.
Yes.
At the meeting of the 20th of August, Mr. Mtimkulu didn't feature. It was Mr. Montana. And you've already said that Mr. Montana was saying it may be that he can contribute to PRASA. I'm not asking for what you said, but I'm asking and I'm testing your state of mind. Did you not think that it would not be appropriate to take him back until this cloud had been lifted?
Chairperson, already at that time, we had accepted the board's decision to release Mr. Montana. So, in my mind, the issue of him returning to PRASA did not arise, especially in view of the fact that I said there were 4 other CEOs that were engaging on with regard to the transport sector as a whole. So, at no given stage did I create the impression that I am pliable to consider, even when Mr. Montana was lobbying aggressively for him to return to PRASA. But there was no entertainment of all those lobbies that were happening. So I think a person is free to lobby whoever he wishes to lobby. The reality is PRASA is an entity of the state. It's not the private property of Mr. Montana, where he can go and come back as he wish. And there was no way in which I was going to say to the board, bring back Mr. Montana. It never, and Mr. Molefe can tell that I never went to them to say, bring back Montana, because there was all these investigations that was happening in any case at that particular time. There was a lot of investigation. In fact, the late AG once even said to me that the officials at PRASA, the functionaries that have got to provide information for all these investigations, will suffer investigation fatigue.
That's on account of the number of investigations because the amount of fraud.
Yes.
Now, we can take it that the question of the propriety of Mr. Montana coming back to PRASA was not discussed. Is that correct?
Maybe
No, I'm not saying that sorry, I'm not cutting, I just don't want you to answer the wrong question. I'm saying the propriety, not whether he should come back. We know that was discussed, but where the propriety of that was not discussed.
No.
We're going to break for lunch. Just want to leave you with this proposition. Isn't that one of the problems that we as a country find ourselves with? That at those meetings, which are private meetings, we don't articulate these concerns about proper governance. I'm not criticizing you, I'm asking because the chairperson will want to look at what recommendations he should make in regard to this, and it would help.
I would say, Chairperson, the fact I'm trying to process the evidence leader's question properly so that I respond well, Chairperson. The issues of governance were raised And that's why, Chairperson, you would remember I gave an indication that what the board process was. The other thing, Chairperson, was that in that particular meeting, like I indicated, there was no specific agenda. And after the long list of issues that Mr. Montana raised, there was no opportunity to almost like go through each one. Because in my view, Mr. Montana was building a case for himself. In fact, when I left that meeting, I said, with the information that Mr. Montana has, I think he's got a good framework for writing a book about his time and what he has done at PRASA, if he believes that it's PRASA, because I was looking at him in relation to the transport sector, because he didn't start with PRASA. So, and I still believe that as individuals, we don't, when we are deployed in a position, it doesn't become our fiefdom. It becomes a responsibility that you need to carry out up to where it is possible based on the laws of this country, the policies and the programs that are in place. And that is why, for me, it is interesting that the president has got a performance agreement and we follow that. The board had a performance agreement with Mr. Montana and they needed to follow that. And these would be issues that also come from the supplementary affidavit that I'm speaking about, Chairperson.
Well, Mr. Soni was saying that he is not criticizing you about not raising the question of whether it would be appropriate to return, to allow Mr. Montana to return. But I do want to say this, that one of the things that I'm keen to establish is whether, to the extent that I might find at the end of the work of the commission, that Mr. Zuma, as president of the country, may have done or engaged in certain wrongdoing, which may have assisted or enabled state capture, or that may have enabled acts of corruption to happen and to flourish. I will want to know if I come to that finding, but we need to talk about it before the commission's work is finalized, because when I make that finding, I won't have a chance to call you back or any of the witnesses back. So we have got to say, I've got to say, what will I say in my recommendations if I make this kind of finding? So one of the questions that would arise is, was there anything that prevented ministers to say, no, but this is not right, Mr. President, in this context of what we're talking about? If, as Mr. Molefe says in his evidence, Mr. Zuma, as president in that meeting of the 20th August 2015, did push or urge the board to revisit its decision to release Mr. Montana or to take him back, despite the fact that on your evidence, he was aware that there were all kinds of allegations of corruption and wrongdoing involving Mr. Montana. The question arises whether you shouldn't have said, apart from saying you support the decision of the board, which you have made it clear, you said, but President, how could you ask the board to change its decision when there are all these kinds of allegations of corruption that have not been resolved against Mr. Montana? You understand the context. So one wants to find out those who are within the cabinet, what did they do if they did see certain wrong things happening where they expected the president to do something? Or did they just keep quiet? And if so, was there an environment that made it difficult to say something? Is to try and understand what the position was. But we'll take the lunch break. Maybe when we come back, you might wish to say something.
Chairperson, may I, before we break, just
Yes.
ask one question which Minister Peters can look at lunchtime?
Yes.
And that is, there is a distinction, because I know, looking at what happens recently, the question is innocent until proven guilty. The problem here is Mr. Montana was not in PRASA anymore. He was
He
out.
was not.
So it's a different situation where you are taking action against somebody. You say, well, we didn't know whether he was guilty. The question is, questions have been raised, and now the question is, should you take him back? It's a very different question. And it, Chairperson, it fits in with, in a
Yeah.
sense, reinforces the point you're
Yes.
making.
And you will remember, Ms. Peters, that part of what is said about state capture is that in certain instances, those who pursued the agenda of state capture sought to remove certain people or officials or ministers from their positions who were not prepared to be party to any wrongdoing, and sought to have certain people appointed to those positions that they believed would work with them in advancing the agenda of state capture. So when you have a situation such as the one that you have testified to, where Mr. Montana had been a group CEO of PRASA for quite some time, he left, the board released him, and there were certain allegations, serious allegations against him of wrongdoing, of corruption. And here now you get a meeting which is obviously approved by the president, who comes and sits in this meeting and allows this person, against whom there are all these kinds of allegations of wrongdoing at PRASA, taking the stand at the meeting, according to Mr. Molefe, that the board must rescind its decision and take this person back while all these allegations are hanging over the head. It makes you ask the question, why would a president want to do this? Why? So those are the kinds of questions that the commission has to look at and ask. And of course, it would have been better if everyone who could assist us, who would be able to come and assist us. So there are those questions, and they might not be limited to PRASA. They might be they might extend to other SOEs and maybe other departments. So that just to give you the full context. Okay, we'll take the lunch adjournment. It's 14 minutes past 1. We will resume at 2:15.
As you please, Chair.
We adjourn. Okay, let's proceed. Mr. Soni.
As you please, Chairperson. Chairperson, may I just inquire, you will appreciate that when the last questions were asked.
Just 1 second. The aircon, if you can lower it down, it's too noisy. Yeah, yes, Mr. Soni.
I was saying, Chairperson, that the last few questions
Yeah.
before lunch, I don't know if I should pursue them now or wait until the end.
That's fine, as long as Ms. Peters gets a chance to comment or say
Yes,
something. Yeah.
yes.
So it's fine if you deal with them later, if that's convenient.
That may be because there may be other things
Yeah,
that would all
okay.
tie in.
That's in order.
Mr. Peters, we were looking at Mr. Molefe's affidavit, and then the next issue that he deals with from paragraph, or the next issues that he deals with from paragraph 93 to 97 are 3 issues, and he deals with these issues in.
Are you back in the bundle that has got Mr. Molefe's affidavit?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes, Chairperson.
Okay.
It is bundle D, SS6, and page
Okay.
24.
Okay, thank you.
Uh, 24, I missed. That's on the right-hand side in red. So he deals with 3 issues which you then respond to in paragraphs 9, 10, and 11 of your affidavit. Sorry, 9 and 10 of your affidavit. Now, the first issue I want to deal with is his allegation at paragraph 93 that after Mr. Montana left, the board embarked on a rigorous recruitment and interviewing process, but he alleges that you frustrated the attempts to appoint a CEO. Now, just again in terms of time context, the impression may be created because he then says that instead, in July 2016, Mr. Letsoalo was appointed the acting CEO. You see that at paragraph 93? I'm just trying to put context to this. Okay, the only thing is that between the time Mr. Letsoalo was appointed and Mr. Montana's leaving, almost a year had passed, isn't that so?
Yes, Chairperson.
So there was a period when before Mr. Letsoalo took over as acting CEO, when somebody else acted. That was Mr. Kena, is that right?
Yes, Chairperson.
So the position then is, from the 15th of July to July 2015 to July 2016, PRASA had an acting CEO.
Yes, Chairperson.
And then in July, Mr. Letsoalo was seconded from your department to act as the CEO. Is that correct?
In consultation and agreement with Mr. Molefe,
Yes, I didn't mean it in that sense. I'm just looking at the acting
Yes,
appointment.
Chairperson.
But I know that there is a dispute as to, he says that Mr. Letswalo was imposed on the board, as it were. You say it was done in consultation with them. We'll come to that in a minute, but I'm just trying to get a time frame.
Yes, Chairperson.
Thereafter, it was Mr. Zide who acted as the CEO, is that correct? From February 2017.
I don't have a recollection, Chairperson, because at that time I was in hospital.
Okay.
At that time you were?
At the time when, after Letswalo left, I don't recall what happened at that particular time because I was in and out of hospital for some period during that period. But I do remember the name Zide.
Yes. I'm going to take you to documents prepared by the late Mr. Kimi Makwetu, where he records all of this. But the point I want to make, Mr. Peters, is that from the 15th of July 2015 until the end of March 2017, when you were relieved of the ministership, there was no full CEO. It was always an acting CEO. Is that correct?
Yes, Chairperson.
All right. Now, I just want to ask you, if I can ask you to look, please, at Parliamentary Bundle 4. I think you've been told what the page is. Just ask you to deal with, to go to page 35, page 871 of that bundle. This is, remember, we're talking about the left-hand side, the black numbers.
Yes, Chairperson.
Right. Now, Ms. Makwetu deals with, in paragraph 61, and he puts in the table 2, which shows the increase.
So you just, for the
sorry,
record,
Chairperson.
Mr. Soni, you want
Yes.
to confirm that the document you are asking her to look at is an unsigned affidavit of the late Mr. Makwetu?
Yes. Sorry,
Yes,
Chairperson,
just
I
so
should
that
have-
whoever
Yes,
reads the
no,
transcript can understand.
Yes.
Yeah. And you were at page 871.
Yes. And just for your reassurance, Ms. Peters, the contents of this affidavit, although not signed by Mr. Makwetu, were confirmed, or the correctness of the contents were confirmed by officers from his department or from his office.
Noted, Chair.
Right. So in table 2, he deals with the exponential increase, as he calls it, from 2013 to 2018 in the irregular expenditure incurred by PRASA. I just want to read that for the record. Are you with me, Ms. Peters?
Come again, Chairperson.
If you look
That
at
would
table
fall
2,
Just my apology. I'm struggling to reflect back here because of the lights.
Or is it affecting you?
Yes, Chairperson, I had
It's
just
too
had
bright?
I just had a procedure in my eyes, so they are very bright. So when I look up, then I first have to close my eyes to adjust.
If they tilt them to face in a different direction, that should make a difference to you?
Yes, Chairperson.
Which particular one, or both of them?
This one in particular.
That
Chair.
one in particular? Okay, all right. You must just, they'll tilt it and you must tell us if that's fine for you.
They brought it actually level with me now.
Is that any better, Ms.?
I think that's too bright. That's too bright. Would it be fine if you tilt it towards the left? How is that?
Ms. Peters? How is that?
It's still problematic.
It's still problematic, Chair, but if anything, I
They should,
need time to adjust,
they can tilt it downwards.
probably.
Okay, can you do that? Tilt it downwards? How is that? Still it's a problem. If you tilt it towards the left, does it affect anything if you tilt it substantially towards the left or the right? Does it affect anything in terms of the TV?
Oh,
It
okay.
does.
Maybe I should leave it, Chair.
How far can you tilt it to the left without it affecting the television? Reverend Stemela, can you tell me, because I can't hear? That is the furthest you can move. Oh, how that hasn't helped, eh?
It hasn't helped, but for progress, Chair, I would just beg for indulgence for the length of time I would take to adjust first before I see the letters. And then-
Yes.
But I'll be fine. I'll stop looking at the evidence leader. Maybe that's.
Yes. I'm sorry about that. Okay, all right.
So, in Table 2, Ms. Peters, the Auditor General says, or his office says, that in the financial year 2013 to 14, the irregular expenditure was 0.1 billion rand. That I understand is about 100 million rand. Is that correct?
It's correct, Chair.
And then in 2014 to 15, it increased to 5.5 billion rand.
It's correct.
Sorry, in which year is that?
2014 to 2015, Chairperson. The second one from the left, from the
not
right.
5 billion, 0.5.
5, yes.
Yeah, 0, so that must be about 550 million.
550.
Yes.
Perhaps I should use those figures, yes. And then in 2015-16, it increased to 15.3 billion.
Yes, Chair.
And in 2016-17, it increased to 20.3 billion.
Yes, Chair.
And in 2017-18 to 24.2 billion.
Yes, Chair.
Okay. Now, what is then said at paragraph 62 is the instability in the board and at process key management level negatively impacted the operations of the entity and contributed to the collapse of the control environment. That's his comment.
Yes, Chair.
And then he makes a second comment that although the auditors continuously reported ineffective compliance monitoring processes to senior management, these deficiencies were not addressed and resulted in repeat non-compliance findings. This included ineffective steps taken to prevent irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. That's what's recorded there. I'm just placing that.
Yes,
Now, as I understand it, Ms. Peters, and we can go to it if you want, there were several meetings between you as minister and the office of the Auditor General during the period of your ministership.
Yes, Chair.
these matters would have been raised with you.
Yes, Chair.
Right. Now,
So, I'm sorry.
Yes.
So just to make sure, you accept that these were the figures in terms of irregular expenditure as set out by the Auditor General's office?
They are the figures as indicated and as reflected in the meetings we had with the Auditor General, in which he raised concerns about the issues related to record keeping and challenges of the most appropriate officials to account not being available.
Yeah.
Chair, again, related to this, I would request, because of the fact that after all these meetings, there was correspondence and communication with the board, I would request that I supplement that
Yes.
information with the records that I'm grateful that yesterday the Office of the Minister managed to send to my office.
Yes, okay. No,
Yes.
that would be important.
if you then turn to the next page, Ms. Peters, this is page 872. He then at table 3, he deals with the instability of the PRASA board. And I'll just highlight two things because, in fact, only the 3 top ones affect you. You were no longer minister from the end of March 2017. So the first matter he reflects on is that on the 1st of August 2014, the new board under the chairpersonship of Mr. Popo Molefe was appointed. That's common cause, is that right?
Yes, Chair.
And then he says on the 1st of November 2016, the National Treasury representative resigned.
Where are you reading from now, Mr.
Oh,
Soni?
sorry, table 3, Chairperson, on page 872.
Oh, okay. All right. Continue.
And then he says on the 8th of March, the board under the chairpersonship of Mr. Molefe was dismissed, and we're going to get to that in a moment, and an interim board was appointed. What happened on the 10th of April, obviously, is something you must know about, but namely, the court made a decision on Mr. Molefe's application. And the rest of the things we needn't worry about because they don't concern you. And obviously, the next minister will deal with that. But if I can now ask you to look at page 873.
Chairperson, am I allowed to comment?
Yeah, he can give you an opportunity to comment.
Yes.
Thank you, Chairperson. I would confirm that on the 1st of August 2014, the board appointed under chairpersonship of Popo Molefe. I confirm the resignation of the Treasury representative. When the board informed me, I wrote to the Minister of Finance to appoint their representative, and it was upon them to submit, which was later done. And I confirm that under, on the 8th of March, under the chairpersonship of Ntate Molefe, the board was dismissed. Yes, I agree. And the board put in place an interim board that was chaired by Mr. Ali, as indicated. I confirm that. And despite the fact that I was not there, I do note that on the 10th of April, the board under chairpersonship of Ntate Molefe was reinstated. And I just want to indicate, Chairperson, that I still believe that in acting against the board of Ntate Molefe on the 8th of March, I was correct. And I was correct based on the fact that in the supplementary affidavit, you will note the length of time I took to engage the board under Ntate Molefe with regard to these issues that are being raised by the Auditor General. As every quarter, ministers get reports on the performance of the entities. And on perusal and engagement, you would find the issues that might be found to be issues that needs attention. I wrote to the board, and in most instances, the board would not even respond. And Chairperson, quite a number of times throughout the period of 2016. I will make an example. First quarter 2016, the company performed at around 60%. Second quarter, they performed at around 40%. Third quarter, they performed at around 20 or 21%. And those matters were of concern to the portfolio committee and to myself as the minister. And it was at that time, Chairperson, that the other matter that the evidence leader would raise would come to the fore. The focus of the board, not on the core responsibility of the company, was of a concern to me. And I raised it even in the meetings I had with them. There are what we call notes or speeches that I delivered in those meetings for the record. And I want to indicate that ordinarily sitting back, there's a saying in life generally that says you regret more the things that you didn't do than the things you did. I believe that my patience with the board of Ntate Molefe was overstretched. And the other thing that was of worry to me as a minister was the fact that the correspondence related to performance issues, to matters from the Auditor General, were not getting the attention the board is supposed to get. And at times, because it was difficult to meet the full board, we'd meet every time with Mr. Molefe himself. And he would say, we will respond or complain that the administration on management is not giving back the information. And yet it is him with the board, based on the fact that they would have concurred. Because when the management writes a report, they present it to the board must concur with that report and then send it to the minister, so that they can then say, yes, this is a true reflection of what transpired. And that was not happening. There is correspondence that I sent to Mr. Molefe that indicated even the fact that I wrote to you on this particular issue, you did not respond. I wrote to you on this particular issue, you did not respond. I wrote to you on this particular issue, you did not respond. And I want to say to you, Chairperson, if you give me a chance, given an opportunity, I would have challenged this court outcome, because in my view, it was on a procedural technicality, based on the fact that probably I didn't give them ample notice and all that. But I still believe that my decision to remove that board at that particular time was long overdue.
Yes, Mr. Soni.
Did you place
Well,
all...
maybe I can just say, and you may have heard me say this when other witnesses were giving evidence about this table 2 on page 871, that for me it's really shocking to find that for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 financial years, an entity's irregular expenditure year in, year out was going up astronomically, as if somebody at PRASA had taken the decision that I'm going to show them, whoever they are, that they can't do anything. We will increase this irregular expenditure every year. I mean, you look at the financial year 2013, 2014, it was about 100 million rand. But it then goes up in the following financial year, 2014, 2015, to 550 million. As if that increase was not bad enough. Then from 550 million rand, it doesn't go to 1 billion. It doesn't go to 2 billion. It doesn't go to 3 billion. It doesn't go to 10 billion. It goes to 15 billion. This should have shocked everybody concerned and said, this must stop. How then the following 2 financial years, it continued to go up? It's just difficult to understand for me. And I asked the question, where were all of those people who were supposed to make sure that this did not happen? What were they doing? Now, obviously, one must look at the management, one must look at the board, one must look at the minister, and I think one must look at the cabinet, at the president and the cabinet, because these things should have been brought to their attention, certainly the president, I would imagine, to say there is a serious problem at PRASA. But it's like nothing was being done. And all concerned must have been seeing this astronomical increase year in, year out. I mean, it's supposed to go down, not up. It's just like somebody knew that nobody would do anything about it, or simply said, they can't touch me. I'm going to just continue increasing this irregular expenditure. It's difficult to understand that people were aware of this and just allowed it to continue like that. Of course, you have said that you will depose to a supplementary affidavit, and that is most welcome, because you have got info, a correspondence that shows what you did on your part, because that's quite important to say, as minister, you became aware of this every quarter of how the entity was performing, and therefore every year. And what did you do about it? So it's very important. And I want to know also what the board of Mr. Molefe did about it. But I will also want to know, well, I was going to want to know what President Zuma did about it. But he might not be here. But I would like to know what the cabinet did about it. How could a state entity have these kinds of reports, and this irregular expenditure just increases like this? And what did everybody do about it? So for your part, it is important that during your term, because I think this was mostly during your term, it is important that you place before the commission all the evidence you might have that shows what you did, so that when judgment has to be made as to who did their job and who didn't do their job about this, at least you have put your side of the story properly before the commission.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Yeah, okay.
Chairperson, with regard to, if you look at the 2015-16, that was the time when we received the Auditor General's report. We got to start the process of the investigation, that the forensic investigation that I spoke to. Unfortunately, the forensic investigation I had requested from the Auditor General coincided with the release of the derailed report from the Public Protector, which was dealing with matters of between 2010 and 2012. And there was a decision between myself, the Auditor General, and the board chairperson, as well as the Office of the Chief Procurement Officer, to reconcile the investigations. But also, Chairperson, in this report of 2015, to the credit of the board, they had requested the Auditor General to reveal everything, because they, in previous reports, there would be indications that they still work on regard to this matter, they still work with regard to this particular matter. These were some of those contracts that were entered without a proper procurement processes, those that SEM procedures were either flouted or they were found to have not been regularly entered to. And these were matters that were taken to SCOPA at Parliament. You'd remember, Chairperson, that at SCOPA, some of these amounts would either be treated as extension of contracts, deviations, and modifications and all those, and others would be rejected and others would be either condoned. And this would be the process that is not necessarily in the hands of the minister of the relevant department, because the report is now released. You are engaging with the board with regard to what are you doing to make sure this matter does not recur. Thank you, Chairperson.
Mr. Soni.
As you please, Chairperson. Now, at paragraph 65 on page 873, it is recorded that the instability in the Group CEO position was equally troublesome, with a new appointment every year and on occasion more than one per year. Further, these appointments were made in an acting capacity, and only in 2018 an interim Group CEO was appointed. Table 4 demonstrate the movements in appointment, and I'll just read it for the record. It says that Mr. Montana resigned in 2017, and in August 2015. In August 2015, Mr. Kenner was appointed as acting Group CEO. In July 2016, Mr. Letswalo was appointed as acting Group CEO. February 2017, Mr. Zide was appointed, and obviously you can't answer for this. In December 2017, Mr. Molepo was appointed. April 2018, that's on the next page, 874, Mr. Zide was again appointed as acting CEO. And in June 2018, Mr. Sitole was appointed interim Group CEO. Two things. Are you aware of these developments? What's the correctness of what's here?
I remember up until the July 2016, and like I've indicated, February 2017, I was in hospital at that particular time when this matter was decided on, and thereafter, it's some things that I followed from the press.
Okay, but this is from the Office of the Auditor General. Are you prepared to accept its accuracy?
That's why, Chairperson, I say up until July 2016.
Yes. But you noted the point I made, well, that was made at paragraph 65, that the instability in regard to the appointment of a permanent CEO was flagged by the Auditor General. You accept that it was flagged?
I accept that because it's at all times reflected in the engagements with the executing authority, Chairperson.
Now, then I want to come back to what Mr. Molefe says at paragraph 93. He says, after Mr. Montana's departure from PRASA, the board sought to appoint
Hang on, Mr. Soni.
Sorry.
We're changing bundles now, eh?
Yes, sorry.
You're going now to
bundle,
bundle that has got Mr.
bundle
Molefe's.
D, SS6. Sorry, Chairperson.
Is it bundle D?
Bundle D,
Okay.
SS6, Chairperson. Page 24, paragraph 93.
Okay.
Now, Mr. Montana says they embarked on a rigorous recruitment and interviewing process. However, Minister Peters frustrated the board's attempt to appoint a CEO. And then unfortunately, it's added immediately thereafter. Instead, she insisted Mr. Letshwalo be appointed. But that was, of course, in July 2016. I want to now go back to the time Mr. Montana left in July 2015. What was your approach to what should happen to the position of the CEO? Now, we know the meeting of the 20th of August took place. We know Mr. Montana, and you've said that nothing happened thereafter. Now, clearly, there was a need to appoint a CEO. Do you accept that?
Yes.
Mr. Molefe says that you frustrated their attempts despite a rigorous recruitment and interviewing process. Are you aware of a recruitment and interviewing process?
I'm aware of that, Chairperson. I'm aware of that, Chairperson.
Were you told that the board is embarking on that process?
He informed me when they had concluded with the process, and I did know that there is a process that unfolded, even the adverts were done, and I knew that they are busy with that particular process.
Now, I'm going to come to this, but in Parliament it was then reported that an amount of 1.7 odd million rand had been spent on that process. I'm going to come to that, but I'm just recording that. Were you aware of that?
I was aware of that, but not the amount, Chairperson.
Now, can I ask you, before we go into why nobody was appointed, what role does cabinet play in the appointment of CEOs of SOEs?
There is a process where once the board has gone through the processes, they would recommend, I don't know whether it's 3 names in their order, and there would be a consultation process, Chairperson, and that consultation process culminates in a minister presenting a memo to the cabinet, requesting cabinet to concur with that particular decision.
Now,
The consultation involves who and who?
It involves quite an extensive number of role players, because you would be looking at an appointment that has a bearing on other colleagues in cabinet. And you would want to make sure that those colleagues can then be able to give you an indication of if they have got an issue with regard to that, or alternatively to support your recommendation in cabinet.
But who gets consulted by whom? Is it cabinet ministers, including the president, the deputy president?
Yes, Chairperson, it would ultimately include the president. And in most instances, it is courtesy to include the president. Chairperson, it is important to note that as a minister, when you go and meet the president or make presentation everywhere else where you are supposed to, you are supported by a team of men and women who are necessarily from the establishment or from departments and entities that you are working with. So it would be important, and I always used to use even my own experience as a head of government in my previous responsibility as Premier of the Northern Cape, where you would, as a chairperson of a cabinet, when a particular motivation is made, if that motivation you are fully versed with and informed about, then it makes the taking of the decision or the taking of the acceptance of your decision even easy. Even if there would have probably been others who would probably say, no, but we would have preferred to get that particular individual, or somebody else would then say in cabinet that I have interviewed that person, and in the next interview, it's just to cross-reference and check.
Does that consultation involve people who are not in government?
Pardon, Chairperson?
Does that consultation also involve people who are not in government?
Not in government.
Yeah, but for example, in the ruling party, the ANC.
No. In the ANC, the president and the deputy president would report on those particular processes if you consult them.
Okay, so the people that get consulted are basically your cabinet colleagues and the president and deputy president.
It would be the cabinet colleagues. What did they count? Yes, Chairperson, it would be cabinet colleagues. It would be the president and the deputy president. And if you so feel that you, based on the fact that you are appointing somebody who would be of assistance in the implementation of a particular policy, you would also be free. That was not restricted. You would be free, but it would be out of courtesy. You would be free to consult other colleagues who would not necessarily be in cabinet, but through a structured process.
And would those be people within the ruling party?
Pardon?
Would those people who are not in government be within the ruling party?
Yes, Chairperson, it would be wrong for me to go and consult people who are not necessarily members of the ruling party on matters that has got a bearing on the mandate that I draw from the ruling party. Because the agencies and the government implement the policies and programs of the African National Congress, which is the ruling party.
No. I just wanted to have a picture of the groupings of people or categories of people that get consulted. And I wasn't necessarily saying you were consulting people who are neither in government nor in the ruling party, but I wanted to know whether people within the ruling party also get consulted. Okay, all right.
Even with appointment of boards.
Sorry?
Even with appointment of boards.
Of the board, yes, okay. That's important. Mr. Soni, you want to? Well, you can
Minister,
follow the line you were following,
yes.
But you might
Yes.
wish to come back to this.
I do want to pursue this.
Yeah,
Chair.
yeah.
Ms. Peters, we are a country of laws. That's more or less first paragraph of a recent judgment that the Constitutional Court issued. Now, in regard to the appointment of the CEO, this is what the PRASA Act says. It says that the CEO is appointed by the board in consultation with the minister. It places no role on the cabinet. It gives no power to cabinet.
Chairperson,
He just wants you to comment on that, what you have to say about that.
Chairperson, I think maybe I have not followed that particular judgment, Chairperson. But when I got into government, from the stages that I got into government, we found
Sorry,
it-
Ms. Peters, I don't mean to be rude. I've been asked to ask you to adjust your mic because you're not being recorded properly. Sorry,
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry.
I was saying, Chairperson, that in the history of my deployment in different responsibilities of government, we have always, as a protocol, which is a cabinet protocol, consulted with cabinet. And there is no decision, because when you appoint, you are not appointing for yourself, you are appointing for South Africa. So the cabinet or government is in the hands of the president and the cabinet. So the cabinet resolution gives you that authority. The pronouncement would be made by the board because the board would be informed on the decision of the cabinet. And Chairperson, if you go into the records of cabinet statements after every cabinet, there would be an indication on the appointments. And under appointments, it would then reflect all those people who have been appointed in different areas. If it was wrong, then it would mean that we need a cabinet to review that protocol.
So there are two issues. The protocol is that the consultation and, in a sense, approval of the appointment of the CEO of an SOE must come from cabinet. Forget what the minister thinks.
I wouldn't say, Chairperson, that it's forget what the minister says. And incidentally, there has not been a lot of instances where a submission of the minister was rejected. And that is why I was saying the engagements with colleagues would be to just cross-check and cross-reference so that they then are able, because decisions would necessarily be taken on the majority decisions. And if you've got a strong case, you won't have anything having comebacks.
So when you say the majority of the decision, are you talking about the majority of cabinet members?
Yeah, because majority is taken in that way. And the summary of the chairperson of the meeting.
Now, Ms. Peters, I'm not challenging the process that is followed at this point. I am merely saying that the process that seems to be followed doesn't reflect what the law says the powers of different institutions are.
Noted, Chairperson.
And I'm saying that, Ms. Peters, again, and it is a submission I will make to the chairperson, and I'm going to ask you to comment on that. See, one of the things about good governance is you have an independent board which makes decisions, and that board can be held accountable for the decisions it takes. Now, as the chairperson said, when irregular expenditure increases from less than R1 billion to 20 billion rand in 5 years, the persons who should be held responsible are the members of the board. And that's on the basis that they take the decision. The problem with what is now being suggested is that you can't hold anybody accountable because somebody else effectively took the decisions or somebody else influenced those decisions. That's my worry about the way these matters are being dealt with. And it's a submission I'm going to make to the chairperson at some stage.
Chairperson, once the CEO or the board has appointed the CEO and got the concurrence of cabinet, the board, through the chairperson, signs a performance agreement with the CEO and takes responsibility for the evaluation of the performance of the CEO, who then should take responsibility for the performance of his or her subordinates. And the board must be held responsible for that because they then report after everything to the minister. In the instance of the PRASA process, the rationale was, whilst we are dealing with the process of the appointment, there should not be a vacuum. And therefore, there was this particular acting positions. Chairperson, if we have to go back to the report of the AG with regard to that spiraling and irregular expenditure, I discussed it with Mr. Molefe, not Minister Molefe, Mr. Molefe, and we then had an agreement on this particular segment. In fact, he was recommending somebody else who was in a subsidiary when in the bilateral I had with him. And then I said to him, your main problem here is SCM procurement issues and this irregular expenditure. You need somebody who understands finances, who can help us to be able to get out of this quagmire that you find yourselves in. And we discussed that. He made a recommendation on wanting one of my advisors, and I said to him, no, I'm directing you to the point about the finances. Now you want to cripple, I even jokingly said, now you want to cripple the ministry if you want to do that. And in fact, at
I'm
that
sorry,
part,
just repeat that. What did he suggest and what did you say?
he was suggesting that I borrow him one of the advisors in my office. Then I said to him, but you are crippling my ministry if you do that.
Okay.
And that's we left it as such. And we then had this discussion where the motivation for Letswalo's acting, Letswalo went to act there, and everything, and I want to indicate, when Letswalo got to Prasa, everything was honky-dory. I'm sorry for that word, Chairperson, but I don't know where their challenges emerged from. Because for some reason, and I would want to say, this seems to play itself back. For some reason, I don't know what happens with the chairperson of the board when he goes to overseas trips with these CEOs, and when they come back, then all relationship issues becomes a big issue because that was the issue. And then the second issue that they seem to have an issue with, we went to the portfolio committee. They had no problem with Letswalo. Letswalo was acting there. We went to the portfolio committee. The portfolio committee raised a concern on something they had picked up, that the board had overpaid themselves. There's a particular process also that is followed for board remunerations. That was not followed. There has not been even a request for the minister to engage with regularizing that particular illegal increase. And it was flagged in the AG's report as an issue. The committee wrote to me. I wrote to the board to request the board to repay the money. Credit to Mr. Molefe, he repaid the money. The other board members refused to repay the money. And later on, I was informed that he went back to ask back for his money because he seemed to be the only one who has honored that and repaid the money. And I am raising this just to indicate that in the beginning there was, and the other issue that I believe was a problem emanated as a problem, there was this request for reports. There was this request for an audit of the board evaluation, because I was looking at the Auditor General's report and I said we needed a board evaluation. All entities did that board evaluation. The board chairpersons presented the board evaluations.
Yes, I'm going to stop you there, Ms. Peters. You might later on go back to whatever you wanted to say. I think the question was a very narrow question.
Indeed.
I don't know if you want to repeat
Yes,
it,
yes,
Mr. Soni.
I was going to say, Ms. Peters, that the dispute over Mr. Letswalo in the bigger picture is a red herring. And I'm saying that to you in this context. Mr. Montana leaves in 2015, July 2015. Mr. Leswayo is appointed in July 2016. A year passes. Now, the question I asked you and have been asking is, why was there no appointment of a board? And you were telling me, you were telling the chairperson that this is the process and one needs cabinet and so on. And then I asked you a further question that he says there was a recruitment drive and you said yes, you didn't know what it had cost. But the question really is, was it not of concern to you, having regard to what the Auditor General had said to you, that a chairperson needs, a CEO needs to be appointed?
Well, let's break those questions up. I think there are three now, Mr. Soni. The first question is, why was a permanent group CEO for PRASA not appointed for over a year or close to a year before Mr. Letsoalo was appointed to act? But when I say close to a year, Mr. Soni is kind to you by counting from 15 July when Mr. Montana left. I want to suggest to you that both you and Mr. Molefe knew by end of 2014, the previous year, that Mr. Montana's contract was going to come to an end. So therefore, from that time, at the latest, you ought to have been occupying yourselves with preparations relating to the appointment, the finding of a new CEO. Now, of course, in terms of the separate roles, maybe it's the board that would need to do that, but you would need to oversee, I would imagine, that they were doing that, because if they were not doing that, you would need to decide what steps to take if they were not doing their job. So if you ask me, I don't start in mid-July when Mr. Montana leaves. I say from 2014 towards the end, you and the board knew that there would be a need to appoint a permanent CEO, and yet by 2016, is it March
July,
for Mr. Letsoalo? Is it March?
2016, July.
July 2016. So it looks like certainly over a year and a half, there is still no appointment of a permanent group CEO. Why was that?
Chairperson, it took the board some time, and it was around, I think, I'm not sure of the exact date, but not necessarily in 2015, but early 2016, when I got the information on the end process that they had followed. And then I started with the process of consultations. And I would want to say, Chairperson, that there were other activities related to the department and to the entities which actually delayed the engagements that I was supposed to have with Mr. Molefe with regard to this particular appointment. And we later had it where thereafter I had then to start the consultation. I would say I concede and agree that it did take a bit too long.
And by the time you say you got involved, around about when was that in relation to mid-year 2015 and July 2016 when Mr. Letsoalo was brought in? Around about when would it be that you became involved?
I'm not sure of the date, Chair.
Yeah, not just towards the end of 2015 or early months of 2016?
I think it was the early months of 2016.
Yes. But I would have expected that part of what should have happened is that once you were aware of the fact that Mr. Montana was going to leave, that the board would place before you their plans to deal with the issue of the filling of the position of Mr. Montana. And that should give you an idea to say, look, we're planning to do A, B, C, D in terms of process, but our target is by that month there should be a permanent CEO. Didn't they give you anything like that at any stage, either early 2015 or mid 2015?
There was indications towards, after Montana left, which was the later part of 2016, Chair. 2015, that they intend to start the process. It's just that the dates are throwing me out right now.
Well, maybe when they asked Mr. Montana to stay for 6 months more, if that was the period, I think that was the period, so the extension of his stay, maybe they had in mind that they would use the opportunity to try and get a CEO appointed, I would imagine. But do you know whether their process of recruitment happened during the second part of 2015, or is that something you don't remember, you don't know?
The only thing that I remember, Chairperson, was that Mr. Molefe did indicate to me that in the engagements with Mr. Montana, when Mr. Montana indicated to him that he's leaving, he said he requested him initially not to go. They were saying, can you give us 3 years? We just arrived so that we can then work together. But when he submitted the written resignation, they then requested him to stay for an additional 6 months, which in the letter, they actually indicated that they reserve the right to terminate at whatever time. Yeah.
So, but you can't remember whether their recruitment process that Mr. Molefe talks about in his affidavit, whether it was in 2015 or later?
It didn't start at the time they were engaging with Montana. When Montana was still there, it had not started. But I'm just not sure when it actually started, Chairperson. I'm trying to recollect and remember, Chairperson, it's something that happened 2015, which is about 6 years ago. So my dates are throwing me out.
Yes. Well, maybe I may as well ask this question. I think both Mr. Soni and I would have this question in mind. But then Mr. Letsoalo is brought in July 2016. And by the time you leave in March 2017, still there's been no appointment of a group CEO, isn't it?
Yes, Chairperson.
And as far as you know, was there a process to try and appoint a group CEO that happened during Mr. Letsoalo's time, but before you left?
Yes, Chairperson, it was on.
Yeah, and what happened to that process?
I wouldn't know because at the end of March, I was relieved of my responsibilities.
So when you left, it had not been completed?
It had not been completed yet.
Yes. But you can see already, you're going to 2017 March. You knew, and the board knew in 2014, by end of 2014, that Mr. Montana would leave. So therefore, there would be a need to appoint a group CEO. But the whole of 2015 comes and goes. No appointment has been made. I don't know whether on Mr. Molefe's version, there is a process that took place during that year to try and appoint or not. But then there is 2016. The whole year comes and goes. No group CEO is appointed. I mean, I think we know that 2017 came and went. There was no group CEO appointed. What was going on?
Chairperson, I need to acknowledge that the delay in appointing the CEO, I can also take responsibility for that part. The short part of about 6 months that I was still there and that it did not happen. And also, Chairperson, taking the decision to, in writing, when the board, Mr. Molefe had said that they will get Mr. Letsoalo's secondment, I indicated that it is a temporary measure to look at especially the issues that were raised with regard to the financial situation of PRASA, including that column that the evidence leader made reference to about the irregular expenditure. And Letsoalo's responsibility was to make sure that all those matters are addressed and they can then be able to present to the minister and the portfolio committee the turnaround strategy that they were talking about. Because the board had been talking about a turnaround strategy since 2014. And if I was wrong, Chairperson, I will accept, but I believe that it was to correct many wrongs that were happening at that particular time, Chairperson.
But of course, it doesn't look like when it comes to, with regard to irregular expenditure, it was corrected during the time of Mr. Letsoalo. When one looks at that column from the Auditor General, for the 2 financial years that he was there, the irregular expenditure kept on going up.
Just as a correction, Chairperson, Mr. Letsoalo was not there even for a year.
Okay, no, I may be wrong, but I was under the impression that he came in 2016 July and left when in 2018 somebody was
2017 February.
2017 February. So he was there for less than 12 months. Okay, all right. So the irregular expenditure didn't, there was no change in it. He had about, is it 9 months, or well, he had less than a year to deal with it. One can accept that he didn't have a full year, but nevertheless, that part, he might have performed well on other fronts, but that part seems to have just continued as it had done before. Okay, Mr. Soni.
As you please. Ms. Peters, I've been raising the question of accountability, so I'm going to come back to an issue that you raised. So we know now Mr. Montana had left in July 2015. We know that Cabinet is involved, rightly or wrongly, but it is involved in the appointment of CEOs of SOEs. That's correct. I see you shaking your head. That's correct, isn't that so?
That's correct, Chairperson, because the minister submits the submission to Cabinet for concurrence.
Now, the question I want to ask you is, when Mr. Montana had resigned, the president had called a meeting late on a Thursday evening, or on a Thursday afternoon, which finished early on Friday morning. Did nobody in Cabinet, from the time Mr. Montana left, and his leaving was a matter of great public debate and so on, did nobody ever raise, but who's going to go, who's going to replace him at PRASA, at Cabinet now?
That matter was never discussed in cabinet because it was not an agenda item on cabinet.
Sorry.
The one
what-
of
I may- I
Mr.
may have
Montana's
missed-
departure.
I may have missed something. What matter was that? I'm sorry.
The fact that there is this continued vacancy
Yes.
in regard
Yes.
to the CEO of PRASA,
Yeah.
which on Ms. Peters's version is a major SOE which performs an important public function.
So the question was whether that issue was placed before cabinet.
What did anybody in cabinet raise? That's the question I'm asking.
I don't understand the question, Chairperson.
Maybe let me ask this, maybe it's going to be easier. Did the fact that the group chief executive officer of PRASA, Mr. Montana, had left, and that in the meantime, no permanent CEO had been appointed, was the president, Mr. Zuma, told about that? Was the cabinet told about that? Whether it's in regular reports that a minister presents to cabinet or in regard to his or her portfolio or in any other way? It just seems very disturbing that you could have a situation where for so many years, the position of Group CEO of any entity is not filled, let alone an entity as important as you told us PRASA is. Was the president told about this? Was the cabinet told about this?
Every year when the Auditor General, before he makes public his audit outcomes, he would make a presentation to cabinet. And one of the indicators that he had given in one of the cabinets that I was present in, where he presented the audit outcomes, he did indicate issue of stability at SOE levels and even in the administration. And the president at the time impressed on all of us to address the issue of the instability in the institutions that reports to us or that are directly under us. It was a general, not PRASA vacancy. Just to say there is instability in the administration, be it of entities or of departments, that was raised and flagged by the Auditor General. And in fact, the Auditor General went further to indicate where these type of situations are recurring. And like I say, the president impressed on us to say, can we deal with this issue of instability in SOEs? Because we're not only talking about PRASA. It was a general impression created or a general issue raised by the Auditor General with regard to issues of leadership in SOEs.
But let's leave out what the Auditor General may or may not have told cabinet. Did you, as minister responsible for PRASA, not report to the president about what was happening at PRASA and the fact that there was no group CEO appointed for this number of years? And was this not something that you also shared with the rest of your cabinet colleagues in one or other meetings to discuss your portfolio?
Chairperson, in the earlier questions that were raised with regard to the meetings, I didn't give an indication on the way in which we as ministers would used to be able to report to the president. And given an opportunity, I think in one of the documents that has already been submitted to the commission, there would be something that actually points to the fact that I did report to the president in writing about these matters. And if given a chance, it could serve as part of the package that is added to that supplementary.
Yes, no, that would be most welcome. So you did report to the president,
Yes, Chairperson.
yes. So he would have been aware of the problems at PRASA, generally speaking.
Yes, Chairperson.
Yes. Mr. Soto.
As you please. Now, what was your own attitude towards the appointment of the CEO? And I'm going to narrow the ambit of your answer by saying, did you want a CEO to be appointed expeditiously, or for you was it the length of the process didn't matter?
Chairperson, if I have to respond, I wanted it to be done expeditiously. But there are developments that happened, like, for example, the request of the Auditor General on my part to say the Auditor General must do that forensic study, as well as the issue that emanated from the derailed report of the, what is this? The public protector. So there were issues that in my engagements, and unfortunately so, in most instances, I had the engagements with Ndate Molefe alone, without necessarily with the whole board. The meeting I had with them on the 30th of June, that indicated,
Which year is that?
pardon,
Which year?
of June 2016, which is also one of the meetings that we dealt with the issue of the need to second Letsoalo to PRASA on. I think in that meeting, there were a lot of issues that came to the fore. And in my wisdom at the time, I thought that we needed time to deal with these particular issues with the board and the management that was there, together with the acting CEO.
Are you saying you wanted the appointment of a permanent group CEO to be made expeditiously, but this did not happen because you took the view that certain issues such as forensic investigations needed to be done and completed first? Is that what you are saying?
Not necessarily completed.
Yes.
That I want to say, Chairperson, at this particular moment, I actually used a word with Ndate Molefe at the time that says, I don't think that, I even said to him, I don't think that you and the company is ready for the new CEO. Let's deal with these particular issues. And we agreed with him, let's deal with these particular issues so that when you appoint a CEO, then you have an indication of this is what was the problem, this is what how we dealt with him, and this is exactly the areas that, because Chairperson, one of the officials in PRASA once said something very interesting, that said at the time that when they emerged from SACRCC, which is the predecessor to PRASA, they did not sit and build an organization because there was this view that they were chasing the big ticket, high profile type of programs and projects. And that's why underneath in PRASA, there was this turmoil and this particular challenge.
Well, I have difficulty with that logic of what of the opposition that you say you adopted. You are in effect, as I understand you, saying to me, and you must tell me if I misunderstood what you're saying. You are saying there were problems at PRASA. The fact that there was no group CEO wasn't good for PRASA. There should be a group CEO as soon as possible. But you were saying to Mr. Molefe, you are not ready you and management or your PRASA is not ready for a new CEO, which happens to be in line with Mr. Molefe's evidence, because he did say you said that. You say you are not ready for a group CEO. Let's have these investigations, then you can bring in a CEO. I don't follow that logic. I would think that when there are problems, you need it, and you don't have a group CEO, you need a group CEO, and you need a permanent group CEO. And because there are these problems, it's all the more reason why you should expedite the appointment of a group CEO. When he or she comes, she will find PRASA in the condition in which he or she will find PRASA. She or he is the one who will prepare a report to say to the board and to the minister, I found PRASA in this condition. When I came on such and such a date, I did investigations to find out what are the problems, what are the causes of the problems, what are the solutions that I'm going to apply, and then say, going forward, this is my vision to make sure that these problems do not happen again. So I don't understand the logic of saying, yes, there are problems. Yes, we know we need a group CEO expeditiously, but let's wait. Can you help me understand that logic?
Now that you say it, Chairperson, and they usually say hindsight is the best science, and I realize what you are saying.
Yes, Mr. Sonny.
As you please. Just on that score, so there's no debate about what your position was at that time. You've now conceded it was incorrect, but let's put that aside. I'd like you to look at page SS6, page 163, which is part of a letter that Mr. Molefe wrote to you on the 24th of August 2016, and you'll find that that letter starts at page 157. But I want to read to you the last paragraph of page 163. Are we in the, this is SS6, 163, page 163. That's Mr. Molefe's affidavit, Ms. Peter. And it is Annexure PM8. Yes. If you look at page 157, so you orientate yourself, this is a letter that Mr. Molefe sent to you on the 24th of August.
I can't find it, Chairperson.
She might not be looking in the right bundle. It's the same bundle that has got Mr. Molefe's affidavit.
Now, Ms. Peters, I'm going to come back to this letter, but I just want to finish this issue first. This is part of a letter that Mr. Molefe wrote to you on the 24th of August in response to a letter you had sent to him on the 12th of August. But just so that I understand precisely what your position is in regard to a permanent CEO, I want to read something, read the last paragraph to you, where it is said, this is what Mr. Molefe says to you. The minister indicated that, that's yourself, notwithstanding the completion of an independent, robust process to recruit a permanent group CEO, the minister's view was that PRASA was not ready for such an appointment. The reason we had consulted the minister around our recommendation for the position of Group CEO of PRASA was that we felt the appointment of a permanent Group CEO will assist with stability. We, however, deferred to the Minister's preference to second the acting Group CEO from the Department of Transport. Now, this is about the time that Mr. Letswalo was appointed. Is that correct?
Yes, Chairperson.
So does this, is what Mr. Molefe says in this paragraph, certainly the first sentence, reflective of the views that you expressed to him?
Come again, Chairperson.
Okay, so the first paragraph where you say PRASA is not yet ready, that's what Mr. Molefe has said in his letter. The question to you is, did Mr. Molefe correctly reflect in this letter what you had said to him?
You are asking her in particular to look at the particular paragraph
That's
as
right.
opposed to the whole
Whole
letter.
letter, yes.
The particular paragraph, the last paragraph at page 163.
That's a confirmation, Chairperson, of what I said earlier on.
Yes, yes. Well,
Sorry.
yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Son.
No.
Yes. Of course, Ms. Peters, you have correctly considered that it was not the correct position to adopt, to say the Group CEO should not be appointed as yet because PRASA was not ready for a Group CEO. But that view seems to me to be so extraordinary that one has got to ask you, but how could you have thought along those lines as minister responsible for PRASA? How is it possible that as minister, you could think that more than a year after the position of Group CEO had become vacant and it had not been filled, because this letter is written in August 2016. How could you have thought that it was not the right thing to appoint Group CEO at that time? How is that possible?
Chairperson, like I indicated, there were those processes that were involved in, but there was also the consultation process that I was busy with. That was what I was saying to Mr. Molefe. And I did say to Mr. Molefe that at that particular moment, we are not ready to conclude on this process of appointing the Group CEO. In the same paragraph, Chairperson, he gives an indication of the work that they are doing and also the workshops that they are convening. And like I said earlier on, yes, with hindsight, I could have been wrong at that particular time, and I concede with it.
Isn't it to put to you that it just hits me as something that's just so obviously wrong that it's difficult to understand how you could have thought so, because one, a year had passed and the position had not been filled. Two, you knew how critical the filling of the position of Group CEO would be for an entity such as PRASA. Three, obviously you knew the problems at PRASA and they were not small. And more than a year after the permanent Group CEO had left, you were saying, no, we don't need to appoint a Group CEO at this stage. So that's just a concern to me, how it is possible that you could have thought along those lines, because I think in your position as minister, you ought to have been saying to the board, why are you taking so long? Why are you taking so long? You, the board, you, Mr. Molefe, you are the one who told me in 2014 you knew that Mr. Montana was going to be leaving. What's happening? You are the one who should have been saying to them, what's going on? You understand?
I understand, Chairperson.
Yes. Okay, all right. Mr. Soni.
May I follow up on that? And, Ms. Peters, you know, commissions of inquiry are always awkward public debates or spawn awkward public debates. But this is a question I want to ask you. You've said to the chairperson, and correctly so with respect, that 2020 is a perfect science. You look at it and you say you were wrong. What I want to ask you is, when did you realize you were wrong? Today or before?
They say in life, you regret more the things that you didn't do than those that you did. And now that we bring it up now, you are reminding me of something that happened at the particular time, Chairperson, and I want to say yes, at that particular moment, despite the many things that we were dealing with, probably we should have allowed for this process. But there was no way in which I was going to circumvent the consultation process that ultimately would have resulted in cabinet. Like I considered earlier on that the court judgment that the evidence leader made reference to, I was not even aware of it because it seems to be a recent this thing. Whilst there is a protocol in cabinet with regard to the appointment of senior people in, is it the board, is it the CEO, is it the DGs and DDGs, they are appointed through the cabinet process.
Maybe just to finalize, I seem to remember that in his oral evidence, Dr. Molefe said at a certain stage, and it may be that this is the stage that he's talking about when you said PRASA is not ready for a new CEO. He says, as the board that even identified a candidate that they had confidence in, that they wanted to be appointed. And I asked him about the credentials of that candidate, and he told me the credentials of that candidate. I think he may have even mentioned the name
He did,
of
Chairperson.
of the candidate. And he said it was somebody who would not be new in the rail industry. It was somebody who had been involved in the rail industry. And my impression was that it was somebody who had been involved either within PRASA or with the predecessors of PRASA or some other subsidiaries. And he said this was a good candidate. We were ready. But the minister said PRASA was not ready for a new CEO. Do you remember whether they mentioned to you that they had identified a candidate through their process?
Chairperson, Mr. Molefe brought volumes of files of this nature to me,
Yes.
and I had not applied my mind to those
Yes.
volumes of files
Yes.
that he had brought to me.
Yes.
So it would have meant that I process those so
Yeah.
that I then can prepare the submission of cabinet.
Yeah.
And ultimately, when we get to cabinet, it's not a foregone conclusion that you come with a file and say, there's it, and then it's a yay. Because cabinet works in cycles of every 2 weeks. And Chairperson, I don't just remember the time that he brought the file to me.
Okay, but my question was whether, and you can tell me if you don't remember, that's fine, whether you remember that at a certain stage, his board had identified somebody that they were happy with to be appointed.
Earlier on in my input, Chairperson, I did give an indication that Mr. Molefe had said that they've got a lineup, because when we go to cabinet, we go with 3 names.
Yes.
A lineup of 3 names.
Yeah,
that, and in their order of priority.
Yeah.
And that file, I left at the department.
Okay, but you remember that he said they had names.
He said so.
Okay, all right. Mr. Soni?
Did you take those names to cabinet?
No, I had not. By the time I left, I had not.
But this is in 2016, as I understand it. So another 9 months before you left office, you hadn't taken it.
I don't think it's another 9 months, Chairperson. I'm just sure of the time frame, but I don't think it's another 9 months.
I think
But
it's shorter.
it's some few months.
Let me ask you a slightly different question now. You say that your view in August 2016 was that PRASA was not ready for the appointment of a permanent CEO. That was your view. When Mr. Molefe gave you those names, that remained your view. Is that correct?
Chairperson, I indicated that he gave me a list with files. And as a member of cabinet, if I have to go to cabinet with those files, it would not have been fair. So I needed also to process those files and summarize them for the benefit of cabinet. So that was the work that we're still going to be doing. And then I would give an indication. At that same time, I think it was around August, I went to China for a state visit.
I'm not sure whether that answered your question, Mr. Soni.
I'm going to pursue it at two levels. See, if this was your view, and you say it's only when the chairperson raised the fact that that view didn't appear to be cogent, that you achieved 2020 vision on that issue. So I'm going to suggest to you, and you can tell me if my suggestion is wrong, that if this was your view, that PRASA was not ready for a CEO, you would not have taken that list to cabinet.
Pardon?
You would not have taken that list to cabinet.
I would have taken the list to cabinet because we were, like I indicated, my intention was when I come back from the international trip, we'll go through the submission. And Chairperson, I had already even started looking at the report that, because there was a report that Mr. Molefe said comes from the company that they had used to do that.
To headhunt
To headhunt.
a CEO.
Well, this file, I just want to get the time frame right. This file that you say Mr. Molefe gave you or sent to your department for your attention with 3 names, as I understand the position. Was that in 2015? Was that given in 2015? Was that given in 2016 to you?
I think it was in 2016, Chair.
Sorry?
I'm not sure, but it was, I think it is around 2016.
Around 2016. Okay. Which might have been early in 2016 or mid 2016, because in the letter of August 26, early 2016 or mid 2016, it might have been there, because the letter of August 2016 that we were looking at a few minutes ago, where Mr. Molefe said, you said to him, PRASA was not ready for a new CEO. That letter was written in August 2016. So that may tie up with your suggestion that it was in 2016, because there in that paragraph it does say they had engaged in a vigorous recruitment process. So that was So you say, yes, you did not take those names to cabinet.
Not yet.
By the time you left the portfolio, you had not done so. And that would mean, because you left in March 2017, that would mean if this file was given to you early in 2016 or during the first half of 2016, that would mean you stayed with it for maybe about a year without taking these names to cabinet. You would agree?
I'm not sure, Chairperson, about the actual timeframes, but
Yes, I'm saying if, for example, the file was given to you during the first half of 2016, it looks like you would have stayed with it without taking it to these names to cabinet for about a year or just close to a year. You would agree with that?
yes, Chair.
Yes. Now, that's extraordinary, because you are the minister in charge of PRASA. You know the problems at PRASA. You have expressed the view that you thought that the appointment of the group CEO should be done expeditiously. At least at a certain stage, that's what you thought. At another stage, you thought, well, PRASA is not ready for a new CEO, at least August 2016. So is it possible that by the time you left, that is March 2017, you had not changed your view that PRASA was not ready for a new group CEO? And that is why you did not take the names to cabinet?
At the time when I was almost relieved, not almost, before I was relieved of my responsibility, I was trying to engage, and that is a period, Chairperson, that I say I was in hospital. I was trying, because we had a meeting at PRASA House with the board chairperson. Like always, I always met with the board chairperson. The board members would not be there in most instances. And I indicated to him that we are now busy looking at this matter, and based on an engagement that I was still going to pursue with the president, because for that particular item, I wanted the president's support with regard to it. Because it was going to be easier, Chairperson, for the president to preside over a meeting where, and I have seen it work well. I was not the type of minister who, when the president passes, I would grab his ear and talk to him in that way. I would want a formal meeting with the president where I would take him through all these particular issues. But in this instance was that we are preparing the submission from the board of PRASA, and as and when I get the time from the president, I will then go to him to be able to present this proposal. And I want to indicate, Chairperson, it has never happened in the past where if I go, I'm speaking about myself now, in the areas of deployment that I was given, that if I go to the president for courtesy to inform him about an eminent appointment, he would say yay or nay. He had never turned back. He actually acknowledged and even looked at indicating areas that I would probably have to go and strengthen and all those type of things. So I was going to process this file, and based on the time that I would have been given for the president to meet me, to hear me out on this particular matter, and other matters that might be related to those others that I was referring to, I would then engage and be able to get this relief to go there. In fact, for your information, Chairperson, there was a similar case.
Well, I'm going to stop you there. The question is simply whether you had changed your mind about PRASA not being ready for a new CEO between August 2016 and the time that you left as minister?
No, Chairperson, I had not, I had changed my mind because I had started the process. That's why I'm saying I had said that the officials in the department must process the file that was now given. And I had written and requested through the DG in the presidency for an opportunity to brief the president with regard to this matter. And once it was concluded, I was going to take that file directly to the cabinet secretariat, who was the DG in the presidency, so that he processed it for cabinet meeting.
And when would you have changed your view on whether PRASA needed a new CEO? Are you able to tell? We know in August 2016, it was still your view.
It was around January 2017.
17. Yes, well, what made you change your view?
At that particular time, remember, Letswalo had been in the position for about 6 months. And Mr. Molefe had called me and indicated to me that, do I anticipate a situation where they should extend? And I said, no, it's the prerogative of the board, the acting. And I left it as such because I knew that particular time that I am busy now with this matter. And I'm sure, Chairperson, given an opportunity, we would have concluded on that particular process.
Yes, but you did testify earlier on and said at a certain stage you were of the view that a group CEO should be appointed expeditiously. You remember that? Am I correct?
Is that correct, Chair?
Yes. When was that, and when did you cease to be of that view? And you started thinking, we shouldn't appoint expeditiously because PRASA is not ready for a new CEO. When exactly did you have this view that a group CEO must be appointed expeditiously? When did you change that view and thought, look, PRASA needs some time before they can have a new CEO?
We had discussed the matter, I think it was early 2016, no, not 2016, towards late 2015. I'm just thrown out by the dates, Chair.
Yes.
With the board. I will also refer to the notes that I have with regard to the engagement that I had with PRASA at the AGM, because there's always annual general meetings at the AGM where the shareholder who is represented by the minister would address the board. And in that, there were some issues that we also raised. And Chairperson, it was at that particular time that I then said to Mr. Molefe, because we talked, and I then said to him, I am going to ask the department to process that file that they had given. So, and some of the details, because Chairperson, sometimes it's difficult to follow the things that you discussed in a corridor as opposed to the things that you discussed in formal meetings.
But are you saying that it was up towards the end of 2015, it was around the end of 2015 that you changed the view that a group CEO should be appointed expeditiously? Is that more or less around that time?
Chairperson, I'm using memory here now, and I'm struggling to put the years and months together.
Yeah, no, yes.
But I do acknowledge that there was a time where we agreed with the board. And at that time, the escalation of the problems, because the problems of PRASA escalated even beyond Montana's time. Before that, things that went out. And the other thing that I had Yeah, let me leave it for now, Chairperson, because
Yes.
I'm trying
Okay,
to
you are
recall
not-
some of, and I'm getting a cross-pollination of the things we discussed with Mr. Molefe in the corridors and those that we've discussed officially. And that's why I'm requesting for the official submission of the
Yeah.
documents.
So, but you seem to be saying you are struggling to remember when you may have changed your view about the need for an expeditious appointment. Is that right? Okay, but would it be?
It's not necessarily to say the changing of your view about the need for the expeditious appointment. Chairperson, I did indicate that there are matters that emerged in the process that made me arrive at this particular statement of saying it doesn't look like we are ready.
Yes, but the two are in conflict with each other, the two views. The one is we must have a group CEO appointed expeditiously. You have that view initially. Then you come to a point when you have a view that says PRASA is not ready, which means I'm not in favor of an expeditious appointment of the group CEO because PRASA is not ready. I want to wait until PRASA is ready. That's what it means, isn't it?
No,
Or do you not
Chairperson,
see it
not,
that way?
no, Chairperson, not to wait till PRASA is ready, but to address, maybe for a lack of a better word, I used the wrong words. But for a time when we could have consolidated all these issues that we were dealing with at that particular time.
Mr. Sonny?
The robust process, the recruitment process, had taken place before you changed your mind. In other words, initially your view was, or at whatever stage, but certainly during the robust process, that PRASA should have a group CEO expeditiously. That would be correct, wouldn't it? But I just want a yes or no, if it's not, because otherwise, Ms. Peters, we are going to debate matters. It's a question of your own state of mind, not what you discussed with Mr. Molefe or the president or anybody. It is what was your thinking at that time. That's what we're looking at.
And Chairperson, in the beginning, like I give an indication that immediately after Mr. Montana left, we agreed that it is important that we recruit a CEO.
Expeditiously.
Maybe the word expeditiously means,
You see, there's a difference between doing something expeditiously and doing it urgently. That's why I didn't use the word urgently. Right from the outset, when I posed my question to you, I said expeditiously. In other words, doing it correctly, but in the shortest possible time.
agreed, Chairperson.
Now, then something happened which caused you to change your mind. I'm going to deal with that in a moment, but I want to ask you a slightly different question. By the time you had changed your mind, whatever caused you to change your mind, had the process, the recruitment process, run its course?
I'm not sure, Chairperson.
I'll tell you why it is important, Ms. Peters. You see, if it hadn't run its course, and I'm going to refer you to a figure you gave in Parliament, and I'll just mention it now, but I'll come back to it, where you had said that this process, or the amount spent on this process, was 1,767,000 rand. If this process, if you had changed your mind before this process has run its course, then effectively that would be fruitless and wasteful expenditure, wouldn't it?
Can I ask for the dates, Chairperson?
This is the reply you gave in Parliament, and perhaps you should look at it. It's the parliamentary file, bundle 3, page 379.
Do you think I should bother to look at it, Mr.
No,
President?
I can read it out. You
Okay,
needn't look at
all
it.
right.
Bundle 3, page 379. Remember the one on the left-hand side.
Page?
Page 379.
Thirty-seven.
379. You will see towards the latter third of the page, the paragraph begins, replies to follow-up question, and then your reply is indicated. I just want to read what your reply to a question from Mr. De Freitas was, that the Minister, in consultation and by agreement with the Board of PRASA, resolved at a meeting held on the 30th of June that the environment within PRASA was not conducive for the appointment of a GCEO. In this regard, and following this agreement with the board, the Minister seconded to the board and appointed Mr. Collins Letswalo as acting Group CEO effective the 1st of July. And right at the end, in paragraph C, it said, the amount spent on the process was 1,767,000. 767,000. Do you see that that's what's recorded there, Ms. Peters?
This question, was it a question to me at the time I was the minister?
Yes,
Chairperson?
yes. It says replies to follow-up question received on the 8th of June, 2016.
Okay. Process. Yes, Chairperson?
Well, the question I was asking is, if the recruitment process by the time you changed your mind had not been finalized and you allowed the process to go on, then on the basis of the definition in the PFMA, that or part of that 1.76 million would be fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Would you agree with me?
I would agree with you, but I just want to indicate there that it is clearly an indication that we agreed with the board chairperson on this particular process.
No, but I think you misunderstand my question. The question is, by that time you had come to the conclusion, contrary to what your view was earlier, that the board was not ready for the appointment of a permanent CEO. And I'm going back to a question asked by the chairperson, namely, when did you change your mind that the appointment need not be done expeditiously? Was it before the recruitment process had been finalized?
It was, Chairperson, I think during the process and probably at the time that I received the package.
I'm sorry, during the process and at the time when,
I received the package.
or the files?
Yes, Chairperson.
Okay.
That's when you changed your mind.
Yes, Chairperson.
Can I ask you, was your mind changed by the names that appeared on the list Mr. Molefe gave you?
I had nothing to do with the names, Chairperson.
No. I didn't say that. I know that the board had gone through this process. They had got somebody to headhunt people. They gave you a list based on that process. That was the board's list. The question I'm asking is, was your change of mind due to the identity of the persons who appeared on the list the board gave you?
Not at all, Chairperson.
Was the change of your mind in any way based on the contents of the files that you had been given?
No, Chairperson.
Was the change of your mind based in any way on the process that the board had followed in seeking to identify the right candidate?
No, Chairperson.
Okay. So what is it that made you change your mind?
What changed my mind at that particular time, Chairperson, I did indicate that as a department, we had not processed the submission and we had not gone to cabinet as yet. And there was going to be still some time before we go to cabinet.
Okay, no, I just want to make sure we are on the same page. When you say you changed your mind during the recruitment process by the board and after you had been given the files by the board or the chairperson of the board, as I understand it, you are saying the change of mind was from the view that the appointment of the group CEO for PRASA should be done expeditiously, changing that view to the view that PRASA was not ready for a new CEO. Are we on the same page?
Yes, Chair.
Yes. So are you saying what made you change your mind was that there were some investigations that were still to be undertaken or were being undertaken by PRASA?
It was many factors, Chairperson.
Sorry?
It was many factors.
It was many factors. Please tell me those factors.
One of the factors was the fact that I had not processed the submission yet.
The submissions from the board.
From the board, yes, Chairperson.
Yes.
And remember, I indicated that it still had to go to cabinet.
Yes.
And the agenda of cabinet is set by the secretary of cabinet. And if you make a submission to the secretary of cabinet, there would be indications from the secretary of cabinet that in terms of these slots for this particular week, because cabinet was sitting every second week, for this particular week, we have this particular challenge. So part of the process that I had worked out was that once I had processed this submission, I need to consult with my principal, my boss, which is the president, to, just out of courtesy, inform him about what this outcome has produced. So that was where we were. And at that time, Chairperson, there's these investigations that are happening, which is your forensic investigation, which we ultimately agreed that it must be reconciled with the one of the public protector, and that it must be referred to National Treasury, which then got to the office of the Chief Procurement Officer.
Well, you are going to have to forgive me, Ms. Peters, but much of what you have told me doesn't make sense to me in terms of the question that I asked and in terms of the view that you said you changed. You are saying to me, for quite some time prior to the recruitment process, you were of the view that the appointment of the group CEO for PRASA should be done expeditiously. But during that recruitment process, and when the files were brought, you changed that view to the view that said PRASA was not ready for a new CEO. And to explain why you changed that view, you're saying that you needed to consult the president. You were going to need to follow certain processes before taking the names to the cabinet. Is that right?
Yes.
That part of it doesn't make sense to me. How does that translate to saying PRASA is not ready for a group CEO?
That's why I said maybe it was the wording that one used at that particular time.
Please raise your voice.
I was saying, Chairperson, that maybe it was the wording that we used at that particular time that probably sent a wrong picture.
The wording of saying PRASA is not ready for a new
That we
CEO.
are not ready with the appointment of the group CEO at PRASA.
Okay. You now say we are not ready.
Yes,
I
we-
understood Mr. Molefe to have said what you said was that PRASA was not ready. When you say we, are you referring to PRASA? Are you referring to cabinet? Are you referring to the executive? Who are you referring to?
I was talking to Mr. Molefe. So both of us in that engagement, we engaged and we ultimately agreed with him. And in fact, he was the one who later said to me that this process is even getting contaminated and compromised. I don't know what it meant at that particular time.
Yes, but I just want to find out when you say we were not ready, who you are talking about. Is it you and Mr. Molefe? Is it PRASA and the ministry? Is it PRASA, the board, the ministry, and the executive, namely the cabinet? Who exactly?
PRASA and the ministry, which means the board would have been involved included in the equation.
Yes. But you are not able to, or are you able to explain to me how the fact that you must follow certain processes to take the names to the cabinet translates into saying PRASA is not ready?
May I just have a...
Yes, and I know we have gone past 2 hours of a hearing. It may well be that there is time for a break. I think your counsel, Ms. Peters, is agreeing, is nodding about a break.
A request to that effect has been made.
Maybe just help me with that, with an answer to that question, then maybe we'll take the break. I'm saying it doesn't make sense to me because when you were of the view that the group CEO should be appointed expeditiously, you would still follow the same processes as far as cabinet was concerned. When you changed the view, your view, and said, well, PRASA is not ready, it's the same process you would follow. But quite apart from that, I'm saying there seems to be no connection to me between saying we must follow these processes if I want to take these names to cabinet and saying PRASA is not ready. I would have thought that when you say PRASA is not ready, you would talk about things at PRASA, to say, this is the position, these are the things at PRASA that make PRASA not to be ready.
Chairperson, the stakeholders at PRASA would be the ministry as well as the department and PRASA itself. When I said PRASA is not ready, I have already elaborated on the areas of the investigations and the decisions between me and the AG. And then there's this other process that involves the department and myself as the then minister in terms of processing the submission. So at that particular time, Mr. Molefe had taken a decision that he can't work with the then CEO who was acting. So there needed to have been something in between. And maybe that is the element that I did not bring in earlier on to say, in our discussion, there was an indication that the relationship between Mr. Molefe and the then acting CEO was not right. So at that particular moment, we were not ready, they were not ready, and the whole process was not concluded yet. And I then said, they conclude and deal with these financial challenges. And we will get, in fact, even in the engagement with the day Litualo was seconded, was the day in which we had a whole day engagement with PRASA board and the executive at that particular time. And there were serious issues that were coming from that. And you couldn't wait for the appointment of the CEO for those things to be addressed. So we needed somebody in between that. And that is why I had no issue when Mr. Molefe said, the policy of PRASA acting indicates that the person can act for about 6 months. And then they went ahead and and I don't know whether they extended or what they did there. And I just need to indicate that the process that they had worked on with regard to the recruitment had started around October. I'm trying to get the picture of 2015. And we entered 2016. And at the time when they made the submission to me, because I think there were 2 processes that were ran in PRASA. It's just that I don't recall well those processes. And then when he ultimately, Mr. Molefe, came with the final process that they had worked in, it was at the point that he indicated to me that particular submission that they had made. So, Chairperson, by the end of 2016, we had not as yet concluded on the process of appointing the CEO. There was an acting CEO.
That's fine. That's fine.
I'm saying to you, Chairperson, if there is anything wrong at that particular time, I would take responsibility for my part in that particular, I'm sorry, Chair, in that particular delay, in terms of ensuring that the processing then happens and the preparation to cabinet then happen.
But why were you going to consult with the president after the board had given you these files? And why was the issue of the processes that lead to cabinet? Why was that relevant? Because your position was PRASA is not ready for a new CEO. I would have thought that if that was your position, you'd be saying there's no need to bother about processes that take us to cabinet because PRASA is not ready.
No, Chairperson. Government didn't operate that way.
So what were you going to talk to them
cabinet,
about?
There is a principle and a protocol that says we are individually and collectively responsible. I'm sorry. And the minister is uphathisiwe irresponsibility
Yes,
of this sector.
yes,
And in my view, as Elizabeth Dipuo Peters, if uphathisiwe, you keep on going back to law who phathisa you,
yes,
so that you can then be able to inform him or her about what he has given you as a responsibility, and be even to able to indicate that I am then from this point taking this matter to cabinet. And I said it earlier on, Chairperson, that in my experience in the area of responsibilities that I carried, I've never had a situation where when a board, out of the boards that I worked with in my previous areas of deployment, even in the other boards that we were working with in transport, I have never had a situation where when I went to the president with regard to a matter and a recommendation by a board that he says no. The issue is he would want more information. And Chairperson, you would have observed that there would be times even in Parliament where the opposition would ask President issues which he or she, if not processed well, would not be able to respond to.
No,
and
that's
that
fine.
informed me, Chairperson, to say it is important that I am my
No,
principal.
I think you have made your point, and you must just confirm that when you talked about uphathiswa, what you meant was that whether what you meant was that you are given a responsibility to carry out, and you must report back to whoever gave you the responsibility.
Yes, Chairperson.
Okay, all right. Mr. Soni, maybe, I don't know, maybe, at 5 o'clock we're supposed to start an evening session
Yes.
with Mr. Freund. Maybe let's talk about the way forward. I think there is still,
There is
Yes.
not as much as today, but certainly some important issues
Yes.
still remain to be dealt with.
yes, is there a possibility that we could continue with Ms. Peters' evidence tomorrow morning before tomorrow's witness?
Yes, yes.
Ms. Peters, how is your situation about that? Would that be feasible with you? And I'll ask your counsel just now, just speaking for yourself. Would it be possible to continue with your evidence tomorrow morning before tomorrow's witness?
Yes, Chair, I'll send a notice to Parliament because there is a Parliament sitting tomorrow and I'm sitting in a committee.
Yes.
And Chair, you would know that that committee that I'm sitting on is called the Standing Committee on Appropriations.
Yes.
And I'm an alternate on the Standing Committee on Finance.
Yes.
And the next day, the minister will be presenting his budget. So I'm going to miss out on tomorrow's presentation by National Treasury to the committee. But if the chief whip, who is responsible for our
Yes.
participation in Parliament, is informed,
Yes.
usually there won't be a problem.
There won't be a problem.
And also because of the importance that they actually give to the commission.
Yes.
I don't think that it
There
would
should be a problem.
but I will call them and inform them.
Yes. Okay. Mr. Machava, how is your situation?
Chair, I would request that we perhaps stand down so that I can make some logistical arrangements.
Oh,
I'm not
okay.
averse to that.
Yes,
I just
okay,
have
all right.
got,
Okay, let's take the 10 minutes break, and then when we come back, then we can talk. Okay, we'll adjourn for 10 minutes. yes, Mr. Soni. I think Mr. Majava was needing to make some contact with whoever. I don't know whether you are going to give me the report back or whether he will.
I can tell you so that we can speed it up, Chairperson. Mr. Majavu said to me, so long as he's able to
The
leave,
aircon is up again. Yes, okay.
so long as he's able to leave by 11:45 tomorrow, it should be okay.
Okay, okay. And what's your assessment? That
I
should
think
be
we
fine.
should be finished just around tea time. It may be that we
Yes,
should start at
yes,
9:30,
yes.
just to
Yeah, we
make
could
sure.
start a little earlier.
Yes,
Yeah.
but there isn't much more. It's just there are matters that
Yeah.
one would like to clear up.
Yeah. Ms. Machava, if we start at 9:30, will that be fine with you?
Chair, that will be in order because
Yes.
I would also need a few minutes to redirect.
Okay.
So if we start at 9:30, by 11:45-ish, we should
Yes.
be done. So that's in order with me, Chair.
Okay, all right. Ms. Peters, starting 9:30 would be fine?
Thank you, Chairperson. I've consulted with the whippery
Yes.
and they do agree. And
Yes.
I'm sure, Chairperson, you'd be aware that we've got something called lockup before the budget. They said so long as I'm there, by the time we get locked up for the budget.
Oh.
When we peruse the budget before
No, I
every
didn't know
minister,
that.
before the minister announces, we go through it together.
Oh, okay. So, no, that's fine then. I think we should then adjourn for now because I'm due to start the evening shift, evening session, now at 5. So we'll adjourn. You are all free to go home except me and those who must remain to assist us, and there will be another work stream. Okay, so I'll adjourn and allow about 10 minutes for the 5 to 10 minutes for Mr. Freund to be ready together with his witness. We adjourn.
Unmute Tumza. Opiven, please give me the chairperson shot. Karasimo. Go to SCC to me. Check a speed test lab. Afternoon, SC.
Okay. Good afternoon. I hear you clearly. Do you hear me?
We can hear you very clearly from the rainy Johannesburg. Our weather is not so good today, but we hope that it won't interrupt our session.
Yeah, well, we have bright sunshine here. You should come to the Cape.
Okay. Can you see the gentleman sitting on the chairperson's chair?
Yeah, of course.
Thank you so kindly. Mr. Frolik, are you there? Good afternoon, Mr. Frolik.
Good afternoon.
How are you, sir?
Afternoon. I'm good, and you, sir?
Fine. Reverend Stemela from the hearing venue, the State Capture Commission. Just testing
Yes, sir.
our sound. Will you please unmute your video, please, sir? Just want to see your positioning for recording purposes. Perfect. Beautiful background. Thank you. Thank you. Can you
you.
hear us very clearly?
You've got a bit,
Nice
you've
to
got
show.
a better looking set of books than mine.
Mr. Frolik,
Yes.
will you be taking oath or affirmation, sir?
Information.
Thank you so much. Affirmation. We'll let you know when about to start. Just please keep your video on and just mute your sound, please. Thank you. Looks much better. SC, are you ready?
I'm ready, but just to remind you that Mr. Frolik has already started his evidence.
Yes.
He's now continue. It may not be necessary to reaffirm. I don't know. That's
Yes, we'll hear from the chairperson. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
good. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Freund. Good afternoon, everybody who wasn't here in the morning.
Good afternoon, Chair.
Yes. Are we ready?
We are indeed, Chair.
Yes.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Chair, you will recall that Mr. Froelich testified previously on the 5th of February, but could not complete his evidence in the time available. It was agreed he would come back. He has come back, and he's ready, willing, and able to resume his testimony. He's connected to these proceedings right now. But before we proceeded with his evidence, with your leave, I'd like to raise a different issue. I would, with your leave, wish to introduce into the record a set of correspondence between the Commission, and in particular the then acting secretary of this Commission, and the Secretary Generals or equivalent office holders of 12 political parties represented in Parliament. There is a bundle of such correspondence, and in that correspondence, essentially, the Commission invited those parties to lead evidence or to make submissions to this Commission. And with your leave, I'd like to refer to that, introduce that into the record, and just draw attention to certain features of that correspondence.
Yes.
The suggestion is that it forms part of Exhibit ZZ, which is the exhibit on oversight by Parliament. And there is a bundle that has been prepared called Correspondence to Political Parties. It runs to some 63 pages, and I trust that it should be in your files, chairs, together with the legal material and the other exhibits.
Yes, I've been handed the file, yes.
Now, Chair, there's a particular reason why I have thought it possibly appropriate to draw attention to this particular correspondence. It's been drawn to my attention that in social media, there has been a suggestion that the Commission is selective in the political parties represented in Parliament from whom submissions and evidence has been sought. So, for example, you will see at page 45 of this bundle, a certain Mr. Floyd Shivambu making some comments on social media, on Twitter, and the sting of it is this: the EFF fought for the Commission to be established, and yet they will never speak to us because we are not factional puppets. The suggestion being that their evidence has not been solicited. And the point that I wish to place on record through you, Chair, if you think it's so fit, is that identical letters were sent on the 27th of February 2020 to each of 12 political parties, and you will see them all referred to in this bundle. And so, for example, just to illustrate the point at page 41, you will see the letter sent to the Secretary General of the Economic Freedom Fighters. And Chair, I would suggest you might wish to turn to that page.
I'm there.
And Chair, this is a letter addressed by the acting secretary of this commission, but on your directions, as I understand it. And as I say, similar letters sent to all the political parties. And in summary, I'm just going to refer to parts of the letter.
I think the ones that might not have been sent might be those who only got to Parliament in 2019, after the general election of 2019. But if I recall correctly, all those which had been there prior to the appointment of the Commission during the relevant years, I think all of them were sent these letters.
That's indeed correct, Chair, to the best of my knowledge. And you will see, Chair, at the cover page of this exhibit, the list of the parties to whom it has been sent, 12 political parties, including the IFP, COPE, FF+, UDM, DA, AIC, EFF, ANC, PAC, ACDP, ACANG, NFP. And what I just wanted to draw to your attention, and perhaps to the public's attention through you, Chair, is that as long ago as February of 2020, you directed, and the acting secretary of the commission corresponded with each of the political parties, inviting them all to to furnish evidence or submissions before this commission. So, for example, Chair, you will see in paragraph 4 of the letter says your party may select a few members, maybe 2, who can provide the commission with statements or affidavits or affirmed declarations setting out their experiences and observations over the years. The statements or affidavits can be drawn up by the commission's lawyers or by your party's lawyers in consultation with the commission's lawyer. The commission needs this evidence in order to see whether Parliament carried out its constitutional oversight obligations properly over the years, and so forth. And in considerable detail, parties are all invited to make representations, and a certain time period was stipulated within which those invitations were submitted. Now, Chair, for example, from a number of the parties, but in this particular instance, it might be relevant just to draw your attention to page 46 of this bundle. There, for example, we have a signature from a representative of the EFF acknowledging receipt of that letter. And to the best of my knowledge, that party and a number of other parties have not made submissions to this commission.
And that signature, the person who signed there indicated that she received the letter of invitation at, it looks like 4:05 on the 3rd of March 2020. Yes, she put in, he or she, I think it's a she, even put in her ID number.
Indeed. Thank you, Chair. Chair, there's no more I wish to say about that, other than that I submit this should form part of the record.
Yes, no, thank you. That's fine.
Thank you, Chair.
It will be.
Then,
It will be part of the record, yeah. Thank you.
thank you. Chair, as I've indicated, Mr. Froelich started but has not completed his evidence on this particular topic. I think he testified under affirmation, if I recall. I'm not sure if I'm correct in that regard.
Yes.
He should either be directed to
Yeah.
affirmation.
Just administer the oath of affirmation again. Good afternoon, Mr. Froelich, are you there?
Good afternoon, Deputy Chief Justice. I'm here.
Okay, thank you. I can't see you as yet, and now I can see you. Okay, thank you very, very much. Thank you for coming back to complete your evidence.
It's a pleasure, sir.
The registrar will just administer the oath of affirmation afresh.
Please state your full names for the record.
Cedric Thomas Froelich.
Do you have any objection to making the prescribed affirmation?
No, I don't.
Do you affirm that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, I truly affirm.
I truly affirm.
Thank you. You may proceed, Mr. Freund.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Froelich, you will recall that when you testified, we referred to the affidavit that you submitted as one of several representatives of the African National Congress in bundle 1 from page 46 and following. You will recall this affidavit, I'm sure.
Okay.
And I want to start off today at page 53, that's the top right-hand pagination, where you deal with the topic of certain letters written to chairpersons of committees in June 2017 from paragraph 23 and following. Do you have that?
Correct.
And Chair, may I ask whether you also have that?
I've got that, thank you.
Right, thank you. Now, Mr. Froelich, there you say that during May and June of 2017, a number of allegations pertaining to the capture of state-owned enterprises and the alleged involvement of the Gupta family in matters of the state appeared in the public domain. These allegations were directed at certain government departments and or members of the executive. And after dealing with certain preliminary issues, you say, upon my return to Parliament on the 15th of June 2017, I, of course you were the chair of chairs, was called to a meeting of the Speaker and the Chief Whip of the ANC, where we discussed the matter of the establishment of such an ad hoc committee, which had again been raised by opposition MPs. And you say we were mindful that the Commission on State Capture was not operational yet, and that Parliament had a responsibility to look into the matter, and we agreed that the best approach would be for the relevant line function committees to look into the matter and to report to the House, and you then refer to certain letters that you wrote to the chairs of certain committees. I take it this is all factually correct.
That's correct.
Right. Now, what interests me is the principle. The principle, as I understand it, that you are accepting in your own affidavit, is that because there were allegations in the public domain of the capture of state-owned enterprises and allegations pertaining to the involvement of the Gupta family in matters of state, and because those allegations were directed at certain government departments and or members of the executive, it was appropriate for Parliament to exercise its powers of oversight and to inquire into and trying to ferret out the truth in relation to these allegations. Do you accept that?
That's correct.
And I have to say, Mr. Froelich, I have no difficulty with the view that you say you had formed, the Speaker had formed, and the Chief Whip had formed, that this required investigation. But what I want to put to you where I do have difficulty is the fact that you only thought that necessary at this late stage, namely in the middle of 2017. And I want to ask you, firstly, generally, why it was that prior to that, no similar steps were taken to the best of your knowledge.
No, thank you for the question. I want to take you a little bit back, Chairperson and Advocate Freund, to indicate that this emails that were being revealed and leaked in the public domain was on the back of the report of the Public Protector in 2016 that was published, I think it was in October 2016, where the Public Protector came to certain conclusions. And part of the recommendations of that report indicates that a commission such as what we are having now into state capture must be set up. The discussion then ensued as to what happened since that report from the Public Protector was published. The expectation was that by 2017, early 2017, all the modalities would have been put in place for the commission to commence its work. It would have, and it was considered during our discussion that we had, that if Parliament would have interfered earlier or intervened earlier from the time that the complaint was lodged with the Public Protector by a certain Father S. Mayebe of the Dominican Group and former DA leader Muse Maimane on the 18th of March 2016, as well as an unnamed member of the public on the 22nd of April 2016, then we would have basically interfered and run a parallel process, parallel to that the Public Protector was undertaking, keeping in mind that the Public Protector submits reports to Parliament, and those reports, which was subject of an investigation then, arrive in the House that we must deliberate on. And the recommendation explicitly said that a commission of inquiry into allegations of state capture must be set up. And at that stage that you are referring to, as it appears in my affidavit, no such commission was set up as yet.
All right. Now, are you suggesting, Mr. Froelich, that if a member of the public lays a complaint with the public protector about a particular issue, and here I have in mind an issue of huge national significance, allegations of alleged state capture and corruption at the highest level, are you suggesting that once such a complaint has been laid with the public protector, it would be wrong for Parliament itself to investigate and to deal with such allegations?
Chairperson, we were mindful of the Constitutional Court ruling, where the Constitutional Court ruled that investigations undertaken by the public protector and recommendations that are made can only be taken on review in a court of law. And Parliament was chastised at the time for undertaking, after the public protector delivered the report on Nkandla, what was deemed to be a second guess of what the public protector said. So the dilemma that we were sitting with is that if you intervene in this process that was investigated by the public protector, that you could arrive at the same conclusion where Parliament opened up parallel investigations and come to different conclusions than the public protector. And that for us would have meant second guessing the report.
So is the short answer to my question yes, that you thought it would be improper to investigate something once a complaint has been laid with the public protector?
The outcome of the discussion that we had is yes, it would have been improper to do so.
And who had that discussion and when?
The discussion took place between the Speaker, as I indicate, Chairperson, in my affidavit. It happened on the morning of the 15th of June 2017, when I was called to the office of the Speaker, where I derive my directives from, where the Chief Whip was also present. And they were in discussion about a meeting that took place earlier that morning, the National Assembly Programming Committee, which I did not attend, where this matter was raised again.
Now, if I can just interrupt you there, Mr. Froelich, because I think you've misunderstood my question. When I asked you who had that discussion and when, I'm not talking about the discussion of June 2017 to have these four committees make investigations. I'm talking about the discussion that I think you say happened that said, because there is a complaint before the public protector about state capture, therefore it would be inappropriate for Parliament to even investigate. That would have been much later. That would have been more than a year earlier. Are you saying there was such a discussion, or did I misunderstand you?
Well, I must also take you back, Chairperson, to 2016, just after there were allegations made by a certain member of Parliament around allegations of the involvement of a certain family in state-owned enterprises that was referred to a committee, and the committee, for one reason or another, after deliberations, decided not to look into the matter. A new Chief Whip was appointed on the 22nd of March, 2016. And it was a firm view of the Chief Whip, and it arose in several multi-party discussions as well, that if Parliament would conduct a parallel investigation, it would be improper. That view was also supported by the Speaker, and also on advice from the legal services. We said we must look at the ruling of the Constitutional Court when it comes to these type of investigations.
Just 1 second, Mr. Freund. I'm sorry. Yes, you may proceed, Mr. Freund.
Thank you, Chair. If I understand what you are telling us, Mr. Froelich, this line of reasoning arose out of the Constitutional Court's judgment in relation to the Nkandla saga and the decision by a parliamentary committee not to give effect to what the public protector had recommended, and rather to decide that no measures whatsoever should be taken against the president. That's the origin of what you're telling us, is it?
Can you just repeat the question again in terms of the parliamentary committee that you're referring to?
No, I'm trying to understand what you're telling us, because I've never heard this before. What I hear you to be telling us is that the view was taken by somebody, we'll come back to who took that view. The view was taken that the effect of the Constitutional Court's judgment on the Nkandla matter is that it would be improper for Parliament to investigate a matter if somebody had made a complaint to the public protector about the same matter. Am I understanding you correctly?
What I'm saying is, Chairperson, that it would be improper for Parliament to conduct a parallel investigation whilst the public protector, a Chapter 9 institution, is conducting exactly the same investigation.
So that could literally mean, for however long it takes the public protector's investigation, the view that you're explaining was that Parliament was hamstrung and could do nothing. Is that the argument?
Well, the argument was, and this is where the chief whip of the majority party, as well as the speaker, was very clear, that we must give time for the public protector to produce a report and see what recommendations is in that report.
And the reason for that, as I understand your evidence, is because there was a complaint pending before the public protector, which complaint had been lodged in March 2016. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right.
3 complaints.
Well, let's go back to where we were on the last occasion. On the last occasion, I put to you, and Chair, you will find this in the transcript of day 338 at page 198, that I presume you may not have, Mr. Froelich, but I put to you an extract from a newspaper report. And you made the point, yes, but I don't have that newspaper report in front of me.
Mr. Freund, can you just repeat what bundle we will find it? In what bundle we will find it?
We will find the newspaper report in bundle 2 at page 561.
561. Okay, all right. Okay, thank you.
And is it correct, Mr. Froelich, that you have since been furnished with a copy of this particular report?
Yes, I've been furnished this afternoon with 3 reports. You must say which one you're referring
Yes, well,
to.
the one that I'm going to refer you to now is the one dated the 27th of February 2011. It's a report in the Sunday Times. It's labeled in the Commission's documentations, Annexure ZR1. Do you have that particular report?
Yes, I have the report in front of me.
And that is a report that alleges, under the headline, Ministers Shiver When Summoned to Family's Home, the following. It says, a revolt is brewing within the ANC and its alliance partners against the influence of the Gupta family over President Jacob Zuma and his government. And then in the 3rd paragraph, it talks about members of top ANC leadership structures, the National Working Committee and the top 6 party officials having raised concerns about this. It makes an allegation. The Sunday Times says it understands that the Gupta's role in influencing the appointment of CEOs and chairmen in key state-owned enterprises was recently raised at an NWC meeting, and it goes on and makes a host of other specific allegations. Now, those are allegations of precisely the same character, are they not, as the allegations to which you refer in paragraph 23 of your affidavit, the allegations which in May of 2017 prompted a decision to cause certain committees to carry out investigations. Do you agree?
I don't agree.
Why not?
I don't agree because the allegations that surfaced in 2017 was on the back, and it was very specific allegations of leaked emails. It was on the back of the report of the public protector. And there were certain things that appear in that report, which I don't have in front of me now, that those emails and things gave further details on. With respect, Chairperson, the article of 2011 that is being referred to is so vague, it doesn't mention any specific person or quote anyone in that article. Now, what usually happens in committees, if I may proceed,
Please.
is that once issues are in the public domain, it is the responsibility of members of parliament who serve in these different committees to bring the information, highlight it to the attention of the chairperson, and in terms of the parliamentary rules, they deliberate on the matter. And whoever bring these or whatever complaint they have for information must then present their case, and they must convince the rest of the committee that the committee must either schedule a hearing on the matter, require further information, and so forth. So I, with respect, differ with you that it is exactly the same.
But the nature of the allegations is exactly the same, is it not?
Well, the nature of the allegations in the article of 2011 deals with a certain family and what they've been up to, but in 2017, the allegations that appear in the form of leaked emails was then premised on the report of the public protector that gave concrete, very clear information on what appeared in the media at the time and the allegations that were made.
But the Sunday Times article quotes members of the National Working Committee of the African National Congress as making these allegations. So it wouldn't have been a matter of a great deal of difficulty, would it, for anybody in Parliament to ask the NWC members whether such allegations were made, who made them, and why they were made? It would be perfectly simple, would it not?
Advocate Friend, when this type of allegation appeared, then you would find that in Parliament, there are members who may be members of the National Executive Committee or the National Working Committee. And what usually happens in these type of ANC meetings is that they meet behind closed doors, they discuss a range of issues, and then thereafter a press release or press statement is made as to how the ANC want to approach the matter. So even if you ask somebody in Parliament who's a member of the NWC or NEC, they can simply say this matter must still be discussed, or we don't have further information yet.
But they would be lying if they said that, would they not? Because you have the power to compel them to testify and to tell the truth, and it's a crime not to do so, is it not?
Advocate Friend, they are members, and not all members of the NEC and NWC are members of Parliament. Some are and some are not. But the manner in which the ANC, NEC and NWC operate is that those discussions take place, a certain view or collective view is taken, and a certain position is taken as to how to proceed with the matter. They don't have to, or they don't, even if you ask very specifically, they will say we are bound by the decisions of the NEC and the NWC on the discussions that are taking place there, and you cannot talk outside of the NEC and NWC.
Ah, is that the point? Is your point that if a member of the NEC or if a member of the NWC is summoned to a portfolio committee and asked about these matters, they're entitled to refuse to answer? Is that the point you're making?
That is not the point. That is not the point I'm making. If any member of the NEC or NWC who serve in a particular capacity in government is called to a meeting of the portfolio committee, then according to the rules of the National Assembly, that member must be able to deal with their portfolios that are there. But at that time, in 2011, this issue didn't arise in the way that you are putting it.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to explore with you is why it didn't arise. because the principle that you yourself have correctly asserted, that allegations of this type warrant investigation by Parliament, were not made for the first time in the middle of 2017. They were made extensively in 2011 and in every year subsequent to that.
I've referred you to the manner in which the different parliamentary committees work, how they gather their information, and how members bring issues to the different portfolio committees. And that is a political process within the rules of Parliament that are taking place. And that is how the system and how Parliament and the politics in Parliament work. There are political parties there who have, and members who have very firm views on how certain matters must be raised. And you must be able, even myself, must be able to convince a particular point of view or even a letter that I wrote to ask for certain things to be done and to explain to them. That is how the terrain in Parliament works. It's a very contested terrain.
Yes, it is a contested terrain. And yes, there are partisan positions adopted by different political parties. I accept that without reservation. But the problem is this. Do you accept that there are certain types of misconduct or alleged misconduct, allegations of misconduct, which are of such seriousness that there is a duty of Parliament to investigate them if there appears to be any possible plausibility to those allegations, and that would include, in particular, allegations of state capture. There is a duty on Parliament to investigate that and to get to the bottom of that, is there not?
There is the duty of each member of Parliament to bring such information to the relevant structure by following the rules, and then what should happen is to get then the buy-in of the different role players in Parliament to do as you say. However, in this instance, Chairperson, I cannot speculate on what the reasons are or is for the members of the NEC in 2011, the names that don't appear there, to say what they have said. I'm not a member of those structures.
Yeah, I just want for the record to check that you were not then and you are not now either a member of the NEC nor of the National Working Committee. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Right. So I have understood that, and I've understood that when I've been listening to your evidence. Now, you have become aware of the point of view expressed by Ms. Matsoni of the Democratic Alliance in relation to the events in 2016. And I just want to check with you whether you have or have not had an opportunity to look at paragraph 13 of her affidavit. I think that you might have received it, only seen it late in the afternoon, and I don't know if you've had a chance to read it.
Yes, Chairperson, I want to put it on record that last Thursday, the lawyer acting on behalf of the ANC, Mr. Krish Naidu, contacted the Commission and asked which documents will be dealt with this afternoon. And we were referred to the same bundle that was used last time. And then unfortunately, late this afternoon, I received 5 different documents that the advocate is now referring to. And I will try to the best of my ability, while doing some speed reading on some of these things. I haven't read the Honorable Mazzoni's affidavit in full, suffice for the sections that were sent for consideration and discussion in the previous hearing that took place. So
All right. Let me apply myself to that then. Let me not put you on the end.
Mr. Freund, Mr. Freund and Mr. Froelich, how much time did you think, Mr. Froelich, you might need? 5 minutes to read what you need to read?
Deputy Chief Justice, it's quite a long affidavit,
Yes.
so it may assist me if advocate point specifically to
Yes.
this section,
Yes.
pages referred, and then it could take me a few minutes, 5 to 10 minutes, to look at exactly what is there. But unfortunately, at this stage where I sit, I have not read the affidavit.
Yes, no, that's fine. Mr. Freund, did you have a suggestion? Because maybe we could take a short adjournment to make sure there is no unfairness to him.
I have no difficulty with that, Chair. But I thought perhaps I could address the problem in a shorter way.
Yes.
Which is simply take the witness to very specific paragraphs, which I will read.
Yes.
And ask my questions just on that.
Yes.
If I might endeavour to do that.
Yes.
That might
Yes.
enable us to proceed more quickly.
Yes, maybe let's try and do that, Mr. Froelich. You understand what Mr. Freund proposes to do. Maybe we could do that, but if you feel that you might not, whatever he might tell you about the relevant portions of the document might not give you enough context, please feel free to indicate. Do you understand?
Yes, Deputy Chief Justice, I understand, and I'm amenable to that. I'll try to assist as far as possible.
Yes, no, that's
Thank you.
fine. But if you feel that maybe you didn't get the full context, let me know. Okay, all right. Mr. Freund?
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Froelich, in paragraph 13.8 of Ms. Matsoni's affidavit, that's at page 20 of bundle 2. Do you have that accessible to you?
Yes, I do have it.
So I'm going to read it out so that everybody can understand what I'm referring to. This is evidence that Ms. Matsoni also gave orally to this commission. And she says, on the 18th of March 2016, I issued a statement referring to growing evidence that a number of SOEs had been captured by the Guptas and said that I was requesting that the Portfolio Committee on Public Enterprises conduct a full parliamentary inquiry into the capture of SOEs by the Guptas. In my statement, I referred to allegations inter alia that, and there are then 6 subparagraphs, and I'm going to read those. The first one, the resignation of the former chairperson of Eskom, Zola Tsotsi, had been orchestrated by the Guptas as a result of him not playing the game after he had refused to grant them exclusivity over certain Eskom contracts. Subparagraph 2, former Minister of Public Enterprises Barbara Hogan had been placed under pressure to meet with Gupta-linked Indian airline Jet Airways, and her affidavit makes clear that this is a recently made allegation pertaining to much earlier, pertaining back to 2010 and 2011. Hogan, in subparagraph 3, had been replaced by Malusi Gigaba, who was known to have attended the Gupta wedding in 2013. Faiki Mentor had been offered the position of Minister of Public Enterprises by the Guptas on the condition that she drop the SAA route to India and give it to Jet Airways instead. Former SAA chairperson Vuyisile Kona had been offered 500,000 rand by the Guptas in 2012 to secure his cooperation. Next subparagraph, Eskom CEO Brian Molefe had admitted to visiting the Guptas at Saxonwold. Gupta-owned Tegeta Exploration had recently secured lucrative contracts to supply coal to the Eskom power stations. And those are, if I may say so, when one reads her affidavit, probably the major points, but by no means the only points that she makes about the sorts of allegations that were being publicly made by that time and which underpinned a request that she made to the Portfolio Committee on Public Enterprises, that Portfolio Committee should investigate these issues. Now, I'd be interested in your views as to whether, when she makes allegations of that type and she refers to where they are based from and they come from press reports and the like, whether you think that's the sort of thing that a portfolio committee responsible for public enterprises ought to have investigated.
Well, that is a matter, as I also indicated last time, that the portfolio committee, chairperson and members, should have had an interest on and should have deliberated on to chart the way forward in terms of Rule 167.
And if I understood your evidence last time, I think, but I don't want to put words in your mouth, I think you agreed that that is something they should have investigated. Is that correct?
That is something that the portfolio committee should have had an interest in and should have charted a way of how to deal with it in terms of Rule 167, whether it is an investigation, a hearing, or whatever it may have been.
Well, okay. The manner in which they investigate could take different forms, I think you're suggesting. You could, for example, invite people to come to an ordinary meeting. You could perhaps issue summonses if necessary. The manner in which you deal with it, you say, is a matter for them to determine.
That's
Am I
correct.
understanding you correctly?
That's
But
correct.
am I also understanding you correctly that although that is so, how they would do it was for them to decide? But you agree in principle that they should have done it somehow or other.
That is a matter that the committee should have considered.
Well, does that mean they should have considered whether to investigate it and you're not expressing an opinion? Or does it mean that you agree that they should have dealt with the issue by inquiring into it?
Ultimately, the decision that the committee decide on what to take and how they want to proceed with is a committee matter. But given the circumstances, as it appears in this affidavit that you have now referred to, it is a matter that the committee should have considered and should have been seized with.
Right. And you have been furnished, have you not?
I'm
With
sorry,
the
Mr.
cop-
Freund. I'm sorry, Mr. Freund. Mr. Froelich, maybe your answer raises the question of when it is that, in your view, a committee should investigate allegations that come to their attention, allegations of a serious nature. When should they investigate them? When should they decide to investigate, and when should they decide not to investigate?
Chairperson, it is within the powers of the committee to decide whatever course of action they may take. But the committee should always consider the gravity of the issues that are brought in front of them. It may not be an investigation or inquiry, but they should do the first step to consider the matter that is in front of them so that they have a factual ground on where to move. But also, very importantly, when it comes to these type of decisions, it's good for the committee as a whole to decide how they want to approach matters. What happens in a lot of these instances is that the working arrangements amongst the different members of parliament in the committee is of such a nature that it's more conflictual more than anything else, and very quickly parties take partisan positions around these issues without necessarily gone deliberated. And I feel that once the committees have properly deliberated on a matter, they are in a position to chart the way forward. But very often, in a lot of instances, you find that different members of political parties raise issues, and then it becomes a partisan issue, and that makes it very difficult for the committee as a whole to arrive at a common decision on how to take matters forward, as happened later on in Parliament.
Now, as you've just-
I'm sorry, Mr. Freund. Mr. Freund, I'm sorry. Would it be fair, in your view, to say a committee is expected to investigate serious allegations that come to their attention, which relate to matters falling within the jurisdiction of their committee, if there are reasonable grounds to think that if the allegations are true, then there is something quite serious that Parliament or the committee should really look into. I'm putting it very roughly. So you wouldn't go along with an idea that a committee, when there appears to be reasonable grounds before it to investigate allegations, you wouldn't go along with the view that, well, if they feel that they should not investigate, that's fine. If they feel that they should investigate, that's fine.
No, Deputy Chief Justice, I would say, and I understand the way that you put it.
Yes.
My view is a matter is properly deliberated upon and there is
Yes.
sufficient grounds, then the committee must be seized with the matter and
Yes.
decide how they want to proceed with it.
Yes.
And it's at that critical point where you find divergence of views from the different political parties, either
Yes.
A, on how to proceed, or B, they quite simply say we don't have a mandate from our political party to deal with this matter. We must first go back and discuss
Yes.
it with Mokgweetsi or whoever, and
Yes.
then come back with a mandate around it. At that time, Chairperson, you will find that the atmosphere and the heat in the committee has reached such proportions that it's difficult to find one another on how to proceed with the matter. And then argue along partisan lines.
And that may result in a situation where the committee can't make the right decision. Would you say that because the parties which form part of the committee now argue along partisan lines?
They can't make the right decision in certain respects, Chairperson, because they actually forget about the issue that is at hand. And also what you find, Deputy Chief Justice, Chairperson, is that when these type of issues arise, it happens in the context of a broader political atmosphere in the country that is unfolding. And then you find that, in particular, when you move, and you can sense it already, as you move towards, for instance, a local government election that is pending, or a general election that is pending, you can find that members of parliament who are actively busy outside of parliament, campaigning on behalf of their different political parties, they dig in their heels for their political parties.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Freund?
Thank you, Chair. Now, Mr. Froelich, am I correct that you were furnished with a copy of the letter from Ms. Matsoni to Ms. Letsatsi Duba of the 14th of March 2016, in which she requested the Portfolio Committee on Public Enterprises to conduct a full parliamentary inquiry into the capture of SOEs by the Guptas? You have seen that letter, am I right?
Yes, I have seen the letter. I'm just getting it on my screen. But you may proceed, Advocate. I know about the letter.
Take your time. And
I'm sorry, Mr. Freund, I missed the page
Sorry.
number of the letter.
sorry, that's probably because I didn't give it, Chair. My apologies. It's bundle 2, page 192.
Page 892.
192
192.
of bundle 2.
Okay. I've got it.
Thank you, Chair.
I don't know if Mr. Froelich has got it.
Yes,
Mr. Froelich, you have it as well, is it?
I've got it. Thank you very much.
Now, that letter requests the inquiry as I've referred to. It talks about allegations, recent allegations, or a number of allegations of undue influence have been raised regarding the Gupta's involvement in a number of state-owned enterprises. And then it specifically requests that the committee should immediately summon the Guptas to appear before it to answer these allegations, as per my previous letter, should call former ministers of public enterprises Barbara Hogan and Malusi Gagaba to provide details, summon the CEOs and chairpersons of the largest SOEs. That is something that I think you accept the committee had the full power and right to do if it wished to do so. Do you agree?
That's correct.
So when the chair of that committee, Ms. Letsatsi Duba, said, we have no power to do this without a resolution from the National Assembly, she was quite wrong, was she not?
It did not require a resolution from the National Assembly.
I agree with you. And that is something that should have been perfectly obvious to all members of that committee, certainly once the point had been made to them by opposition members. Would you agree that the excuse that we cannot do this without a resolution of the National Assembly was a pretense that didn't withstand scrutiny?
Well, as I said, for these type of issues to be tabled by a member of the committee, the chairperson, what usually happens, Advocate, is that the letter is tabled in front of the committee and is deliberated upon. So I don't know how the chairperson then arrived at the conclusion that it requires a resolution from the House.
Well, to be fair to her, and I don't know that you have this, you may or may not have it. Chair, this is at bundle 2, page 219. It's a letter from Ms. Letsatsi Duba to Ms. Matsoni of the 6th of April 2016. I'm not certain, Mr. Froelich, whether that was sent to you. I think it was, but I'm not sure.
No, I don't have that letter.
All right. Well, let me read to you the letter. It's at page 219, Chair, of bundle 2. It's about that request that I've just read to you. It
Yes, I've got
acknowledges
it.
receipt. And then Ms. Letsatsi Duba says this. She says, I have since requested a legal advice from the Parliamentary Legal Services on how to process this request. In terms of the advice received, kindly be informed that 1, the National Assembly Rule 138 requires a House resolution to initiate an investigation. 2, the Portfolio Committee on Public Enterprises is not authorized by law to initiate such a parliamentary inquiry on its own. And 3, any member of the Assembly may move a motion to have a draft resolution pertaining to a parliamentary inquiry put before the Assembly for approval as a resolution of the Assembly, National Assembly Rule 94. Now, I think you've already told me that you agree that this is legally wrong.
I've not seen that legal opinion, but I would differ with it.
Yes.
Because this is a matter that first and foremost should have been discussed by the Portfolio Committee.
Right. Now, what Ms. Matsoni then testified is that having failed to persuade the Portfolio Committee to pursue this investigation, they tried to do what the legal advisor to Ms. Letsatsi Duba had suggested is the right way of proceeding, which is to go to the House and to move a resolution in the House. And I believe that you have been furnished with an extract from Hansard. It's Annexure NM42 from page 326 and following in Bundle 2. It's a very selected extract from a long document. But at page 357, one finds the terms of the resolution moved by Mr. Mania of the Democratic Alliance. And I just want to check with you, Mr. Froelich, that you have this documentation, you're aware of what I'm talking about.
It was part of the previous bundle.
Right, thank you. And you will recall that the motion was that the House should note the allegations of state capture by certain individuals and their alleged undue influence over government, that the House should establish an ad hoc committee in terms of a certain rule and investigate these allegations in a certain way. And there's a debate on it, and you were present for that debate, as I understand it. Is that correct? And if we turn to page 360, we find who voted in favor of this and who voted against. And in short, there were 103 in favor, comprising representatives of all the major opposition parties, but there are 169 votes against, and one of those is your vote. Am I right?
That's correct.
Just as a matter of interest, am I correct that when we look at the next page, in the middle of the next page, one of the others who voted against it, referred to as Mbete B, would that be the then speaker?
That is the former speaker.
the former Speaker, and another person was Mr. J.M. Ntembu, the then Chief Whip.
That's correct.
And is it common practice, by the way, for the Speaker to vote along party lines on motions put before the House?
It is common practice for the Speaker to vote in the House, unlike in the Westminster system, for instance, where the Speaker is not actively part of a caucus or involved in caucus matters or party matters. The South African setup allows the Speaker to participate in all proceedings.
And this particular Speaker was president at the time of the African National Congress. Is that right, or have I got that wrong?
Can you just repeat that, sir? I didn't hear you clearly.
She held senior office. I think she was the president, or the chair, was she not, of the party?
National chairperson.
The national chairperson of the party. So far from being neutral, she didn't even pretend to be neutral. She was an active leader of the governing party, and on your evidence, if I understand it correctly, she voted as a matter of course in line with the party whip. Is that correct?
Well, I can't decide on why the Speaker decided to vote in a particular manner, but the Speaker, as it indicates there, voted against the motion.
Right. Now, why did you vote against this motion?
Well, the matter was raised in the Chief Whip's forum, and mindful of the fact that the first time that this matter was raised and directed towards a committee chairperson was in March that same year. We're now in September 2016.
Yeah.
And the then Chief Whip, the late Chief Whip Jackson Mthembu, he attempted to move an amendment to that specific motion. And I want to give the context to that, Chairperson. The amendment simply said that anyone who have any credible evidence in terms of what was in the motion should hand it over to the law enforcement authorities or to any investigative arm of the state. At that stage, the public protector was busy concluding a report on exactly the same matter. And the rationale at the time was, this is exactly what the public protector is currently doing. And we are going back to the same situation, like they have stated earlier, to say that, like I've stated, my apologies, Chairperson, it's late in the day. Aren't we going back to the same situation that while this investigation from the public protector is taking place, and the Chief Whip was very clear at the time to say that he is convinced that this report is due to be released soon. Why should Parliament run a parallel process and possibly come with different findings and recommendations whilst the public protector will also release a report?
Now, it isn't clear for me from reading Hansard what role you played in this particular meeting. I sometimes get the impression that you were chairing this meeting. Is that a misunderstanding on my part?
My apologies. Which meeting are you referring to?
This is the meeting at which the meeting in the National Assembly, in which this motion was moved and then rejected.
Look, we have a roster for the presiding officers to preside, and I can't recall really.
You do sometimes chair debates in the House.
Yes, I regularly chair debates in the House. So.
Yes, and it seems to me, if I can refer the chair of this commission to page 327, it seems pretty clear that you were chairing this particular debate as we go along. Now, I haven't put that before you, but you have no reason to doubt that, do you?
That's quite possible. It's quite possible.
And what you are referring the chair to is that an amendment was moved
Advocate, if I can just come in there.
Yes,
The then chief whip of the majority party attempted to move an amended motion.
yes, I agree.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to find where that is in Hansard. And
In the extract of Hansard, you can go to page 131 of 187. And in your bundle of documents, it will be probably on page 359, if I'm not mistaken.
yes, thank you, thank you. So it seems to me it starts at page 358. That's where the chief whip enters the debate. Are you with me, Mr. Froelich?
Yes, I'm with
Chair, page 358 of bundle 2. Chief whip of the opposition. I would like to address you in terms of rule 121.1. It says very clearly that it is possible to move an amendment to a draft resolution, provided, and this is the important part, the amendment does not extend the scope of the draft resolution. It's very clear that when the Honourable Chief Whip, sorry, that's the Chief Whip of the opposition I'm reading from.
That's correct.
Chief Whip of the majority party is that at 358. I think it is. At page 358, it starts on the left-hand part of the page and it carries on the right-hand part of the page. That's what you are referring to, is it?
That's correct.
Starts Chief Whip of the majority party. The part that I was reading was from the Chief Whip of the opposition. The Chief Whip of the majority party moved or attempted to amend, to move a motion. And the amendment, if adopted, would not have empowered Parliament to appoint an ad hoc committee to investigate it had been requested, but instead to require that all such allegations of state capture be referred to the South African Police Service or Chapter 9 institutions for investigation, including the Public Protector. That was the basis. Not that it was pending, but that anybody who makes allegations of this type should not expect them to be investigated by Parliament. They should take them to the South African Police Services or Chapter 9 institutions, including the Public Protector. That was the position adopted by the Chief Whip. Am I correct?
That's correct.
So really, if I read this, paragraphs 2, 3, and 4 of the amendment at page 358, it seems to me, with respect, that what the Chief Whip of the African National Congress was articulating was a view that allegations of this type ought not to be aired and investigated, well, leave out the word aired, ought not to be investigated by Parliament. If there were allegations of that type, they should be referred to the police or Chapter 9 institutions, but not to Parliament. That was the stand, that was the principle on which the Chief Whip, with the support of his party membership, took his stance. Is that correct?
Chairperson, I cannot speak on behalf of the late Chief Whip of the majority party, the then Honourable Jackson Mthembu. But at that time, when that matter was discussed and came up to into the House, I had absolutely no doubt on the integrity of the Chief Whip of the majority party by articulating what he articulated there and being serious about it. At the time, as I've also said, that the Public Protector was 6 months into her investigation on exactly the same matter. And that is now the benefit of having the report being published about a month later and released by the Public Protector. So I had no doubt in the integrity of the Honourable Jackson Mthembu.
Well, I want to make clear that I am not attacking the integrity of the late Chief Whip and Minister. This is not a question about integrity. It's a question about debating what are the correct principles that govern a certain situation. And
Chairperson, if I may,
yes,
my apologies, Advocate, if I come across as if I say you are questioning the integrity of the late Chief Whip and also the late Minister. I didn't intend bringing it across like that.
That's
But
fine.
having worked with the man for a long time, I can attest to what he said there is exactly what he meant, and being mindful in personal discussions with him and in other forums. He mentioned it even in multi-party forums, that the report of the public protector, according to the information that he had at the time, will be released soon.
Well, the thing about this amendment that he moved is that it's not based on we have to wait for the public protector. It's based on a different principle. Let me read it into the record. And all the subparagraphs that follow after the word to be replaced with the following. So this is the resolution as amended that he says should be adopted. Refers all such allegations of state capture to the SA Police or Chapter 9 institutions for investigation, including the public protector. 3, notes that all parties and individual members of Parliament with evidence of such alleged state capture should make available such evidence to the police service or a Chapter 9 institution. 4, further notes that such investigations by either the police service or a Chapter 9 institution should culminate in prosecution of all individuals or companies involved in such state capture if such is proved as a criminal activity. Now, I'm sure you do not disagree with me. That is the terms of the amendment that he moved and sought to have adopted by the House.
That is the amendment as well.
And what happened was that the chair ruled that that amendment, that proposed amendment, is not a permissible amendment having regard to the rules of Parliament. So it was not adopted. And what that left for consideration by the House was the original motion proposed by a representative of the Democratic Alliance. And that was the motion that said that Parliament should appoint an ad hoc committee. And that was the motion that all African National Congress members acting in accordance with the whip refused to support. Do you agree?
I agree, that is the motion that all the members indicated there. I haven't checked if all of them are ANC members or not, voted against.
Now, I'd like to move back to where we started this afternoon, which was in the portion of your own affidavit in which you referred to the decision on or about the 15th of June 2017. I'm in bundle 1 at page 53 and following, Chair.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Froelich, the report of the public protector had been released in November of the preceding year. Am I correct?
It was released on the 14th of October.
14th of October. Thank you. It makes my point even stronger. And notwithstanding the release of that report, notwithstanding the principles that you say underlay the ANC's stance, namely we have to wait for the outcome of the public protector's report, for a good 6 months, Parliament did nothing at all about pursuing and investigating and requiring remedial measures to be taken arising from what had been disclosed in the public protector's report. Do you agree with that?
That's correct.
Well, now, if you're right that the reason for the original failure to support an investigation at the time that the motion was moved in September was the need to await the public protector's report, that excuse no longer held, and it no longer held on your own version from October of 2016. Am I right?
Well, you refer to Parliament did absolutely nothing. If you look at the remedial action that the public protector recommended was for the president to appoint a commission of inquiry into state capture. And that is the essence. The matter was now with the executive. And I know that having been in more than one discussion, Chairperson, with the late Chief Whip of the ANC and also the Speaker of the National Assembly, the political processes that was taking place from an ANC level to get the president at the time to move with speed in the implementation of this recommendation. That is information, the discussions that I was not part of, but that the Chief Whip as well as the Speaker shared with me when asked, how far are we? When are we going to get this thing going? Because it's time that has elapsed and there's no effect that has been given to that specific recommendation that was there.
Now, of course, the Public Protector's report did not imply that unless and until a Judicial Commission of Inquiry had been appointed and finished its work, which, as you know, is still ongoing as we speak to each other right now, the Public Protector's report did not imply that until it was complete, Parliament should do nothing and no remedial steps should be taken to address the underlying problems of state capture, did it?
Chairperson, the position that was taken at the time is that there is a report now from the Public Protector for implementation that the head of state, as the head of the executive, can decide. If the head of state is not happy with it, they can take it on review, or you can take it on review to a court of law. But Parliament proceeded with its other oversight functions whilst not preempting the work of the Commission of Inquiry at that specific stage. And when it got to a point that a substantial amount of time has elapsed, backed up by certain emails that appeared in the public domain, both the Speaker as well as the Chief Whip, the then Chief Whip of the majority party, said, this is taking too long and Parliament should act. And that is the point at which I entered the discussion on that Thursday morning, the 15th of June.
Now, the emails to which you're referring are the emails that have come to be known colloquially as the Gupta leaks. Is that correct?
That's correct.
A voluminous set of alleged email correspondence, which, if genuine, appears at face value to implicate a number of people. Do you agree?
Those are the emails I'm referring to.
So you took the view that there is information which is now in the public domain, which really needs to be investigated. And Parliament, if it's going to fulfill its duties, should cause this to be investigated. Am I right?
That's correct.
So if you could do it in June of 2017, you could have done it in October of 2016.
The situation is different. The situation is different in that there was no motion that was in front of the House to consider the establishment of an ad hoc committee, and also the letter from the Honorable Mazzoni was personally directed to the Honorable Letsatsi Dube.
So, Mr. Frolik, why didn't you put such a motion before the House?
No, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Deputy Chief Justice, Parliament doesn't work that way. Parliament is composed of different portfolio committees where matters are directed to, and those chairpersons, according to the rules, and those portfolio committees have certain responsibilities instead of preempting what they are doing. And those matters, and that is part of the way that Parliament operates for a very long time, since 1994, this democratic Parliament that that is the process and procedure to follow. That is the way in which it was approached. In
Now,
terms of the may I have just an opportunity to finish, please? In terms of the position that I hold in Parliament, I derive my powers and responsibility from the Speaker, which is institutional in nature. And that is the way in which we manage the different committees. We have never ever told any committee in Parliament or any member of Parliament, you may not raise this issue or you may not raise that issue. It is up to members to participate in these portfolio committees, put their point, motivate it, and try to convince the others in the portfolio committee with different political views to arrive at a common understanding and to take the process forward.
well, let's just look at what you yourself say in your affidavit in paragraph 30. I'm at page 53 in volume 1. I was requested by the Speaker to write in my capacity as House Chairperson Committees, Oversight and ICT, to the chairpersons of 4 portfolio committees, namely Public Enterprises, Home Affairs, Transport and Minerals, to inform them of the decision and for them to execute their functions in terms of Rule 2271A, B, C, D, and E. Now, that looks to me like the Speaker and you and the Chief Whip felt that the 3 of you had the authority to instruct or to require these portfolio committees to conduct this type of investigation as referred to in your letter. Would that be correct?
The decision was taken ultimately by the Speaker. And the Speaker, and we had a discussion over it, we called the Secretary to the National Assembly to check in terms of the rules as well, then instructed me and said, as the House Chairperson responsible for committees, you must write to these committees. And that is in line in terms of the powers that the Speaker have in engaging with House Chairpersons.
All right, I understand that you play, you're a link in this chain. And what you're saying is that the Speaker has the power. I must understanding you correctly, that in your understanding, the Speaker has the power to require portfolio committees to cause investigations to take place in accordance with their rights under the rules.
The Speaker can refer any matter to a portfolio committee.
And require the portfolio committee to investigate that matter.
To do whatever in terms of the rules, in amongst others, investigate the matter. And that has been the practice and convention since 1994.
Right. So that's as regards portfolio committees. But we all know it's a matter of public record, for example, what happened with the problems at the South African Broadcasting Corporation. And we all know that the National Assembly has powers under the rules to appoint an ad hoc committee to deal with the matter comprehensively. It doesn't have to go to existing portfolio committees. You can establish an ad hoc committee for such purposes. Am I correct?
That's correct. That's a decision the House can take.
And the House can take such a decision. In order for such a decision to be adopted by the House, somebody must put a motion before the House, and then the House must vote on whether it supports that motion. Correct?
That's correct.
And frankly, any member of the House can put such a motion, but certainly any member of the majority party who has the support of the majority party could put such a motion and would have good prospects of such a motion being supported if put. Correct?
The practice in the African National Congress is that such motions are put by the Chief Whip of the majority party.
So the Chief Whip of the majority party could have done that. Am I correct?
That's correct.
And the Chief Whip of the majority party did not do that. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Instead, what happened was that the Gupta leaks caused some discussions to take place that you were initially not party to. And I just want to pause and consider those Gupta leaks. Ms. Matsoni has given evidence that she distributed, that her office had, as it were, trawled through the Gupta leaks, extracted certain documents from them by, as it were, ministerial responsibility, and distributed big piles of Gupta leaked material relevant to at least 4 different ministers. Do you recall that?
Well, I can recall that the Honorable Mazzoni at the time referred to such excerpts or whatever she distributed, but I cannot attest that it was distributed to all of them. But she did refer on more than one occasion to it.
Well, I'm assuming that you must yourself have applied your mind to those very leaked emails, because they form the very basis of the letters you sent. Am I correct?
Well, Chairperson, if I may, I must indicate that the discussion that preceded those letters happened in a forum of the National Assembly Programming Committee that I was not part of. However, in the Chief Whip's forum meeting the previous week, that is a closed meeting, the matter came up of the leaks, and then the Chief Whip of the majority party indicated in that meeting to Chief Whips that let's see by next week what would be the best way to approach this. It then came to that National Assembly Programming Committee, and after which the Chief Whip, as well as the Speaker, felt that a direction must be given on how to deal with this matter. And the decision that was arrived at, that the Speaker asked me to implement, was to use the existing portfolio committees that are there to look into this matter, because those emails were very explicit and it referred to specific ministers who were holding office at the time. The view then of the Chief Whip was, and the Chief Whip was very, very clear on it in that discussion, was that these ministers must account to their portfolio committees. And that formed the basis of writing those letters to those different chairpersons of committees. It's not as if, my apologies, if I can just finish off, Advocate. It is not as if the issue of a possible ad hoc committee was not discussed, but we were very, very much mindful on previous experiences also that we had, that when these ad hoc committees are put together, it comes from the existing members of the National Assembly. It's not new members that comes into Parliament. So members then leave their committees where they are appointed to attend to the work of the ad hoc committee. And at times it has happened on more than one occasion where certain portfolio committees cannot correct to pass important decisions due to ad hoc committees that are there. And the Chief Whip then said, in this instance, he would support the work to be done by the existing portfolio committees that are there, and that is ultimately the decision that the Speaker arrived at.
Now, I think I'm quoting your words when I say that you said a moment ago that those Gupta leak emails were very explicit. They made very explicit allegations, and they referred to a number of ministers. Did I hear that correctly?
That's correct.
And that is what I was referring to a moment ago when I was asking you a question about your own letters that were sent. Now, your own letters, we see an example of at page 488 in bundle 2. 488, 489, 490.
I'm with you.
All right. Let's take 488 as an example. Dear Ms. Magadzi, allegations
I'm
of
sorry.
state capture in organs of state.
I'm sorry, Mr. Freund. I thought it was the same bundle we were using at the time. I've got the right one now.
Sorry, Chair.
488.
Chair, it's
Yeah.
488 bundle 2. May I proceed?
Yes, you may proceed. I've got it now.
Thank you, Chair. I apologize. Sometimes I just move backwards and forwards. I've even taken them out of their
Yeah,
bundles.
okay.
The letter is addressed to Ms. Magadzi. It's headed Allegations of State Capture in Organs of State. It's a very short letter. I am sure that you are aware of numerous allegations of state capture that have appeared in the media in recent weeks. Some of these allegations involve members of the board of the Passenger Rail Agency of South Africa, PRASA. I would like to request that your committee investigate the allegations within the parameters of the rules and report any findings where applicable to the National Assembly as a matter of urgency. Now, I presume you meant exactly what you said.
That's correct.
What were the allegations that involved the members of the board of PRASA that appeared in the in the Gupta leaks, which in your opinion required this committee to investigate them? If not all of them, can you give us a few examples?
I don't have the specific issue, but the one, it centered around how the board was functioning, and it got into issues of locomotives that was acquired, the relationship between the CEO and the board at the time, as well as some of the statements that could have been attributed or could be attributed to some of the members of the board.
And if we look at the next page, at page 489, there's an almost identical letter to the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs. The real difference is just the second sentence of the first paragraph, where you say some of these allegations involve the former Minister of Home Affairs in the granting of citizenship to non-South Africans. Would it be fair to guess that the non-South Africans to whom you were referring to were members of the Gupta family?
That's correct.
And the former Minister of Home Affairs to whom you were referring was?
The former Minister of Home Affairs at the time was Minister Gigaba.
Thank you. And then at page 490, an almost identical letter to Ms. Ranto, the acting chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Public Enterprises. Now, I just want to pause before we go further here, because we've left out a very important fact, haven't we? You already knew by this time that the Portfolio Committee on Public Enterprises had itself already resolved to commence its own investigation in relation to allegations pertaining to Mr. Molefe and Eskom. Am I right?
Yes, they were looking at certain specific aspects of certain departments or entities resorting under the Department of Public Enterprises.
Yes, and it was a landmark moment, was it not? Because until then, every committee dominated by the African National Congress, which is to say every committee, had stoutly declined to investigate allegations of state capture. But Ms. Ranto and her committee, which then involved, amongst others, a recently, as it were, removed Minister of Finance, they took the view that they should be exercising their powers. And that must have been like an electric charge going around Parliament. Things are changing here. Am I right?
That's correct. I think at one stage, if I'm not mistaken, Advocate Friend, you were also part of those proceedings.
I beg your pardon?
I said, if I'm not mistaken, you were
Yes.
also at one stage part of those proceedings of that committee.
I think you are mistaken.
Or you supported them.
In these proceedings before this commission, I have spoken in support of them, but I certainly wasn't part personally of them at the time.
My apologies then.
Not at all, no problem. Now, some witnesses have suggested that the true explanation for the change of stance between stoutly resisting suggestions that Parliament and its structures should investigate, and now, in the PCPE, and as a result of your 4 letters, we've looked at some of them so far, not all of them, that really there are factional political considerations of relevance. In fact, it's been suggested that even you personally were motivated by such considerations. What's your comment on that?
You just repeat the question in terms of personal factional motivations.
Well, let's leave you aside for the moment. We can come back to your position in a moment. What is being alleged by some witnesses, generally, is that the true explanation for the change of heart and the decision, contrary to the practice of the last 5 years or more of not pursuing investigations in Parliament, is explained by the different factions that were emerging within the African National Congress, and that, as it were, one such faction now had sufficient influence to finally cause Parliament to do what it should have been doing all along, which was to investigate these allegations. Now, what's your comment on that in general terms?
Well, those are allegations of factions, and I did not personally hear the context in which those allegations have been made. But let me, Chairperson, if I may, just digress, just for a short moment, it won't be long, to say that in terms of the African National Congress in Parliament, the African National Congress is a very big church. And in there you find members with different views, different political philosophy around certain specific issues. And those play out regularly in terms of whatever matter is in front of the ANC. So to just ascribe it to a certain factional thing or whatever is happening. But one thing that I can say is that the leadership given by the former chief whip of the ANC certainly assisted the process for these different forums to be established and to deal with these matters. He mentioned in one of the budget vote debates that he participated in, one of his first budget vote debates that he participated in as a chief whip of the majority party. He said that given the scathing judgment that was given on Parliament by the Constitutional Court, it cannot be that the ANC stand back and not deal with some of these issues. It must be dealt with speedily. It must be dealt with as the issues arise, and the different structures must be given the necessary support to do their work to the best of their ability. So at any given time, around any issue, this thing that people think that everybody in the ANC in Parliament is just following a party line or just doing it that way is absolutely incorrect. There are different views about the smallest of issues that arise that come to the fore. So the perception or the allegations of different factions, it could be that it is mentioned in that way, but certainly I can say that there was, from the leadership portrayed by the chief whip of the majority party, a clear direction that was given the judgment that was given on Parliament on how to deal with these matters.
I thought, I'm sorry, Mr. Freund. I thought, Mr. Frolick, I had evidence, whether it was last week or the week, or last week, I'm not sure. I thought I had evidence to the effect that one portfolio committees either that or that the majority party, members of the majority party in a particular portfolio committee, they will meet alone prior to the meeting of a portfolio committee in order to decide how they would approach issues that would arise at a particular meeting. Or if that's not what I was told, then I was told that there is a study group where issues are discussed that is within the majority party with a view to ensuring that members of the majority party who serve in a particular committee or in different committees know what stance to take on certain issues. Is that not so?
Chairperson, if I can respond to the first part, I'm aware. And when I was a member of parliament, not designated as one of the office bearers in parliament now, I'm aware that since 1994, there's a system that is called study groups within the African National Congress in parliament. And members of the committees, the chairperson and so forth, they all form part of the study group of the African National Congress. And that is where they deliberate on matters that will appear on the agenda, or they decide on a certain political approach in dealing with those type of matters. I am not aware that, and I know at one stage, there was an attempt to say that the skills should match the deployment to a specific portfolio committee. But that, after each election, it's very, very difficult because you sit with new members all the time. And while an attempt was made by the different chief whips at the time to deploy members who have certain skills to these different portfolio committees, it's really a mixed result that has been achieved, Deputy Chief Justice. And may I add, with the high turnover rate of members of parliament generally from all political parties, it is sometimes as if after every general election we start afresh. And new members must be trained, and it's on-the-job training that takes place because the institution and the lawmaking process doesn't stop and cease their activities. And those are generally the conditions under which members of parliament work. But there was definitely an attempt to deploy the correct skills, but it had a mixed result.
Well, I was raising this issue because I understood you to be saying, and you must tell me if I misunderstood you, to be saying that members of the majority party, but maybe you meant members of all parties in a committee, members of the majority party would come and express different views as individuals. That was my understanding of what you are saying. And that seemed to be inconsistent with this evidence that I'm saying I had, because that evidence suggests that members of the majority party, by the time they come to a meeting of a particular portfolio committee, they've had a discussion, maybe at the in a meeting of the study group, where there has been a consensus to say, this is the approach we will take, or this is the view that we will take. So that's why I was raising it. What do you have to say about that?
No, the latter part of your intervention now, Deputy Chief Justice Chairperson, is correct. That there are study groups where members will sit and they will deliberate, and they agree on a common approach that will be adopted when they go to the different parliamentary forums.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Freund?
Thank you, Chair. Now,
I'm sorry, Mr. Freund. We are about 2 or 3 minutes to 7 o'clock, and I'm quite happy to continue, but if we are going to be still some time, maybe we should take an adjournment at 7 o'clock for 10 minutes, for 10 minutes
Chair,
or so.
It would suit me personally if we could take a short break now and then resume whatever time you deem fit.
Yes, okay, all right. Let's take a short adjournment then. Shall we say we resume at 7:10?
Fine, thank you very much.
Yeah, okay, we adjourn.
Tumza, unmute love. SC, are you there?
Ready?
Thank you. Mr. Frolic, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you so kindly. We're about to start. SC, thank you.
Okay, let's proceed, Mr. Freund.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Froelich, we were talking about portfolio committees, and you accepted that the study group system is a form of caucusing in which decisions are made before a portfolio committee meeting commences, and then the members of the committee in the study group act in accordance with that decision when they fulfill their roles in the portfolio committee. Did I understand that correctly?
Well, it's a discussion forum that is a feature of the parliamentary process of, as far as the ANC is concerned. I know other political parties do it as well. Where they get the members serving on a committee, they get together and they decide these are the parameters, or this is the approach that will be used there. But in no way does it restrict a member of the political party, in this instance, the ANC, to ask questions, or questions that arise out of the briefings that are there that was not properly discussed. And that is the nature of it. It differs from study group to study group, of course, depending on the issues that are there.
This commission has heard evidence to the effect that study groups exercise real discipline on members and predetermine what approach is to be adopted in portfolio committee meetings. Now, it's not clear to me whether you're disputing that or accepting that.
Well, my experience from having served on the study group is that we set the broad approach that will be set there. And if there are any issues that may arise that was not discussed in the study group, there are members who are deemed either the whip of the committee and things to give direction, or senior members of the committee to give direction. But yes, study groups do exercise some form of discipline in terms of what is happening in the different portfolio committees, whether it's attendance, whether it is preparations by the members, and so forth.
and what stance should be adopted on particular motions. For example, a request that the portfolio committee should support a particular inquiry.
That will be part of the discussions of the study group, yes.
Yes. And what's true for the study group and the portfolio committee at what I might call the mini level is also true at the maxi level, at the level of the parliamentary caucus and the decisions taken on the floor of the National Assembly. The caucus exercises a similar type of function. Am I right?
That's correct.
Now, is it correct that, well, let me read to you some evidence that has been placed before this commission. This is in the affidavit of Ms. Khoza, Dr. Khoza. So bundle 1, page 773. You won't have this. I just want to read it to you, and then I'm going to give you an opportunity to comment on it. She says in paragraph 13.8, in our case, the ANC as governing party requires its members of parliament both to vote in the National Assembly and to exercise their portfolio committee oversight duties in accordance with instructions received from it. I think so far you would agree with that?
No, I don't. I don't agree with the wording that is used by the person that you are quoting. I haven't seen the context also in which she is raising that. But what would generally happen is that the ANC, whether it's in a portfolio committee or in the House, will have an approach on how to deal with these matters.
All right. And then she continues, this is Dr. Makosi Khoza, you remember a figure of some prominence and controversy. She says this.
Those are your words, not mine.
Those are my words. She continues as follows. No decision of any significance is permitted by the ANC to be taken by its members of parliament without prior instructions from the party itself. These instructions frequently emanate from office bearers who have not been elected as members of parliament. Depending on the importance of the issue to the ANC, such decisions may be made by the so-called top 6 most senior office bearers of the party or lower down, e.g. at ANC strategy committee meetings. Now, do you dispute that factually?
Well, I have a view that I won't bring across or put across the same way as the former member, Makosi Khoza. I also had a very good working relationship with her, I must add. No, Chairperson, the ANC always stresses the importance of what is called the deployees in Parliament. The deployees in Parliament to process matters, and out of any given topic or situation, most of the times, you'll have different divergent views that's emanating from it. Now, our constitutional design is of such a nature that political parties and the leadership have a lot of power and influence in terms of what is happening to their elected representatives in the different legislatures, whether it is local, provincial, or national government, whatever they are doing. And that is also the feature of what will happen in Parliament. But usually, there are very, very long, protracted discussions. And I have experience of this in the ANC on what needs to be done. But at a certain point, the leadership of the party must give direction if there's not a common ground that has been reached, or if positions that are taken that are contrary to the manifesto of the African National Congress that was put in front of the electorate, or of policy positions that are there. And for those type of matters, yes, there will be direction that will be given by the top leadership.
And let's be clear what we're talking about here. As a matter of routine, the Secretary General of the party and or the Deputy Secretary General of the party attend meetings of caucus at which they convey instructions to members of Parliament as to what stances they should adopt. Is that correct?
Well, there is not a regular routine as far as that is concerned. the chief whip of the majority party is the leader of the ANC in parliament and serves as the contact point between the members of the ANC in parliament and the officials of the African National Congress that are commonly referred to as the top six or Luthuli House. What you do find is that on certain occasions, and for the past 20 years that I've been in the caucus of the ANC, you will find that once or maybe twice a year, the officials of the ANC will attend the caucus. Sometimes it's once a year, and sometimes when there are certain messages that must be brought across in terms of outcomes of NEC discussions, in terms of preparations for election and so forth. So it's not a routine that they do attend caucus. Most of the time they are not there.
And I think it's a matter, I don't think there's any factual controversy about this. When it came to the series of votes of no confidence in former President Zuma, would there have been a series of occasions in which either the Secretary General, the then Secretary General, or the then Deputy Secretary General, or both, would have come and conveyed instructions from the party as to how members should vote in relation to votes of no confidence?
They will convey a position taken by the officials of the ANC.
And the position was not to support such motions.
That's correct.
And the position was, if you support such motions, you are acting in breach of your obligations to the ANC and you expose yourself to discipline.
Now, I just want to pause there, Chairperson, because my experience have also shown that at times there's been different Secretary Generals of the ANC and Deputy Secretary Generals of the ANC, but it's not as if they arrive in a caucus of the ANC and start lecturing the members and say, this is what you will do and that is what you will do. There's usually a lot of other interactions that take place at different levels of the movement. And then when it comes to that particular issue, they will convey what is basically the position that has been agreed upon. And even at that point, they allow for dissent. They allow for members, and I know, and in one or two occasions it has happened, that members will approach from caucus afterwards, the chief whip of the ANC, and say, we don't agree with this, or I don't agree with this, and I'm going to vote against it, or I am going to abstain myself from the voting process. But yes, the constitutional design is there that the members of the ANC and all political parties who are in parliament are there on a party political ticket, and the constitutional design indicates that it's political parties that are represented there. However, how you exercise as a member of parliament, your constitutional obligation is a matter of your own personal conscience.
Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Frolik. I'm going to ask you to repeat your answer because I think it may be quite important, but towards the end, I wasn't sure what you were saying in terms of, are there circumstances where a party would be, a member of the party would be allowed to vote on the basis of his or her own conscience, and if so, under what circumstances? Are there circumstances where voting according to one's conscience would not be allowed? And if so, what are those circumstances? Or whether the position is that as long as the party has issued its position to say, we expect our members to vote along these lines, everybody is bound to follow. So I just want you to give your answer again because I want to have clarity on that.
Thank you, Chairperson, to provide me clarity again. I say the constitutional design is of such a nature that political parties are represented in Parliament and there's members from those parties who are there. So when it comes to certain issues, you do find that the leadership of the party will convey a certain position to these members of Parliament, and in this case to that of the ANC. But there's usually a rigorous debate and discussion, not necessarily confined to that caucus meeting only, but it can also happen in other forums. However, I'm aware that in certain instances, and that is when it comes to certain religious views or certain other positions that members may have, and if I may cite the, just coming to my mind now was in terms of the termination of pregnancy, a bill that was processed in the late 90s, and also in terms of the civil union bill that was processed by Parliament. I'm aware that there's members who went to the Chief Whip and said they cannot support this. And ultimately, when it comes to the different votes and things that are taking place there, it is the members arrive at their decision based, of course, on their party political positions that they hold, but also in terms of their constitutional responsibilities that they must exercise.
So the position, would it be fair to say your experience, you are saying your experience is that except in very limited cases over the past 20 or whatever years since you have been in Parliament, except in very limited cases, once the party has taken a position on an issue, members are required to vote and speak in accordance with that position.
That's correct, Deputy Chief Justice.
Yes, and you say the only, or the one time which you remember is where some members sought to be allowed to vote according to their conscience because the issues that they were to vote on affected their religious beliefs.
Those are the two, and then I also now recall, Chairperson, while you are mentioning this, I also recall that there was also an instance, and I remember the Honorable Ben Turok felt very, very strongly about a certain situation, and he decided not to, he abstained from voting, he absented himself from the National Assembly. So of course, when that happens, there will be a discussion, yes, but which members didn't vote for the party? The opposition also does it. If you vote with the ruling party, then you have sold out on your principles. So that is part and parcel of this political climate and atmosphere of proportional representation that we live in. And yes, the constitutional design of proportional representation gives power, a lot of power, to the parties and the party bosses to determine ultimately, especially when it comes to a motion of no confidence in the leader or the head of state, to come to caucus and to give those type of directives.
Maybe when one takes into account a situation where the issue that is going to arise in Parliament on which members would be required to vote relates to a policy issue, an issue on which the majority party has a particular policy. Maybe it is understandable for the party to insist that its members should vote in order to defend or promote the policy. And maybe members can't complain about that because when they came to Parliament, they came to Parliament knowing what the policy of the party is on those issues. But where it's not really a matter of policy, maybe it's a matter of saying there are too many allegations of corruption directed at the president, who happens to be the president of the party. there is just too much that we hear. That appears to me not to involve policy of the party. And then there is a motion of no confidence in the president. It seems to me, and you must just give me your perspective, it seems to me that the case for the party to instruct its members to vote one way or another might be less convincing as compared to one where it's a question of policy, because I guess no party would have gone to the voters and say, vote for us, we will suppress exposure of corruption, and we will defend our members if there are allegations of corruption. One kind of expects that in that kind of situation, members should be allowed to vote as they see the matter, and obviously the party may have had some discussion and see what they do. But of course, maybe I'm just showing that I was never a politician. I'm expecting something that maybe that is unrealistic. But there would be concern among a substantial, I would imagine, portion of the population if they thought, rightly or wrongly, that a president is mired in controversy of corruption for a long time, and the party that the electorate voted for doesn't allow their members to vote as they see the situation. Should this president continue to be president despite all of these controversies relating to corruption, or should he be retained? What do you have to say? Again, maybe it just shows I'm not a politician and I'm being unrealistic, but one would like a situation where, if there are such allegations, members could vote as they see the situation. If they don't see a problem, they don't see a problem. If they see it, they see it.
The Chairperson, you can now you have an idea of the complexities that is brought about in terms of representative democracy involving the proportional representation, a pure proportional representation system. But I must hasten to say, and policy issues, as you correct, it's quite, you can say it's this way or that way. You support Black economic empowerment or you don't support it. And if your member supports it in the House, and then you still fire them, you get rid of them, you move them sideways. But when it comes to motions of no confidence, in terms of the head of state, it's a political, it is a political matter, a heavy political matter that is processed. And I can say that there are a range of different views when it comes to that point. Some believe that they will agree with this motion, and others will say, no, we are not ready in terms of effecting a change in the head of state at this stage. We are not prepared. Do you understand? And the former chief who have also said it in a certain motion that came at a certain time when I think he articulated it, if I'm not mistaken, to say that it was sent shockwaves through the electorate because simply the country is not ready for it. So whichever motion of no confidence there is, it is a political motion. And in that motion of no confidence, there's instances, yes, that are mentioned, this, that, and the other. And being politicians, that politicians are, they argue each and every point either in favor or against or you find inside the political party, they have a range of different views that are there, but ultimately, in the constitutional design is of such a nature that the power resides in the party. And that has a major influence on how politicians generally behave at any tier of government. I recently had experience of where at another tier of government where there was a change in the executive mayor, that all these, it's even worse at that level that is happening. So we must look at our electoral design. It will be an opportune moment to reassess and to see, but also something that becomes very important is the power that is exercised by the presiding officer, in this instance, or in the absence of the speaker, the deputy speaker, when these type of motions are dealt with. Because I can recall that there was such a motion of no confidence. It was a secret ballot that was conducted to give that type of, for the lack of a better word, Chairperson, protection to members of parliament to decide how they want to vote. But still afterwards, they, based on various reasons, people found out one way or another, rightfully or wrongfully, who voted in a particular way. So it is, unless we look at the design of our representative politics at national and provincial level, we will sit with this challenge and dilemma that we have as to members of these legislatures of parliament to exercise their free vote as they wish.
It may well be that no majority party would like its leader, who happens to be the president of the country, to be removed by way of a vote of no confidence unless, or except in certain really exceptional circumstances. But then one would hope that if a party adopts that stance in terms of saying, we don't want our leader to be removed like that in parliament, or maybe to be removed by the opposition with the assistance of some from among ourselves because of allegations of wrongdoing and corruption or whatever. But then, would it not be better that in such a case, then at least the party can say, these are serious allegations against our own leader. Therefore, we as a party must investigate them, so that if we establish that it's really something serious, then we can ask him to resign or recall him or her or whatever. But it might be unacceptable for a party or the majority party to say on the one hand to its members in parliament, don't vote in support of this motion of no confidence, even though there are really serious allegations against the president, but then it doesn't do anything about them. It doesn't investigate them itself in order to see whether, as a party, it can arrive at a point where it says, is this person still deserving of being in that position, representing our party? Do you have a comment on that? In other words, one scenario is where the majority party doesn't or wants all its members to resist the motion of no confidence in a president who is their leader, who has lots of allegations of corruption against him, but it does nothing itself. Whereas in another scenario, it might say, don't vote with the opposition, but we as a party will conduct an internal investigation and see whether he is still fit to continue in that position, and we will take whatever action.
Yes, Chairperson, my response will be very brief. There's something that is called intra-party dynamics. And the ANC is no different than any other political party when it comes to dynamics inside the political party to arrive at that specific position. And from where I sit, that I could see that that is a debate that started quite seriously at that stage amongst members of parliament of the African National Congress and into 2017. But there's another dynamic, Chairperson, that I just want to briefly refer to. And that is your intra-party dynamics goes with conferences of the different political parties. And in that whole political climate, you have those who feel firmly that you must go this way, and then there's others who feel, no, wait. You want to abuse the situation now to deal with either whether it is the head of state or with a certain member of the executive. Because better lines usually get drawn as you go towards these intra-party platforms and conferences that are taking place. And that has an influence, but I do agree, it is better for the political parties self to, and in this instance, the African National Congress, to have that mechanism in place so that it doesn't matter who the individual is who's occupying the office, that at the intra-party level, we do have the necessary mechanisms in place instead of waiting for the opposition to do so.
And of course, I guess that in such a situation where, it would be important that maybe you have disciplinary structures and processes which are beyond reproach, and the people who make decisions of a disciplinary nature should be people who can't credibly be accused of advancing the interests of any faction. Maybe it would be people who no longer want any positions in government or in the party, maybe very senior people and people with credibility, so that you might have a situation where most reasonable people would say, if those people have made a decision that so and so must be subjected to a disciplinary hearing, we won't question it because we know how, we know their level of integrity, and we know that they are not going to be manipulated by anybody. Even if some people can make some accusations, because there will always be people who make accusations, but the majority of people will say, if those decisions are taken by those people, everybody must accept that there is no factionalism involved, there is no political agenda involved. All that they are looking at is the discipline of the party and its members. That is what may well work.
That is the ideal situation as you have articulated it, Honorable Chairperson. But in this terrain of politics, I can tell you that unless political parties in the current system, constitutional design that we have, continuously evaluate and re-evaluate the internal disciplinary procedures and move towards that point, then we will be the correct direction, moving in the right direction. But not only putting such structures in place, making it part of the constitution of the political party, to say this is it. right? You have joined. This is the constitution that you said that you accept and that you will support and that you will implement. And if you fall foul of that, then those type of questions shouldn't arise. But we must strengthen that and avoid a situation where interpretations can be made or may be made to say it is factional. I'm reminded, Chairperson, and I know we cannot compare the two situations with each other when it comes to this thing of the free vote, anyone voting as they can. Now, in the United States, in their Congress and in their Senate, see what happened. Where a situation plays out where 7 Republican senators decided that the president should be impeached, and they are being hounded by their political party. In part, but in private, some of them are supported, and then even beyond, find that the constituents, the people who voted for them, say to them, we're not going to re-elect you because you went against the party. So the party system, in terms of politics internationally, is so deeply entrenched that it allows for this type of situation to play itself out into the open.
I guess that as the commission looks at what went wrong for certain things to happen over, a certain number of years, and what measures should be put in place to minimize the prospects that there could be a repeat. As the commission looks at that, it needs to accept that there are certain realities that are there, whether one likes them or not. And that includes the role of parties in a parliamentary system or in our democracy. They play a very important role, and there are certain things that might be difficult to change unless the change comes from within the parties themselves.
No, Chairperson, I'm with you on that point. I want to say that there's an opportunity that is currently presenting itself to all the political parties represented in Parliament and also stakeholders in civil society and outside. The Constitutional Court made a ruling to say that independent candidates may be elected and stand as candidates to be elected to the National Assembly and the provincial legislatures. That is opening up a platform for debate, where amongst others, these type of matters can also be exhausted so that we get more input. We get input from all the different political parties, from the largest to the smallest, to see in terms of implementing this decision and ruling of the Constitutional Court, the impact that it will have on our arrangements, democratic arrangements in the different legislatures. How is it going to be done? Isn't it also an opportunity to relook the entire electoral system and to arrive at something else so that we can start dealing? I'm not saying it's going to solve all the problems, but dealing with some of the problems that and challenges that have manifested itself due to this constitutional design of representative democracy.
No, thank you. Mr. Freund?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Chair, I'll try not to be too long, but there were some issues that we digressed from.
Yes.
When we got onto the macro level. And they are much the same issue, but looked at a slightly lower level. Now, I want to put to you, Mr. Froelich, what Ms. Runto said. You will recall Ms. Runto was the acting chair of the Portfolio Committee on Public Enterprises, and she spoke about the divisions within the caucus in relation to this very issue of investigating allegations of the type we're currently concerned with. And she says, whilst members of the ANC's PCPE study group, that's that particular study group, supported the idea of instituting an inquiry, there was a push to scupper the inquiry from a substantial number of members in the ANC parliamentary caucus, who argued that the inquiry would cause divisions and would taint the integrity of the ANC. Of particular concern to some members of the caucus was the risk to the reputation of the party. These views were openly communicated to me in clear and emphatic terms. Now, can you confirm that you also observed such pressures?
Well, firstly, Chairperson, I can confirm that the Honorable Ranto at times would come to me or to the Chief Whip to give a report back on what transpired at certain meetings. I can also indicate that she shared some of these concerns with me. At one stage, I had to inform the secretary because she was giving an explanation of an incident where she thinks she's being intimidated outside of Parliament, or the place in the parliamentary village where she was staying. I brought it to the attention of the Speaker, and the Parliamentary Protection Services, the acting head of those services, were asked to look into the matter with the relevant law enforcement authorities so that it can be established whether it is real or not, if there's any physical threat to her. But
I think you're missing the point of the question, aren't you? The point of the question is whether there was political resistance expressed by MPs. We should not be doing this because it's embarrassing to the party.
there were different political views around that. And that is one of the views that was there, Chairperson. And those views, some of the members felt very strong that it should not happen in this way. Some of the members queried where was this decision taken, where did it come from, and also who gave the final authority for this to be done. Whether it was now, as you have stated earlier, Advocate, the Public Enterprises Committee that started with some of the work around the allegations that was made, or with the other committees that was there. It surely came across as a something that was not supported by all ANC members. But as I said earlier, ANC members have different views around these issues. And personally, I can attest that there were serious questions that was asked as to why this is done, who is being targeted, and why are we doing it in this particular way, as it was never ever done before.
Yes. Now, Ms. Ranto does go on to say that although she experienced that kind of pressure from a substantial body of members of the ANC caucus, she says, on the other hand, that amongst others, Mr. Mthembu supported her, encouraged her to proceed. And if I hear you correctly, you would consider yourself one of those persons who was encouraging her to proceed. Would that be correct?
That's correct.
But she also says this. This is in paragraph 11.5 at page 553 of volume 2. She says, I should note at this point that some ANC caucus members made attempts to stop the inquiry. That's the inquiry of the Portfolio Committee on Public Enterprises. Call it the ESCOM inquiry. Some of them approached the public protector to try to get her assistance to stop the inquiry, arguing that its work would duplicate the work by the commission yet to be appointed by the president. I'm not aware of any response by her to this, that's the public protector. When the issue was raised in caucus, the chief whip reprimanded those members that they'd not been authorized to do this by the ANC. Do you have any knowledge of this incident?
I cannot recall a specific request being made to the public protector to get involved into that type of situation. What I can recall is that the chief whip at more than one occasion, and then later in 2017, I think it was October, early November, the then deputy president, who's now president of the country, also came to caucus to reinforce the importance of parliamentary committees to conduct these type of whether it's inquiry or investigation, whatever, because committees decide whichever way they want to go. And the deputy president was very supportive, but the chief whip was always very, very clear. And on occasions when you find that the chairperson of this committee or other chairpersons that letters were written to will come and they are uncertain as to what is going to happen next because they experience this type of other views around these inquiries, and they felt that they need further direction. There was always very clear direction from the chief whip and also then later from the then deputy president for committees to do this work.
Well, I have no reason to doubt your evidence when you say that Mr. Mthembu, from a certain moment that you've described, was supportive of the Portfolio Committee's investigation and public enterprise. I have no reason to doubt your evidence when you say that he was party to the discussion which led to your June 2017 letters. But by the same token, I want to put to you for your comment that this was not a new problem in June of 2017, and that one of the features that best explains the failure of Parliament to have acted sooner in a proper and appropriate manner in the exercise of its oversight duties is what is described by Makosi Khoza in paragraph 13.6 of her affidavit. This is bundle 1, page 773. She says this: I am convinced that the state capture and corruption events of the recent past could have been far better addressed and perhaps resolved had it not been for the political culture of trying to please the leadership. But this requires brave MPs working with skill and determination in the face of formidable obstacles. So she's really identifying, firstly, the power relations between senior and junior, and secondly, the political culture. And she's saying those two factors together actually go a long way to explaining what she regards as a failure by Parliament to have properly exercised its oversight duties in respect of the issues we're presently talking about. What's your view on that?
Well, my view, firstly, is on the previous occasion, Chairperson, I mentioned the issue of power relations between not all that I've experienced and seen over the years between study groups, committees, and members of the executive, and so forth. But in terms of the culture or political culture of the ANC is the political culture of the ANC in terms of how things are done and how things are being processed. So my view is that there was, especially after the Constitutional Court ruling in 2015, there was, and with the arrival of a new chief whip, there was a new dimension in terms of how does Parliament and in effect the ANC in Parliament do their oversight work to effect and ensure accountability by members of the executive.
And when you refer to a Constitutional Court judgment in 2015, I'm assuming you must be referring to the Nkandla judgment. Would that be correct?
That's correct.
And what you say, and I understand this point of view, you say that that judgment emphasized from the perspective of the Constitutional Court, Parliament's not only rights, but duties to hold the executive to account, and made it clear that Parliament actually in that instance had failed to do what was required of Parliament by the Constitution. That's what you have in mind when you say that that had an influence on the developing or emerging, might call it better culture of oversight. Am I understanding you correctly?
Yes, the Constitutional Court judgment was an important judgment, and we respect that judgment. And it's because of that reason that we started taking a very deep and do some introspection as to how some of these matters must be raised, that it is not necessarily a situation where you can say that, you know what, we're doing the oversight, but it requires more work and clearer political leadership when it comes to this type of work. You must remember, Advocate Freud, through the chairperson, the chief whip of a majority party in any legislature carries enormous political clout. And from that perspective, and on the back of the Constitutional Court judgment, you started seeing things unfolding in the way that it did, and the Speaker was supportive of this.
Now, you said that it needs more work and I can't remember your word. I think you said decisive political leadership or better political leadership.
Yeah.
And that leadership obviously would include the chief whip, but it would, in the context that we're talking about, I'm putting to you for comment, it would also include the president of the nation, who was then the president of the African National Congress, and the top 6 of the ANC. They were key elements of the leadership whose altered state of mind was required if Parliament was going effectively to exercise its oversight responsibilities. Do you agree or disagree with that?
Well, I will say that the chief whip, as far as I know, and in discussions that we've had on numerous occasions, this was a matter that he was not afraid to take up with anyone. He took it up with the officials. He took it up directly. The link between the chief whip's office to the headquarters of the ANC, Luthuli House, is through the Secretary General, and he would come and say, but you know, in discussions that we had as colleagues and comrades, that this is not moving fast enough. This is not happening in the right way. But we must always remember that this happens in the context of a bigger political environment in the African National Congress.
That I understand, but what I want to put to you for a very specific comment is whether you agree or disagree that if this project is to be successful, this project of proper oversight over the executive, when there are allegations, serious allegations made against very senior members of the executive, it is essential that the top leadership of the party, the president, the top 6, the NWC, the NEC, they all have to commit to this. Absent that, this is not going to work.
That's correct.
Well,
Now,
I'm sorry, Mr. Freund.
not at all.
Mr. Frolick, is it expecting too much from the majority party in Parliament? Well, for the majority party to take the position that says any member of our party who gets himself or herself involved in corruption is acting contrary to the values that this party stands for. Such a member is betraying the values that this party stands for. And it doesn't matter what his or her position is in the party, whether he or she is the president or just an ordinary member. And members of our party who are in Parliament are not expected to protect any minister, deputy president or president of the party against whom there are allegations of corruption, because corruption is something that is totally at odds with this party's values. And actually, any party, member of the party in Parliament who is found to protect from scrutiny any minister, any DG from scrutiny in regard to allegations of corruption would be himself or herself acting contrary to the values of this party. Therefore, we say, from now on, ministers who come from this party, the deputy president, president who comes from this party, they must expect no protection from any of our members of Parliament when there are allegations of corruption. And therefore, they must know that they'll be on their own, because when it comes to corruption, we expect our members in parliament to really do their job. It doesn't matter what the minister's position in the party or what anybody's position is in the party. That is something that we will not tolerate. Is it expecting too much for the ruling party to take that position?
Honorable Chairperson, no, it's not expecting too much.
But it doesn't look like it has happened, at least in deeds. Maybe in terms of words, speaking, maybe somebody has said that, but in terms of actions and in terms of the message to members of parliament, the kind of evidence I've had has not told me that that is the message that has been put through. And if it has not been put through, the question would arise, what would the party lose by taking that position? Not just in terms of speeches, in terms of statements. Of course, the statements might be important, but actually making sure that the lived experience of parliament is that members of the ruling party in parliament, when it comes to corruption, allegations of corruption by ministers, DGs, or officials within government departments and SOEs who may be members of the party, that will simply not be tolerated, and no member of the ruling party will feel that there will be adverse consequences if they really take a strong stand in public, in a committee meeting, or in the National Assembly against their own comrade against whom there are allegations of corruption. Is it too much for South Africans to expect that that is a stance that can be taken by the ruling party, and that is the stance that they can make sure is the lived experience of parliament?
Honorable Chairperson, I agree with your sentiment, and I can say that, that there's a lot of work that must still be done, but there is a commitment, and we have seen it from the time and from the pronouncement in Parliament that was made by the late Chief Whip of the ANC under very difficult conditions, I might also say, at great personal political risk as well. Some had to take that type of decision in order to move towards the next level. But what is important is, as you said, we must take the people along so that everyone is committed towards that same outcome. And that is work in progress. And that is where we need to improve. There's no excuse that I can put forward to say that this is the reason why it has happened, it has evolved. There has been lapses, yes. And we must learn from those so that it doesn't reoccur. And as part of that, we must strengthen our institutional designs to give effect to that aspiration that you have articulated, that I fully agree with.
Thank you. Mr. Freund?
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Froelich, can we please try and spell out the obvious? When you just said that Mr. Ntembu, then Chief Whip, acted at great personal and political risk, why did you say that? What was the great political and personal risk he was running?
Well, in discussions that I had with the late Honorable Ntembu, it became apparent that the unhappiness and dissatisfaction that was there was due to his approach in terms of parliamentary processes and parliamentary oversight. And at times he would joke to say that he doesn't know if he's sure that he will continue as the chief whip of the majority party, but expressed confidence that he has sufficient support from the African National Congress at national level to continue in that role.
But risk from whom?
Can you just repeat?
Risk from whom?
Well,
Well, I'm not disputing this. I just want you to spell it out.
well, it is, I've just said, from inside the African National Congress representatives in Parliament, there was dissatisfaction. Dissatisfaction to the extent that some of our colleagues and comrades openly said that they don't agree with us and it's the wrong thing to do. And this is not an instruction that was given to the chief whip or to the speaker for that matter, or to myself to deal with this matter in this particular way. It was not processed properly. And so when I talk about the intra-party dynamics, it is from inside where certain members felt that the chief whip is not executing his mandate correctly.
But would it not be correct that whilst I don't disagree with you, that the chief whip faced resistance from a substantial body of his own MPs, he was also facing resistance from the Thuli House. He was also facing resistance from the president. He was also facing resistance from the most powerful people in the country.
Well, I cannot attest to who he was exactly receiving resistance from, but I know he received support from, and at the level where I operate. I'm not part of discussions of the National Executive Committee or the National Working Committee, but I know from where I operate, he received full support in terms of his direct line of reporting on parliamentary activities from the Secretary General of the ANC.
So why did you, because these were not my words, these are your words. He acted with great personal political risk. Why great personal risk? What are you suggesting?
He could have lost his position as chief whip of the ANC. That is what I'm referring to.
And the stance that he was advancing, to which he was receiving resistance, was a stance or a position or approach that sought to ensure that there was proper oversight and members of parliament performed their oversight functions properly, as far as you are concerned from the discussions you had with him. Is that the position?
That is correct, Chairperson. He said that this is a matter that, and he kept on referring to say that we are not going to commit the same mistake, at least not under his leadership of the caucus of the African National Congress that was committed previously. If there's matters that arise, it must be dealt with. It must be engaged with. And committees must play a role as far as this is concerned. And that is also what informed his staunch belief in the discussion that we had on the 15th of June, 2017, with the Speaker on the direction that must be taken as far as those allegations were concerned.
And if his stance was that we're not going to commit the same mistake, I take it his stance was that such a mistake had been made in the past, that the past practice had been mistaken in the manner in which it had failed to hold the executive to account in relation to allegations of corruption and state capture. Am I understanding you correctly?
Yes, the stance directly related to the Constitutional Court judgment of 2015, that is there. It's very specific in terms of where Parliament failed in its obligation to hold the executive accountable.
All right. Now, I just have one further line of questioning before we can wrap up. I know this has been a long and hard day, especially for the Deputy Chief Justice. But you will recall that we were dealing with your letters of the 15th of June, 2017. And I took you to a couple of them. And there were, in fact, 4 of them, I understand. Is that correct? Home Affairs, Public Enterprises, help me here, it would have been Transport, and it would have been, and we have the letter on the Committee of Transport we've already read into the record, and I believe it must have been Mineral and Energy Affairs. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in relation to that 4th letter, we don't have in the record, I've never been able to track down and find a copy of it, but it must exist, or must have existed. a letter of the 15th of June to the Mineral and Energy Affairs Portfolio Committee along the same lines as the other three that we've read. Am I correct in that belief?
That's correct.
And in relation to that committee, as you told the chair a little earlier, there would have been reference to the fact that the recently published material in the media had some bearing on that committee. So what was it, as far as you were concerned, that committee ought to have been investigating or concerned about?
There were certain allegations made around certain contracts. It was or directly linked to the provisioning of coal. And that is a matter that resorts under mineral resources. And that was the matter that the speaker felt that the committee should look into and to report back to her.
And were those the contracts, the ESCOM contracts involving, for example, Tegeta, and where allegations were made involving, amongst others, the Gupta family members?
That's correct.
Right. Now, we all know what happened with the Portfolio Committee on Public Enterprises. It conducted a very public process, which resulted ultimately in a report which has been placed before this commission. I don't need to say anything more about that. As regards Home Affairs, and bear in mind that your letter says this needs urgent attention and urgent report back. Am I correct that for a long time, the Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs took no effective steps to get to the bottom of the allegations that you had thought that they should investigate?
That's correct.
And am I correct that the Portfolio Committee on Transport took no steps to implement the directive that you had given that they should pursue allegations pertaining to PRASA? When I say they took no steps, to the best of your knowledge, they took no steps.
Well, I've had several interactions with the chairpersons of both those committees at various stages. Some of them are in writing, and different reasons were advanced as to why it is not happening. In the case of transport, it was non-cooperation being receiving from PRASA and the chairman of the board, and other political developments of the chairperson saying will report to the, that's according to the chairperson of that committee. She mentioned to me that he said he will report somewhere else and they were busy with legislation. Home Affairs eventually got going with some form of work that they were doing. And that was also after some time that was happening, But all of this was happening within this milieu and political environment where you had members with different views. So that, why must we do this? Who told them to tell us to do this? We can't really go into that area because, as the chairperson of transport at the time mentioned to me, there's a number of issues in front of the courts or that's going for litigation that they cannot enter into. So you did find that, and also with mineral resources, at one stage, I eventually had to write a letter and I kept the chief whip informed. And I know from his side, he tried his best to get to the chairpersons because I said, ultimately, chief whip, the chairpersons of these committees are members of the ANC. Can't you assist us to get going with this work that needs to be done? I know at a certain occasion, the speaker also had a discussion with the chairperson of transport around the matter. But it was extremely difficult to achieve the same type of outcome that was achieved by the Public Enterprises Committee that was there. And that has a lot to do with the different positions that was taken inside the study groups, probably of the ANC, or I want to call it at one stage, the chairperson of Mineral Resources told me they don't know how to get going. Where must they start? And I reported it to the chief, and the chief whip said they must start by calling the ministers to say that, Minister, you report to this committee. Have you seen these things in the public domain that is being said about you? How do you respond to that? And then, well, once that is done, the committee must decide what is the action that will be taken, or what is the direction that will be taken.
Now, you've referred to a number of reasons that were given by the two chairs of those two committees for their failure to have acted as you thought they should have acted. But I thought I detected, and I want to put to you for your comment, that you were not completely persuaded that those reasons were convincing, and that you thought that at least part of the explanation lay in the fact that they were extremely unkeen to exercise this type of oversight power in the way you thought it should be done. Is that a fair comment?
Yes.
Now, having said that, I just want to deal finally with the ultimate fate of the Mineral and Energy Portfolio Committee's investigation. There has been evidence before this commission that, to put it bluntly, the then minister gave them the runaround. He appeared, he answered certain questions, he knew he had to come back, he was asked to come back, he repeatedly failed to comply with undertakings to come back or arrangements to come back. And what then eventually occurred is that finally, a long time later, the committee ultimately lost its patience and said, now we want to call the minister to account, and we want to deal with this matter. I think at that stage there had finally been a change of ministers, and they wanted to proceed with an inquiry, and they appointed somebody to assist them to proceed and to interview witnesses and start to prepare for an inquiry somewhat like the inquiry of the Portfolio Committee on Public Enterprises. And the evidence has been that you put a stop to it, that resources that were requested were refused, and that effectively it was Mr. Froelich that ultimately prevented that inquiry from taking place. What is your comment on that?
That assessment is incorrect. And if I may, Chairperson, just give the background to the point that the advocate has now mentioned, to say, not put a stop to it. You can recall, advocate, in a pre-briefing that we had, I made reference to a certain letter that was written. And I don't know if you eventually, because I just managed to source this letter today, that was written to that committee. Because what happened was, and I will send it through to you, of course, and my apologies not for sending it through earlier. It's to spend some time today myself in the office to find this letter. What happened is that as far as this committee is concerned, the chairperson, after receiving the letter, came to me. And my view was that the reasons that was advanced, that the minister was not available, and towards the end of 2017, the minister came to the committee and various matters were raised. The minister was then supposed to come back, but fell ill. But then events started happening very quickly, Chairperson. After the 2017 ANC National Conference at Nasrec, on the 14th of February 2018, President Zuma resigned. On the 15th of February 2018, President Ramaphosa is elected as president. And on the 22nd of February 2018, I received a letter from the chairperson of the committee indicating more or less that the committee have now got to a point where they say that they want to proceed, but they will require resources. And before I replied to the letter of the chairperson, he came to see me in person, and I said to him, what is the problem? What is the resources that is required? Quantify it. You've got a legal advisor that permanently assists the committee, and you must decide how you want to proceed. On the 26th of February 2018, there was a cabinet reshuffle, and the minister was replaced by the current Minister of Minerals and Energy. I can recall that afterwards, the chairperson came to me again, and the chairperson said, no, what the committee now wants to do is, and there's correspondence that I have in that regard, is to have, and that is what was decided by the committee, is to have a overall inquiry over everything associated with mineral resources in the country. And I said, but that is, your scope has now changed. It is not the same as it was, as we discussed previously. And there was a to and fro of letters again between us. The chairperson came to me again and said, you know what, I must report back to my committee. I wrote back to the chairperson on the 6th of June 2018. But before that, we also had a meeting. As colleagues and comrades, I went with the chairperson to the new minister, Minister Mantashe, where this issue of the inquiry was mentioned. The chief whip encouraged me to take up the matter with the new minister so that he can understand where this is coming from. And to cut the long story short, after their discussion, it was agreed that the scope of this inquiry that they want to have must be looked at. Because how long will it take for the committee to do an inquiry over all minerals, resources, and entities in the country? And in the communication that I have, that I will also forward it to you, I refer to the discussions that we've had. And in one line, and that is a letter dated on the 6th of June 2018, I said in April this year, and that is 2018, the Deputy Chief Justice wrote to the Speaker to request copies of all relevant information and documents pertaining to state capture inquiries conducted by parliamentary committees. The Speaker has acceded to this request and requested me to interact with the Commission. In the budget vote debate of Parliament on 22nd May 2018, I reported to the House that I've met with the lead investigator of the inquiry, Mr. T. Mbembe, the former AG, at the office of the Chief Justice on the 18th of May 2018, and handed over to the Commission all relevant documents of the work that was done. And that referred specifically to public enterprises and home affairs. We also agreed that Parliament will assist the Commission as the need may arise. Now, I then did not receive a costing. And in the meantime, the Chief Whip said to me, but you know, this is taking way too long. And we had a discussion with the Speaker as well. And this letter is addressed or copied to the Speaker, the ANC Chief Whip, the Secretary to the National Assembly, and also to the Advocate Pendela, who at that time was also acting as the Secretary for Parliament, or Assistant Secretary to Parliament. And in there, we clearly state, or I clearly state, that the committee need to clarify the scope and format of this inquiry, as well as the oversight work it now wants to undertake in light of the Judicial Commission's stated intention to commence its proceedings in August 2018. If I may, Chairperson, and this is the letter that I will forward as soon as I'm done here to Advocate Freund, it reads on the 17th of September 2018, inquiry into state capture. It's addressed to the chairperson and says, my discussions with you on the above matter refers. I said, you will recall that I wrote to you on 15 June 2017, and again on 23rd August 2017 on the need for the committee to investigate allegations in the public domain on state capture. I also proposed that the point of departure should be to invite the former minister to respond to these allegations. I also emphasized that the aforementioned process should commence and that the committee should report back to the National Assembly without delay. Unfortunately, for various reasons, this was not done, and the committee thus missed a golden opportunity to investigate the matter in 2017. As you are aware, the Judicial Commission on State Capture that is headed by the Deputy Chief Justice is now well underway. Parliament is cooperating with the Commission headed by the Deputy Chief Justice Zondo, and numerous documents have been exchanged with its secretariat. It will thus be duplicating the work of the Commission if the committee at this stage commence with a parallel investigation on the same matter. I wish to emphasize that the matter of the resourcing of the committee to conduct the investigation into state capture is not an issue at this stage. The necessary financial, human, and logistical support would have been available to the committee last year. The committee is also reminded that it should now conclude matters in front of it and not embark on new and substantive matters as we approach the end of the 5th Parliament. Annual and legacy reports are due to be tabled on 23 November 2018, and it's expected that committees will be seized with concluding their work in the last few months left of this term. The text of this letter, Chairperson, was agreed to and approved by the Speaker as well as the Chief Whip of the ANC. And that is why this letter is copied to the Honourable Speaker, the Honourable Mbete, then the Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Tsenodi, and to the Chief Whip of the ANC, the Honourable Mtembu. I must finally, as far as this is concerned, add that the Secretary to the National Assembly, Mr. Kaso, and myself had a meeting with Mr. Nombembe at the offices in Johannesburg. And this matter of parallel investigations was raised. And it was agreed in that meeting that parallel investigations should not take place because it could be that Parliament now, while the Commission is starting its work, is embarking on a certain course of action, have different outcomes, and the Commission arrive at different outcomes.
Now, I've put that allegation to Mr. Nombembe, who disputes it. Mr. Nombembe says it's quite correct that Parliament undertook to cooperate and did cooperate by furnishing, as it were, the product of any investigations it had done. But that he never said, in no meeting that he attended, that the Commission's stance was that Parliament should refrain from doing oversight that it was otherwise willing or minded to do. Do you dispute Mr. Nombembe's version?
Well, Mr. Kaso, the Secretary of the National Assembly, was part of that meeting. That is what I take out of that meeting that was there. And of course, Mr. Nombembe cannot tell Parliament not to do its oversight work. But as far as the terms of reference of the Commission is concerned, and that what this committee wanted to do, there was agreement between the Speaker, the Honourable Chief Whip and the Majority Party and myself, that due to the time lapse that have occurred, it would be a parallel process running parallel to what the Commission intended to do.
Now, you requested the 4 committees to commence their investigations in June of 2017, long after the Public Protector had directed that there should be an inquiry, but before the inquiry had in fact been appointed and before the inquiry had in fact got going. I think you would agree with that.
That's correct.
The Public Enterprises Portfolio Committee ran an inquiry that ran substantially into 2018, and as I understand it, with your support. Is that correct?
Well, the Public Enterprises Committee did extensive work, and they always received my support.
And that continued well after the establishment of the present commission that you're testifying before.
They concluded their work before this commission started their work.
No, on the contrary. Their report was adopted by Parliament, speaking from memory, in about October of 2018.
Well, if the report could have been adopted then, but it doesn't mean the committee worked up to October 2018. Can I just explain? I don't have that detail in front of me in terms of when that committee concluded their work, but the bulk of their work were done in 2017 and in the beginning of 2018.
Well, I don't want to engage in a detailed analysis of that with you, but what I do want to put to you is this. You may be being unfair to the Portfolio Committee on Minerals and Energy when you say to them, well, if you didn't get it done before the Zondo Commission is up and running, it's too late for you to do it now. You may be being unfair for this reason, that they immediately summoned Minister Zwane shortly after your letter. In fact, on the very day that the issue came up for debate, He didn't come then, but he came the next week. He then gave them a runaround for 2 or 3 months. From that time onwards, they were trying, now in the beginning of 2018, they were trying to exercise their oversight powers. And the record is replete with references to people who alleged that when they came to you for resources necessary to pursue this inquiry, your attitude was, there's no money for it. That's why I'm not approving it. I understand you deny that.
I'm afraid I must disagree with you. And that's why I will forward the relevant letters to you tomorrow. And also legal services in Parliament was throughout part of this process. And I must also state to you that there was never a summons issued to Minister Zwane to appear in front of the committee. Your information is incorrect. If you can produce that summons to me, then I have not seen it.
No, I haven't seen it either. I'm not saying there was a summons. What I'm saying is that there were a number of agreements and arrangements made for him to come, which for one reason or another did not come about. To such an extent that that committee became exasperated and decided to conduct an inquiry, and the inquiry was focused on allegations of state capture, Guptas, and the very allegations that you said they should investigate, and they say you refused them the resources to pursue that.
I'm afraid the record will show that you stated that the Honourable Zwane was summoned to appear in front of that committee. He was
If
not
I said that, I retract it, because I know that's not correct.
was not summoned in front of that committee. The situation is, Chairperson, is that without any other intent, a decision was taken by the Chief of the Majority Party and the Speaker, and I agreed with it, that it would be a parallel process running with the State Capture Commission in terms of their mandate that the then recently elected President of the Republic proclaimed, and the terms of reference were clear, and this committee was going to do exactly the same.
Mr. Froelich, thank you for your time. I have no further questions.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Froelich. We appreciate that you availed yourself again. Thank you very much. You are now excused.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. It's been a very long day for you as well, and thank you for the platform.
Yes, thank you very much. Mr. Freund?
Chair, obviously, from my perspective, that disposes of the business for the day. The
Yes.
intention from our side is to resume it Wednesday evening at 5 p.m. with Ms. Letsatsi Duba's evidence.
Yes. And what's your estimate of how long her evidence might take?
2 hours?
Yeah, okay. No, that's fine. So on Wednesday, 5 o'clock, or as soon as possible thereafter, depending on the day session, we will, I'll hear her evidence. Thank you very much to everybody who has stayed until this time. We appreciate it. We are just trying the best we can to cover as much work as possible. But thank you very much. We'll adjourn for the day, and tomorrow during the day session, we will continue with the PRASA evidence. So this is just for the benefit of the public and the media. We adjourn.